A very good morning to one and all present here. What a wonderful day. On behalf of the Global Education and Training Institute, I, Sarita Bhaskar, extend a very warm welcome to this 4-day mega event, the 13th Leadership International Roundtable. This is the largest virtual conference organized by Global Education and Training Institute, Getty. I extend my warmest greetings to all the dignitaries, state heads, school principals, school heads, eminent speakers, policy makers, NGOs. If I call it in one term, it should be the change makers. Last year has been full of uncertainties and challenges for us. But as it is said, that success is knowing your purpose in life, growing to reach your maximum, and sowing seeds that benefit others. Therefore, for past 12 years, Ed Leadership International Roundtables have been providing a powerful platform for conversations that lead to change and are necessary to bring about meaningful change. We are extremely delighted to host 80 plus speakers from across 50 plus countries to deliberate on matters most urgent to education. So, the stage is all set, and once again, a very warm welcome from the city of Lucknow to all of you who have come together to contemplate and go beyond the man-made boundaries. I request my co-host, Ms. Sumita, to proceed further.
Thank you very much, Sarita ma'am. One can change a moment. One idea can change a world. One step can start a journey, but a prayer can change the impossible. Remembering the Almighty at short and regular intervals makes it easier to establish communion with Him. Prayer is a perfect opportunity to explore our hearts, share everything with Him, and begin reliving ourselves. Prayers initiates angelic actions. On our behalf, the armor of the Almighty not only offers protection, but it also allows us to take our stand and fight back against the dark forces. There's a way of being. Begin in the moment, begin present, begin the opening. It is a way of learning to be ourselves. Prayer is a way of relating to Him, to ourselves, to those around us, in opening our hearts and minds and souls to the Supreme Power. Let us join all of us together, all those who have joined on this virtual platform, to offer the prayers to the Almighty.
Timely and remembrance of Thee is my remedy. Nearness to Thee is my hope, and love for Thee is my companion. Thy mercy to me is my healing, and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thy mercy to me is my healing, and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thy verily art Thee, O bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Thou verily art Thee, O bountiful, my healing, oh my God. And remembrance of thee is my remedy. Nearness to thee is my hope, and love for thee is my companion. Thy mercy to me is my healing, and my suffering of this world and world to come. Thy mercy to me is my healing, and my suffering of this world and the world to come. Thou verily art the all-bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Thou verily art the all-bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Gather all people beneath the shadow of thy bounty, and cause them to unite in harmony, so that they may become as the rays of one sun, as the waves of one ocean, and as the fruit of one tree. Gather all people beneath the shadow of thy bounty, and cause them to unite in harmony, so that they may become as the rays of one sun, as the waves of one ocean, and as the fruit of one tree.
That was indeed so serene, so beautiful. All over the world, people practice various religions, have different faiths, yet the essence of all religions is one. Only the approach is different. Religion provides mental peace, promotes virtues, welfare. It gives direction and purpose in life. We hereby present before you the All Religions Prayer by our very enthusiastic students who give the message of unity, love, peace, and brotherhood.
यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानं धर्मस्य संभवामि युगे युगे।
ॐ श्रीं मनसा देवं गौरीपुत्रं विनायकं भक्तावासं स्मरे नित्यम् आयुः कामार्थसिद्धये नवमं बालचन्द्रं च दशमं कविनायकम् एकादशं गणपतिं द्वादशं तु गजाननम्
गणराय तेरे बिना मैं आदि स्तुताय कहाँ चला मैं आकार लेने लगा ख्वाब मेरा साकार होते रुका ख्वाब मेरा मेरे अधूरे कार्य सदी निरा दबा दे कर दे तू पूरे आज सानी दबा
सारे इकट्ठे हो जान जी हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई सब दे हमना चो जहर मुक जे किसे नू मिटाउण दा कहर मुक जे सब दे हमना चो जहर मुक जे किसे नू मिटाउण दा कहर मुक जे अरदास करा अरदास करा अरदास करा
शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि
The photograph I see comes alive so easily and tells me of a life that was so pure. He would never turn away from anyone. The love in his eyes is so real. He suffered all his life to show us how to be free. He could always love his enemy.
What a beautiful and strong message gets conveyed when we see all the religions coming together at the same platform. Message of universal brotherhood and solidarity. And now, please allow me to invite Ma'am Roli Tripathi, who is the co-convener of the Ed Leadership Roundtable. She is also the head training and programs at Getty, head innovation and quality management, Getty and supported schools. She also has been an innovative and accomplished English instructor. This year marks her 18th year in education. She has varied experiences as a teacher and school leader at middle and senior school levels, teaching a variety of grades and content areas. Having traveled to different countries for education programs and events, she is ever engaged in understanding education at all levels. Her passion is developing positive relationships with everyone within the community, working with students as they grow, training teachers and staff so that they can reach their greatest potential, strengthening a connection between school and home, and fostering a positive school and work culture. Over to you, Roli ma'am.
Greetings from Getty. I welcome all our esteemed guests from 21st to 24th for this conference, the 13th Ed Leadership International. Mr. Anurag Tripathi, Secretary, Central Board of Secondary Education, India. Her Excellency, Ms. Kiran Bedi, Honorable Lieutenant Governor General of Puducherry, and Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of Defense, India. I welcome all our esteemed chairpersons for all the roundtables and our honored guests, Mr. Manit Jain, Mr. Anil Swaroopji, Mohammed Ji, founders of City Montessori School.
Online class hai.
As we gather to inaugurate the largest virtual conference on education so far, let's take a moment and reflect and more today as we, as a human race, walk out through a tough phase for all of us globally. One day, the world stopped as humans slowly became islands within their homes. Tsunamis of change and crisis swept all shores. None felt the impact more heavily than the education sector. Students not only lost social and cognitive opportunities that are so important for their lifelong development, but also suffered from learning loss. A McKinsey analysis concluded that students lost an average of 7 months of knowledge mastery. Low-income students lost more than a year. As school buildings, often the liveliest in the neighborhood, turned quiet and empty. Bittersweet online classes abounded. Today, as we look forward, these disturbances and shifts in the ecosystem present before education systems and all of us, education leaders, an unparalleled opportunity to rethink, redesign, and recreate. It is the time for a renaissance. New thinking emanates often from outside the traditional institutions of learning. And Galileo was one famous example. Many of today's innovations in education are also taking place outside universities and schools, shaking things up, questioning old ways and philosophies, a true beginning of a renaissance. And we at Getty are passionately engaged in understanding and contributing to these beginnings undeterred. We are committed to teachers training, curriculum, literacy programs, and leading conversations for change. We believe that teachers and educators are the catalysts for a transformation. We formulate trainings geared towards individualized instructions for addressing learning needs and providing opportunities to create stress-free learning. Getty is built on the foundation of several Ed Leadership International conferences, starting with the first global TIE, Trends and Innovations in Education, in October 2006. But a renaissance never happens in isolation. Innovation, creativity, and questioning are all shared social activities. I can only truly broaden my mind when I interact with you who hold different perspectives and come from different lived realities, but sailing through similar waters. Thus, we conceptualized this year's virtual event, 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable. This year, we're really excited to host 80 plus speakers and participants from 50 plus countries. We are here to deliberate on matters most urgent to education. Each of our roundtables aims to create effective engagement between the stakeholders in education and serve as an umbrella for the sharing of ideas and practices for a new education. The conference is our humble attempt at hosting conversations that inspire innovation, predict trends, discuss pressing issues, and kickstart initiatives. I believe this forum is particularly powerful because we are currently looking at a host of themes and initiatives that will sweep the landscape of education, whether it be online tools and data to support analytical learning, or inculcation of global citizenship through education, wellness, leadership, or service. We as educators are going to usher in a completely new education model. This is, of course, exemplified by the new education policy in India, which aims at finding ways of relearning for students under the modern age of education, inclusive of teachers' well-being by setting up new high professional benchmarks. Ed Leadership International Roundtables for the past 12 years have been providing a powerful platform for conversations that lead to change and are necessary to bring about meaningful change in education. Each roundtable shall create an effective engagement between education leaders and experts from across the world. No one can predict the future, but as William Gibson famously said, the future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. All we have to do then is to look for these indicators of education's renaissance around us, and we will get an idea of what the future of education holds. T.S. Eliot said, only those who will risk going too far will possibly find out how far we can go. And when I remember this quote, I aptly remember our founder director at Global Education and Training Institute, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, who received her doctorate from Cambridge and spent more than a decade at the World Bank serving there. But I'll say it was her passion, it was her inner commitment towards education that brought her back to her country and to her family, already contributing as educators. And today we can see Dr. Sunita Gandhi, the convener of 13th Leadership International Roundtable, committed to her many endeavors towards education, whether it's teachers training, which we passionately call teachers empowerment programs, or curriculum, or literacy program. This conference, we are trying new and unattempted. So please cooperate, support, and ignore our follies, if any. We have been really fortunate to have with us some kind and really prudent, passionate educators who form our advisory board. They consist of experts and education innovators from across the world. So here, I'll just take a moment and thank them all. Ms. Emily Hallinen, who has worked as a head of curriculum development in the Finnish National Agency of Education. Thank you so much, ma'am, for always being around us. Dr. Neelam Parmar, currently working as a Director of Educational Technology, Digital Learning and Innovation, the UK. Thank you, ma'am. We also thank Mr. Martin Richards, who works to ensure that a coaching approach is increasingly and correctly used in schools. He's from Sweden. Thank you so much, sir, for always being around us. We have Dr. Tom Markham, who is the founder and CEO of PBL Global, a psychologist, educator, author, speaker, and somebody who has been enriching more than 300 schools and 6,000 teachers through his training that he provides in project-based learning, for always being around us and supporting us in our endeavors. Ms. Kirsti Lonka, who's a professor of educational psychology at University of Helsinki, Finland since 2005. Ms. Stella Fernandez from Singapore, a veteran teacher for the past 54 years. We also would like to thank here Mr. Bob Barata Lawton, founder Center for Innovation in Education at California, and Mr. Chris McCry. Thank you to all those who I could name over here, and to all those who've been supporting us from their lands, transcending all these borders and just overcoming all the impediments all the time and connecting with us and guiding us all this while. Today, coming to this day, we are really very fortunate to have as our chief guest this morning, Shri Anurag Tripathi ji. Shri Anurag Tripathi ji is the secretary of the CBSE, or the Central Board of Secondary Education. The CBSE in India is a national school board for public as well as private schools, falling under the union government. It also conducts and manages the joint entrance examinations, entrance tests for admission to undergraduate courses in architecture, engineering, and medicine. Mr. Tripathi is an alumnus of the Indian School of Business with a course in advanced creative writing from the University of Oxford. But above this all, he's a keen observer of people. He's a master raconteur who draws on his vast reservoir of life experiences, charismatic leader who is passionate about reforms and has been ever supportive to us all at Getty in all our endeavors. What can be better than having him around and seeking his blessings and hearing him today as we kickstart this largest virtual conference on education, 13th Leadership International. We from Getty welcome Mr. Anurag Tripathi as the chief guest, and over to Shri Anurag Tripathi ji now for your address.
Respected Defense Minister of India, Mr. Rajnath Singh ji, respected Lieutenant Governor Pondicherry, Kiran Bedi Madam, respected ex-Education Secretary, Mr. Anil Swarup, respected Mr. Jagdish Gandhi, Mrs. Sunita Gandhi, all principals, teachers, parents, students. A very, very good morning to all of you. In the times when CBSE has started actions for the implementation of recommendations of the National Education Policy 2020, the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable comes as a unique opportunity for all educational leaders from India and abroad. At this platform, all stakeholders can share their ideas, views, and best practices to strengthen the qualitative impact that the NEP aims at to make India a world leader in education. You must have noticed that NEP has laid foundation for the much awaited competency-based learning, focusing on the real-life skills so that our learners can become good citizens, global leaders in future. Similarly, the NEP has recommended so many positive actions for all stakeholders, be it the teachers or schools. Our task in this context is a great responsibility. We need to work with full enthusiasm and for sightedness to fulfill the objectives and aims of the NEP. Our schools must adopt all practices, focus on the attainment of learning outcomes, implement innovative pedagogies, and create a joyful learning atmosphere and working environment. Needless to say, all this must be accompanied with an equal emphasis on the grassroots issues and application of all knowledge in real-life situations. Students must aim to be cultured, committed, and responsible human beings while absorbing scientific inquiry and critical thinking, enabling themselves to take sound decisions when required. With these words, I once again welcome you all to this conference and my best wishes to all participants to have a fruitful learning experience. As we all know, this conference will emphasize to teachers take importance of teachers in Indian and abroad education system. New Education Policy 2020 says that the role of teachers, the contribution of teachers, the power of teachers will be the main factor to implement this policy. मैं आप सबको ये जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि 1986 की न्यू जो पॉलिसी थी, एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, जो हमारी ओल्ड एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 1986 की थी, उसमें एंटायर एजुकेशन सेटअप को चाइल्ड सेंट्रिक बनाने की बात कही गई. बट न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 वो चाइल्ड सेंट्रिक पॉलिसी के साथ साथ टीचर सेंट्रिक पॉलिसी को अडॉप्ट करने की बात करती है. 86 की पॉलिसी में टीचर्स के लिए बहुत ज्यादा एम्फेसिस नहीं था, बट 2020 की पॉलिसी में आते आते हमको ये एक्सपीरियंस भी हुआ कि विदाउट टीचर्स, विदाउट अ गुड टीचर्स, कोई भी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी इंप्लीमेंट करना जस्ट इम्पॉसिबल है. मुझे खुशी हो रही है बताते हुए कि 1986 से लेकर के 2020 तक की जो जर्नी हमने की है, उसमें बहुत सारे इनोवेटिव चीजें सीबीएसई बोर्ड एंड इंडियन एजुकेशन बोर्ड ने अडॉप्ट किया है. बट न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का जो मेन एम है टू एम्पावर टीचर्स, टू क्रिएट टीचर्स, टू ट्रेन टीचर्स, ये एक मेजर पैराडाइम शिफ्ट होगा इंटायर एजुकेशन सेटअप को चेंज करने के लिए. चूंकि आज के सेमिनार, आज के वेबिनार, आपकी इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो मेन टॉपिक है टू एम्पावर टीचर्स, मैं उस पर अपनी बात को केंद्रित रखूंगा और जो भी टीचर्स, प्रिंसिपल्स पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं उन्हें कन्विंस करने का मैं प्रयास करूंगा. एक छोटा सा बच्चा जब जन्म लेता है तो उसके सामने दुनिया की पहली टीचर उसकी माँ होती है, उसके फादर होते हैं, उसका परिवार होता है. माँ इस जीवन की, इस दुनिया की सबसे पहली टीचर होती है जो बच्चों को चलना सिखाती है, बोलना सिखाती है, खाना सिखाती है, बात करना सिखाती है, हंसना सिखाती है, अच्छे से व्यवहार करना सिखाती है, सत्य और असत्य का बोध कराती है। जो उसकी सेंसेज होती हैं, जो उसकी 5 सेंसेज होती हैं, उनको इग्नाइट करती है और बच्चों को एक पॉजिटिव एटमॉस्फेयर देती है। छोटा बच्चा जब स्कूल पहुंचता है आफ्टर 3 ईयर, आफ्टर 4 ईयर, तो एक डिफरेंट एटमॉस्फेयर स्कूल में मिलता है। जो मदर का रोल है वो स्कूल के प्राइमरी एजुकेशन पर शिफ्ट होता है। और अगर छोटे से बच्चे को जो प्राइमरी स्कूल के टीचर है, प्री नर्सरी स्कूल के टीचर है, अगर वो मदर की तरह उसको ट्रीट करते हैं, अगर मदर की तरह उससे बिहेव करते हैं, अगर उसको अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं, अगर उसको समझते हैं, उसकी संवेदनाओं को समझते हैं, तो बहुत आसानी से बच्चा स्कूल एटमॉस्फेयर को अडॉप्ट। तो जितने भी टीचर्स आज इस फोरम पर सुन रहे हैं, मैं उनसे ये निवेदन करूंगा कि ऑलवेज ये ध्यान रखें कि कोई भी लर्निंग, कोई भी एजुकेशन तब तक संभव नहीं है जब तक आप अपने बच्चे से कनेक्ट नहीं होते, जब तक बच्चा आपसे कन्विंस नहीं होता, जब तक बच्चा आपसे प्यार नहीं करता, जब तक बच्चे के मन से भय नहीं निकलता। अगर मदर की तरह आप ट्रीट करेंगे, उससे अफेक्शन रखेंगे, उससे प्यार करेंगे, उसे एटमॉस्फेयर देंगे, उसको समझेंगे, अंडरस्टैंड करेंगे, उसके संवेदनाओं को समझेंगे, छोटी छोटी गलतियों को इग्नोर करते हुए उसे मोटिवेट करेंगे, उसको डिस्करेज नहीं करेंगे, तो वो बच्चा अपने टीचर के साथ बहुत जल्दी अटैच हो जाएगा। और एक बार टीचर ने उस बच्चे का दिल जीत लिया, उसके हार्ट में पहुंच गई, आपने उसको टच कर लिया, उसके बाद वो बच्चा आपकी उंगली पकड़ करके चलना शुरू हो जाएगा। ये बात बहुत छोटी लेकिन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। किसी भी एजुकेशन सेटअप में सबसे आसान तरीका होता है क्लासरूम में टीचर का आना, बुक्स के पन्नों को पलटना, अपना 40 मिनट का कंट्रीब्यूशन देना और वापस चले जाना। एक बार आप इसको वापस रिव्यू करिए कि 40 मिनट में उस बच्चे को जो आपने पढ़ाया, क्या बच्चे से आप कनेक्ट हुए? क्या आपके 40 मिनट का प्लान बच्चे की रियल लाइफ से कनेक्ट हुआ? क्या बच्चे को आनंद आया, जॉयफुल रही कि नहीं रही वो लर्निंग, और आपका जो ऑब्जेक्ट था क्या वो पूरा हुआ? तो मेरा पहला निवेदन ये है टीचर से, मेरी मेजर रिक्वेस्ट है ये, ऑलवेज टीचर को, जो प्राइमरी स्कूल के टीचर्स हैं, प्री प्राइमरी स्कूल के टीचर हैं, उनको मदर के रोल को स्कूल तक ले करके आना है और अपने बच्चे से एक इमोशनल, सोशल कनेक्ट करना है, एक तरह का बिलीव पैदा करना है, भरोसा पैदा करना है। और एक बार वो भरोसा, वो बॉन्ड टीचर और बच्चे के बीच बन गया तो लर्निंग ऑटोमेटिकली स्टार्ट हो जाएगी। अगर ये भरोसा नहीं बना तो ये रोट लर्निंग होगी, फिर बच्चे आपके पन्नों को रट लेंगे, आपकी डांट से, आपके पनिशमेंट से, आपके भय से, मार्क्स की रेस से, पेरेंट के प्रेशर से वो मार्क्स भी ले लेंगे, लेकिन लर्निंग नहीं होगी और पर्सनालिटी की ग्रूमिंग नहीं होगी। तो डियर टीचर्स, मैं फर्स्ट रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं आप सबसे कि जब भी आप स्कूल सेटअप में जाएं, जब अपने क्लासरूम में एंटर करें, आपका पहला प्रयास होना चाहिए बच्चों को कनेक्ट करना, उनको इम्प्रेस करना, उनसे जुड़ना। और वो तब तक संभव नहीं है जब तक आप इमोशनली, सोशली उन बच्चों को जुड़े नहीं और रेस्पेक्ट नहीं करें। एक अच्छा टीचर माँ की तरह होता है और बच्चों की गलतियों को माफ करता है। हम जब तक बच्चों को गलतियां नहीं करने देंगे तब तक हमारे क्लासरूम से इन्वेंटर्स, इनोवेटर्स, क्रिएटर्स नहीं पैदा होंगे। इसलिए मेरा दूसरा निवेदन टीचर से है कि आप अपने बच्चों को मोटिवेट करें गलतियां करने के लिए, मोटिवेट करें कुछ ना कुछ करने के लिए। अगर बच्चा गिरता है और आपकी डांट सुनता है तो आगे वो चलना छोड़ देगा। अगर बच्चा एक अच्छा सा एसे लिखता है, एक अच्छे से क्वेश्चन लिखता है, एक अच्छा सा आंसर देता है, एक अच्छा सा प्रयास करता है और आपके अकॉर्डिंग नहीं हुआ और आपने उसको डिस्करेज कर दिया, उसके बाद वहीं रुक जाएगा और उसकी लर्निंग हो जाएगी। तो मैं दूसरा निवेदन टीचर से करता हूं कि गलतियां करने के लिए बच्चों को मोटिवेट करें, उनको एटमॉस्फेयर दें, उनको इनकरेज दें। हम सबको मालूम है कि दुनिया के सबसे बड़े साइंटिस्ट एडिसन ने जब बल्ब का आविष्कार किया था 1000 टाइम एडिसन फेल हुए होंगे। आप इमेजिन करो अगर एडिसन की मां ने, जो उनकी प्राथमिक शिक्षक थी, जिसने उनको मोटिवेट किया था, उनके टीचर्स ने अगर एडिसन को डिस्करेज किया होता तो दुनिया के सामने बल्ब का आविष्कार हुआ होता है। और जब किसी ने एडिसन से पूछा कि 10,000 टाइम फेल होने के बाद आपने बल्ब का आविष्कार किया, तो एडिसन ने कहा था नहीं, 10,000 तरीकों से मैंने सीखा कि बल्ब बनाने का कोई दूसरा तरीका है। दुनिया के जितने साइंटिस्ट हुए हैं, जितने इनोवेटर्स हुए हैं, जितने क्रिएटर्स हुए हैं, जिन्होंने इस दुनिया को आसान बनाया है, वो गलतियों से ही आगे बढ़े हैं। जैक मा, अलीबाबा कंपनी के ओनर, जिनकी कंपनी दुनिया की वन ऑफ द रिचेस्ट कंपनी, बिगेस्ट कंपनी है, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 2 लाख करोड़ की कंपनी है। जैक मा जब अपनी वेबसाइट बनाना शुरू किए तो 1 नहीं, 2 नहीं, 3 नहीं, तमाम सारे बार उनको फेल्योर हुआ। मेरा कहने का मतलब यह है और मेरा निवेदन भी है, जो मैं दूसरी बात कह रहा हूं, कि बच्चों को गलतियां करने के लिए मोटिवेट करिए, एटमॉस्फेयर दीजिए। जब गिरेंगे नहीं, वो चलेंगे नहीं, तो दौड़ना भी नहीं सीखेंगे। मैं टीचर से रिक्वेस्ट ये भी करता हूं, मेरा तीसरा निवेदन है, आपकी ड्यूटी एक अच्छा इन्वायरमेंट देना है। आप बिल्कुल मत सोचिए कि आप बच्चे बना रहे हैं, आप बच्चे सेफ दे रहे हैं, नहीं। बच्चों में सब कुछ इनबिल्ट है, ऑलरेडी बच्चों में फुल कैपेसिटी है। जैसे सीड्स होता है, हम सीड का निर्माण नहीं कर सकते, हमको सिर्फ सीड्स को एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर देना होता है ग्रो करने के लिए। और अगर हमने एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर दे दिया, खाद पानी प्रकाश दे दिया, तो एक अच्छे वृक्ष के रूप में डेवलप हो जाता। आज तक क्या कोई ऐसा पैदा हुआ है जिसने सीड्स का आविष्कार किया? नहीं, वो नेचुरल है। तो बच्चे प्रकृति की देन है, नेचर ने उनको क्रिएट किया है, बना दिया है सीड्स की तरह। एक छोटे से बच्चे के अंदर अनलिमिटेड कैपेसिटी है। आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एज ए टीचर, एज ए पेरेंट, एज ए प्रिंसिपल, एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर देना। कैसा एटमॉस्फेयर? जहां बच्चे फियरफुल रहे, बच्चे फियर के साथ सीखने को बाध्य ना हो, फियरलेस रहे बच्चे। एक ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर जहां बच्चे मोटिवेटेड रहें, जहां बच्चे डिस्करेज ना किए जाएं, जहां आप उनको इनोवेशंस, क्रिएशंस करने के लिए मोटिवेट करें। आप उनको एटमॉस्फेयर कैसा देंगे? एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर जिसमें अच्छे से आप बिहेव कर रहे हो, उनको लैब्स प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो, उनको इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट कर रहे हो, उनको आप फार्मिंग से कनेक्ट कर रहे हो, रियल लाइफ सिचुएशन को झेलने के लिए तैयार कर रहे हो। हमारी और आपकी जिम्मेदारी एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर देने की है। जो स्कूल बच्चों को सीखने के लिए एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर देते हैं, जो मैनेजर्स, जो इंस्टीट्यूट्स, जो प्रबंधक, जो टीम्स एक ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर देती है जहां बच्चे जोड़ते, तोड़ते और बनाते हैं। कहते हैं ना कि जोड़ तोड़ और फिर जोड़, इसी से दुनिया बनती है। तो हमारी निवेदन है टीचर से कि बच्चों को एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर दें। और अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर क्या होता है? हमें और आपको अपने से सीखना चाहिए। जो वातावरण हम दूसरों से चाहते हैं, जो व्यवहार हम दूसरों से चाहते हैं, जो मोटिवेशन हम दूसरों से चाहते हैं, वही चीज हम बच्चों के साथ करें। अगर हमें दूसरों की बातचीत अच्छी लगती है, मोटिवेशन अच्छा लगता है, इंकरेजमेंट अच्छा लगता है, अवार्ड अच्छा लगता है, गलतियों को माफ करना अच्छा लगता है, बच्चे भी वही एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं। तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट ऑल टीचर्स एंड प्रिंसिपल से है कि हमारी जिम्मेदारी एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर क्रिएट करने की है, जिसके लिए पूरा स्कूल सेटअप होता है। एज ए टीचर हमारी जिम्मेदारी अपना एग्जाम्पल सेट करने की है। हम कहते हैं ना कि बच्चों को मूल्यवान होना चाहिए, संस्कार होना चाहिए, वैल्यू ओरिएंटेड होना चाहिए, कल्चर्ड होना चाहिए। क्या कभी हमने सोचा है कि हमारे तमाम सारे प्रयासों के बावजूद बच्चे वैल्यू एजुकेशन को क्यों नहीं अडॉप्ट कर पाते? बच्चे कल्चर्ड क्यों नहीं हो पाते? हमारी सोसाइटी में क्राइम क्यों होता है? हमारी सोसाइटी में बलात्कार क्यों होता है? हमारी सोसाइटी में करप्शन क्यों होता है? हमारी सोसाइटी में तमाम तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स क्यों होती? सैकड़ों वर्षों से हमारा एजुकेशन सेटअप यही बात कर रहा है। वैल्यू एजुकेशन आज की बात नहीं है। 1000 ईयर पहले भी, वेदों में भी, प्राचीन शिक्षा पद्धतियों में भी, गुरुकुल में भी, हर जगह वैल्यू एजुकेशन की बात रही। लेकिन क्यों नहीं अडॉप्ट हो पाता? मैं आपको फिर बताना चाहूंगा, वैल्यू एजुकेशन या वैल्यूज या संस्कार या कल्चर बच्चे तब तक अडॉप्ट नहीं करेंगे जब तक टीचर और प्रिंसिपल अपनी पर्सनालिटी वैसे रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं करेंगे। हम सब ब्लूम्स को जानते हैं। 1950s में ब्लूम्स का सेटअप आया था और पूरी दुनिया का एजुकेशन सिस्टम ब्लूम्स को फॉलो करता है। और ब्लूम्स अफेक्टिव डोमेन में कहते हैं, कॉग्निटिव डोमेन में कहते हैं कि बच्चे तब तक वैल्यूज को नहीं सीख सकते जब तक टीचर उनको रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं करेगा, जब तक पेरेंट्स उनको रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं करेगा। ऐसा संभव नहीं है कि पेरेंट्स घर में बच्चों से मिसबिहेव करें, पेरेंट्स अपने घर में लड़ाई झगड़े करें, पेरेंट्स अपने घर में झूठ बोले, पेरेंट्स अपने ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स के साथ मिसबिहेव करें, टीचर बच्चों के साथ क्रूअल तरीके से पेश आए, टीचर बच्चों को डिस्करेज डिमोटिवेट करे, टीचर बच्चों को टाइम डिवोट नहीं करे, टीचर बच्चों से अफेक्शन नहीं दे। अगर ये चीजें नहीं होंगी तो डू नॉट एक्सपेक्ट आपके और हमारे बच्चे वैल्यू ओरिएंटेड हो जाएंगे और कल्चर्ड हो जाएंगे। ये मेरी 4th रिक्वेस्ट है, 4था निवेदन है। ये जितना भी हो सके हमें इस चीज को मानना पड़ेगा। हरिश्चंद्र किसी स्कूल में नहीं पैदा होते, महात्मा गांधी किसी स्कूल में नहीं पैदा होते। उनके सामने जब तक दुनिया, देश, समाज, टीचर्स, पेरेंट्स अपना ओन एग्जाम्पल नहीं सेट करेंगे, अपनी पर्सनालिटी शो नहीं करेंगे, तब तक बच्चों में वो वैल्यूज इनकलकेट नहीं होंगे। मेरा ये 4था निवेदन है इंटायर टीचर्स फैकल्टी से, टीचिंग फ्रेटर्निटी से, कि प्लीज पॉसिबल है ये और आप कर सकते हैं। आप अपना ओन एग्जाम्पल अपने बच्चों पर सेट करें, आप अपनी डिसिप्लिन शो करें, आप टाइम पर बच्चों की क्लास अटेंड करें, आप बच्चों को मोटिवेट और इनकरेज करें, इक्वल ट्रीटमेंट बच्चों को दें। किसी एक बच्चे को अवार्ड और किसी एक बच्चे को पनिशमेंट नहीं दें। जब तक आप ये ट्रीटमेंट नहीं करेंगे, वो वैल्यूज, वो एथिक्स, वो कल्चर बच्चे नहीं सीख पाएंगे। एक अच्छा टीचर, चूंकि सेमिनार टीचर्स को लेके है और हमारे टीचर्स पार्टिसिपेट करें, एक अच्छा टीचर अपने सब्जेक्ट का मास्टर होता है, मास्टरी करता है एक टीचर। एक अच्छा टीचर लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्नर होता है। एक बार आपने बीएड कर लिया, एक बार आपने डीएलएड कर लिया, एक बार आपने ट्रेनिंग ले ली, एक बार आपने स्कूल सेटअप में इंटरव्यू दे करके जॉब ज्वाइन कर ली, इससे आप अच्छे टीचर नहीं रह सकते। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूं। आप शहर के डॉक्टर के पास इलाज कराने जाते हैं, क्या डॉक्टर वही होता है जो 20 साल पहले था? वो डॉक्टर कड़ी मेहनत करता है, लगातार प्रैक्टिस करता है, दुनिया में जो इनोवेशन हो रहे हैं मेडिसिन को लेकर के उस पर पढ़ता है, उसको रीड करता है, उसको अडॉप्ट करता है। और डॉक्टर दुनिया की तमाम सारी कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड करता है कि क्या क्या चीजें हो रही। एक अच्छा डॉक्टर एवरी डे सीखता है कि क्या चीजें मेडिसिन के क्षेत्र में हो रही हैं, क्या चीजें सर्जरी के क्षेत्र में हो रही। अगर वही डॉक्टर जो 20 साल पहले था, अगर वही डॉक्टर 20 साल पहले वाले तरीके से कार्य करेगा तो कोई भी पेशेंट, कोई भी मरीज उस डॉक्टर के पास नहीं जाएगा। वैसे ही टीचर्स होते हैं। अगर आप अपने 20 साल पुरानी कैपेबिलिटीज और स्किल के साथ ही क्लासरूम में जाएंगे तो आपकी क्लासरूम्स लर्निंग वाली क्लासरूम्स नहीं होंगी, वहां इनकलकेशन नहीं होगा, वहां टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस, वहां रोट लर्निंग होगी। तो प्लीज टीचर्स, मेरी ये 5वीं रिक्वेस्ट आप सबसे है कि आपको अपने सब्जेक्ट की मास्टरी होनी चाहिए। व्हाटएवर बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस दुनिया में जो चल रही हैं, आपको अपने को अपग्रेड करना चाहिए, अपने को ट्रेंड करना चाहिए। नॉट ओनली आईटी सेक्टर, टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस की तमाम सारी प्रैक्टिसेज होती हैं जिसको पेडागोजी कहते हैं। एक अच्छा टीचर उस पेडागोजी को अडॉप्ट करता है, सीखता है। तो टीचर को अपने सब्जेक्ट की मास्टरी लगातार स्ट्रेंथन करना चाहिए, ट्रेनिंग लेनी चाहिए, अपनी ओन कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करनी चाहिए। मेरी रिक्वेस्ट टीचर फैकल्टी से, टीचर्स फ्रेटर्निटी से है कि प्लीज आप जो हैं उससे 10 टाइम्स 100 टाइम्स बेटर करने का प्रयास करें, क्योंकि आप लर्न नहीं करेंगे, आप रिसर्च नहीं करेंगे, आप नए नए तरीके नहीं अपनाएंगे तो आपकी क्लासेस बोरिंग हो जाएंगी और रोट लर्निंग की तरह होंगी। आप क्या अगर अपनी क्लास में 40 मिनट टीच करने जाते हैं और वही तरीका अपनाते हैं जो आपने कल अपनाया था, जो आपने परसों अपनाया था, जो आपने 1 साल पहले किया था, बच्चे अडॉप्ट नहीं करेंगे। बच्चे रोट लर्निंग की तरह सीख लेंगे, रट लेंगे। क्योंकि बच्चों को नंबर लेना उनकी मजबूरी है इंडियन एजुकेशन सेटअप में, तो मार्क्स भी ले लेंगे लेकिन सीखेंगे नहीं, पर्सनालिटी डेवलप नहीं होगी उनकी, स्किल्स डेवलप नहीं होगी उनकी। तो मैं आप सबसे ये चीज जरूर कहता हूं कि जो बच्चे हमारी सिस्टम में हैं, आप जब भी क्लासरूम में जाएं तो फुल इक्विपमेंट के साथ जाएं, फुल कैपेसिटी के साथ जाएं। दुनिया में जो भी नए इनोवेशंस हो रहे हैं उनको रीड करें, अपग्रेड करें, ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन ट्रेनिंग लें, प्रिंसिपल्स आपको ट्रेंड करें, देन आप अपने क्लासरूम में उतरें और उसके बाद जो मैच होगा 40 मिनट का, फिर आप जीत करके निकलें। एक अच्छा टीचर, एक अच्छा कम्युनिकेटर होता है। मैं वो बात कह रहा हूं जो आप अपने टीचर, जो आपका सबसे प्रिय टीचर है, आप उसको याद करें। जो बेस्ट टीचर होते हैं, जो अच्छे टीचर होते हैं, उनकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल अच्छी होनी ही चाहिए। टीचर की जो बेसिक क्वालिटी है, आपकी नॉलेज थोड़ी कम होगी चल जाएगा, लेकिन कम्युनिकेशन स्किल नहीं होगी बिल्कुल नहीं चलेगा। आपका नॉलेज आउटस्टैंडिंग है एंड कम्युनिकेशन स्किल बिलो एवरेज है, आप नॉलेज ट्रांसमिट नहीं कर पाएंगे। आप एक तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्मर हैं, आप बच्चों के लिए ट्रांसफॉर्मर की भूमिका में। आपकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल जितनी स्ट्रांग और अच्छी होगी उतना ही बेटर आप ट्रांसफॉर्म कर पाएंगे, आप ट्रांसमिट कर पाएंगे। एंड कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में मैं फिर कहना चाहूंगा, ये एक तरह की पेडागोजी है। कम्युनिकेशन स्किल अगर आप एक्सपीरियंशियल पेडागोजी के साथ आएंगे, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में अगर आप स्टोरी टेलिंग लेकर के आएंगे, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में आप अगर सब्जेक्ट इंटीग्रेशन लेकर के आएंगे, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में अगर आप स्पोर्ट्स को यूज करेंगे, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में अगर आप आर्ट इंटीग्रेट करेंगे, एक विषय से दूसरे विषय को जोड़ना, एक सब्जेक्ट से आर्ट को इंटीग्रेट करना, आर्ट की पेडागोजी लेके आना, अपने टॉपिक को स्टोरी टेलिंग के माध्यम से बच्चों को बताना। कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में अगर आप क्विजेस कराएंगे, एक्टिविटीज कराएंगे, प्रोजेक्ट्स कराएंगे, फील्ड विजिट्स कराएंगे, ये ऑल थिंग्स कहीं ना कहीं कम्युनिकेशन से रिलेटेड है, पेडागोजी से रिलेटेड है। एक अच्छा टीचर मास्टर होता है कम्युनिकेशन का, स्टोरी टेलर होता है, ड्रामेटिशियन होता है, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग देने वाला होता है। एक अच्छा टीचर लर्निंग आउटकम चेक करने वाला होता है। प्लीज टीचर्स, ये मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे, और आप अपने को बुढ़ करके देखें, असेस करें, आपके प्रिंसिपल आपको असेस करें, आपकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल किस लेवल पर है। और अगर आपको लगता है तो अपने कम्युनिकेशन लेवल को बढ़ाने के तमाम सारे उपाय हैं। ऐसा नहीं कि आप इंप्रूव नहीं कर सकते, आप उसको 10 टाइम 100 टाइम्स बढ़ा सकते हैं। तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा ऑल टीचर से कि आप अपनी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स को आगे बढ़ाएं और लेकर के चलें। एक अच्छा टीचर लर्निंग आउटकम समझता है। हमारे सामने बहुत सारे ऐसे टीचर्स हैं जो साइंस पढ़ा रहे हैं, मैथ पढ़ा रहे हैं, लिटरेचर पढ़ा रहे हैं, सोशल साइंस पढ़ा रहे हैं। आपको पता होना ही चाहिए कि सोशल साइंस के जो चैप्टर आप आज क्लास में पढ़ाने जा रहे हैं उससे आउटकम क्या निकलना है। जब एक अच्छी गृहिणी किचन में खाना बनाती है तो उसको पता है कि खाने का टेस्ट बहुत अच्छा रखना है। एथलेटिक्स की मीट में, ओलंपिक्स में कोई पार्टिसिपेट करता है तो वो उसके पास आउटकम सामने रहता है कि मुझे गोल्ड मेडल लेकर के निकलना है। जब आप अपने घर से स्कूल तक निकलते हैं तो आपका पहला आउटकम होता है कि हम स्कूल तक पहुंचेंगे। जब आप 40 मिनट क्लासरूम में हैं, क्या आपको मालूम है कि लर्निंग गोल क्या है, उस चैप्टर में क्या क्या स्किल्स डेवलप करनी है। और आफ्टर 40 मिनट्स आउटकम निकला, क्या आपको आउटकम जज करना आता है। मैं ये 2 निवेदन ऑल टीचर से करना चाहूंगा। ईच एंड एवरी टीचर को अपने सब्जेक्ट का टॉपिक वाइज, चैप्टर वाइज लर्निंग गोल्स पता होना चाहिए। और आफ्टर 40 मिनट, आफ्टर 4 डेज, आफ्टर 1 ईयर आपको लर्निंग आउटकम की जांच करना, असेस करना, आकलन करना आना ही चाहिए। एक अच्छा टीचर सबसे पहले लर्निंग गोल्स को समझता है। और मैं एक सुविधा के लिए बताऊंगा कि लर्निंग गोल्स, लर्निंग आउटकम्स, लर्निंग डॉक्यूमेंट एनसीईआरटी ने अपनी वेबसाइट पर लोड कर दिया है। क्लास वाइज, चैप्टर वाइज, टॉपिक वाइज, कंटेंट वाइज। आप सिर्फ एक क्लिक करिए, अपने सब्जेक्ट को क्लिक करिए, अपने सब्जेक्ट के चैप्टर को क्लिक करिए, अपने सब्जेक्ट के टॉपिक को क्लिक करिए, आपको मालूम चल जाएगा कि नेक्स्ट 40 मिनट जो आप पढ़ाने जा रहे हैं या जा रही हैं, उसका लर्निंग गोल क्या है और उसका लर्निंग आउटकम कैसे चेक करना है। प्लीज डियर टीचर्स, मैं फिर रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जो भी आप बच्चों को 5 सब्जेक्ट्स पढ़ाने जा रहे हैं, उनके पीछे कोई ना कोई मैसेज है, कोई ना कोई हिडन मैसेज है। लिटरेचर आप इसलिए नहीं पढ़ाते कि बच्चे कविता और कहानी के अर्थ को समझ लें। लिटरेचर आप इसलिए पढ़ाते हैं कि उन कविताओं में, उन कहानियों में, उन नाटकों में, उन तमाम सारे सब्जेक्ट्स में उसके पीछे कोई ना कोई मैसेज होता है। वो कल्चर से जुड़ा है, वो लैंग्वेज से जुड़ा है, वो कम्युनिकेशन से जुड़ा है, वो सेंसिटिविटी से जुड़ा है, वो इन्वायरमेंट से जुड़ा हुआ है, वो फीलिंग से जुड़ा हुआ है, वो डे टू डे की लाइफ से जुड़ा हुआ है। सिमिलरली जब आप मैथ पढ़ाते हैं, साइंस पढ़ाते हैं, उसका ऑब्जेक्ट क्वेश्चन और आंसर में 100 नंबर लेना नहीं है। मैथ और साइंस एक साइंटिफिक टेम्पर डेवलप करता है, एक लॉजिकल थिंकिंग डेवलप करता है, एक डिबेट की परंपरा शुरू करता है। बच्चा कुछ भी स्वीकार करने के पहले प्रश्न करना सीखता है, कन्विंस होता है साइंटिफिक तरीके से। हमारे साइंस और हमारे मैथ बच्चों को अंधविश्वासों से दूर करते हैं, गलत परंपराओं से दूर करते हैं। बच्चे में वो टेम्पर डेवलप हुआ, वो एटीट्यूड डेवलप हुआ, वो बच्चों में एक तरह की कल्चर डेवलप हुई। ये आउटकम होता है। 100 में 100 तो सारे बच्चे ले लेते हैं। सिमिलरली जब आप सोशल साइंस पढ़ाते हैं बच्चों को, सामाजिक विज्ञान के, हिस्ट्री, पॉलिटिकल साइंस, ज्योग्राफी, सोशल साइंस, साइकोलॉजी, कोई भी सब्जेक्ट जब आप अपने बच्चों को टीच करते हैं, उसका मतलब ये नहीं होता कि आप उसका अर्थ बताएं, बच्चे 5 पेज लिखें और 100 में 100 मार्क्स लें। उसके पीछे कुछ ना कुछ मैसेज होता है। अगर आप पॉलिटिकल साइंस पढ़ा रहे हैं तो बच्चे देश की और दुनिया के पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम से अवेयर होते हैं। डेमोक्रेसी पढ़ करके सिर्फ डेमोक्रेसी पर ऐसे नहीं लिखें, और डेमोक्रेसी का पालन करते हैं। डेमोक्रेटिक जो वैल्यूज है उनको अडॉप्ट करते हैं बच्चे। जब आप फ्रीडम फाइटर्स को पढ़ाते हैं, फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल को अपने बच्चों को ले जाते हैं, तो फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल के प्रति एक सेंसिटिविटी डेवलप करते हैं। जो गलतियां हुई उन गलतियों को आगे नहीं करना है, ये एटीट्यूड डेवलप करते हैं। डियर टीचर्स, जो भी 5 सब्जेक्ट 6 सब्जेक्ट आप टीच करते हैं, क्लासरूम में पढ़ाते हैं, प्लीज नंबर्स बाई प्रोडक्ट है। आप उनको जीवन से कनेक्ट करिए, आप उनको एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी से कनेक्ट करिए, आप संवेदनाओं से कनेक्ट करिए, आप एक विषय को दूसरे विषयों से कनेक्ट करिए, आर्ट से कनेक्ट करिए, कल्चर से कनेक्ट करिए। पर्सनालिटी की देन फुल ग्रूमिंग होती है, देन रोट लर्निंग नहीं होती है। देखिए, जो पुराना तरीका है पढ़ाना, रटाना और नंबर लेना, 100 में 100 तब भी आएगा। IIT में तब भी बच्चे सिलेक्ट होंगे, MBBS बच्चे तब भी बनेंगे, IAS ऑफिसर्स तब भी बनेंगे। लेकिन जो आपकी कक्षाओं को रट करके, पढ़ करके निकले हुए इंजीनियर्स हैं, डॉक्टर्स हैं, ऑफिसर्स हैं, लीडर्स, अच्छे इंसान नहीं बनेंगे जब तक उन चीजों को आप रियल लाइफ से कनेक्ट नहीं करेंगे, कन्विंस नहीं करेंगे। देश को नंबरों से ज्यादा अच्छे लोगों की, अच्छे इंसानों की जरूरत है, और इससे आप भी जूझ रहे हैं और हम भी जूझ रहे हैं। आप तो उसको इंप्लीमेंट करने वाले लोग हैं। तो मेरा ये एक निवेदन है आप सबसे कि जो भी क्लासरूम में आप सब्जेक्ट टीचिंग कर रहे हैं, ऑलवेज आपके मन के पीछे कहीं ना कहीं ये भाव होना चाहिए, इमोशन होना चाहिए, सीख होनी चाहिए। व्हाट एवर जो भी हम टीचिंग कर रहे हैं थ्रू 5 सब्जेक्ट्स, उसका रियल एम कुछ और है। उसका एम है लाइफ से कनेक्ट करना, उसका एम है हमें जीवन से जोड़ना, उसका एम है एक अच्छी ह्यूमन बीइंग, एक अच्छे सिटीजन बनाना। और ये तब होगा जब आप मेहनत करेंगे और रोट लर्निंग की जगह एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग लेके आएंगे। इसीलिए ये चीजें तब होंगी जब आप एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग देंगे, बच्चों को अनुभव कराएंगे, रियल लाइफ सिचुएशन से कनेक्ट करेंगे। ये टीचर्स, आपका रोल बच्चों की लाइफ स्किल्स को भी डेवलप करना है। ये वैसे ही है, एक छोटा बच्चा पैदा होता है, अगर आप उसको न्यूट्रिशियस डाइट नहीं देंगे तो बच्चा जो है कमजोर हो जाएगा, बच्चा माल न्यूट्रिशन का शिकार हो जाएगा। कंट्री में ऐसे लाखों बच्चे होते हैं जो न्यूट्रिशियस डाइट नहीं मिलने के कारण उनके मस्तिष्क का, उनके ब्रेन का फुल डेवलपमेंट नहीं होता, ब्लाइंडनेस हो जाती है, उनकी आईज ठीक नहीं रहती, वीक हो जाती हैं, उनकी बोन्स वीक हो जाती है, मसल्स वीक हो जाती हैं, उनकी सेंसेस वीक हो जाती है। तो बच्चे अगर न्यूट्रिशियस डाइट नहीं पाएंगे तो बच्चों का फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगा, मेंटल डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगा। सिमिलरली अगर बच्चों को आप इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट नहीं करेंगे, एथिकल डेवलपमेंट नहीं करेंगे, तो बच्चों की इनर पर्सनालिटी वीक हो जाएगी। डियर टीचर्स, आपको ध्यान रखना है कि आपके क्लासरूम में आने वाले बच्चे या जिन पेरेंट्स से आप कनेक्टेड हैं, आपको ये ध्यान रखना है कि आपके देश का जो बच्चा एजुकेशन सेटअप में आ रहा है, इस धरती पर जिसने जन्म लिया, उसको न्यूट्रिशियस डाइट मिले, उसका इमोशनल एंड सोशल पूरा डेवलपमेंट हो। अदरवाइज एक बार ये बच्चे 7 साल 8 साल की उम्र में आ गए तो फिर उसके बाद बदलना मुश्किल हो जाए। हम सबको मालूम है कि बच्चे के मस्तिष्क का ऑलमोस्ट 85% डेवलपमेंट 6 to 7 ईयर की एज तक हो जाता है। बड़ी सेंसिटिव एज है ये। 1 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 8 ईयर की जो एज है वो मैक्सिमम डेवलपमेंट होता है। फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट भी होता है, मेंटल डेवलपमेंट भी होता है, एंड जो इमोशनल, एथिकल, वैल्यू बेस्ड डेवलपमेंट भी होता है। और इसके लिए हमें एग्जाम्पल सेट करना पड़ता है। ये वैसे ही है कि जैसे बच्चों में तो पूरी कैपेसिटी है, लेकिन आप एटमॉस्फेयर नहीं देंगे तो वीक हो जाएंगे। सीड्स में पूरी कैपेसिटी है, लेकिन एटमॉस्फेयर नहीं देंगे तो डेड पड़ा रहेगा। तो आपकी और पेरेंट्स की जरूरत हमेशा थी, है और रहेगी। अगर आप अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर देंगे तो अच्छे सिटीजन बनेंगे, अच्छे नागरिक बनेंगे, अच्छे डॉक्टर बनेंगे, अच्छे इंजीनियर बनेंगे। डियर टीचर्स, हमारी और आपकी जिम्मेदारी इन बच्चों में लाइफ स्किल्स को डेवलप करना है। मैं आपसे इसलिए डिस्कस कर रहा हूं क्योंकि आप ही वो टूल है जिसके थ्रू एजुकेशन सेटअप इंडिया का चेंज हो सकता है। जब तक हम टीचर सेंट्रिक नहीं होंगे, जब तक हम टीचर ओरिएंटेड नहीं होंगे, जब तक हम टीचर्स पर डिवोट नहीं करेंगे, जब तक टीचर्स पर हम एक्सपेंडिचर नहीं करेंगे, तब तक एजुकेशन सेटअप को बदलना मुमकिन, नामुमकिन ही नहीं, इम्पॉसिबल है। इसलिए टीचर्स हम आपसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, आपसे हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि प्लीज आप सेल्फ मोटिवेटेड रहें, हाईली मोटिवेटेड रहें। एक बार अगर आप टीचर्स की लाइन में आ गए हैं और आपने ज्वाइन कर लिया है, आइदर बाय चॉइस और बाय फोर्स, अगर आपने एक बार ज्वाइन कर लिया तो विथ फुल डिवोशन, विथ फुल डिवोशन अपने को एक्सप्लोर करें, अपने को इंप्लीमेंट करें और अपने को एजुकेशन के लिए डिवोट करें। मैं एक बार फिर यहां बताना चाहूंगा, लाइफ स्किल्स को डेवलप करना, लर्निंग स्किल को डेवलप करना एक मेजर चैलेंज है। और इस पर मैं 2 से 3 मिनट आपसे जरूर बात करना चाहूंगा। टीचर्स को ये पता होना चाहिए कि लाइफ स्किल्स क्या है, लर्निंग स्किल्स क्या है। बहुत सारे ऐसे टीचर्स हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसे प्रिंसिपल्स हैं जिन्हें ये पता भी नहीं और अवेयर भी नहीं है कि लाइफ स्किल्स और लर्निंग स्किल्स क्या है जिनको डेवलप करना है। मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 उसका ऑब्जेक्ट है अच्छे ह्यूमन बीइंग का निर्माण, एक अच्छे सिटीजन का निर्माण। और इसके लिए वो कॉम्पिटेंसी बेस्ड और स्किल बेस्ड एजुकेशन की बात करती है। नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कहती है कि बच्चे कॉम्पिटेंट हो रहे हैं कि नहीं ये जानना जरूरी है, नंबर लेना नहीं। बच्चे स्किल्ड हो रहे हैं कि नहीं ये जानना जरूरी है, नंबर लेना नहीं। स्किल्स कौन कौन सी हैं ये टीचर्स को समझना ही चाहिए। और अगर मैं OECD की बात करूं तो 2 मेजर कंपोनेंट OECD के डॉक्यूमेंट में है, 1 लर्निंग स्किल्स एंड 2 लाइफ स्किल्स। लर्निंग स्किल्स की अगर मैं बात करूं तो लर्निंग स्किल्स में एक मेजर स्किल का नाम आता है क्रिएटिविटी, इनोवेशंस। हमारे क्लासरूम के बच्चे क्रिएटिव और इनोवेटिव हो रहे हैं कि नहीं। लर्निंग स्किल्स में एक इंपॉर्टेंट स्किल आती है कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, एक इंपॉर्टेंट स्किल आती है क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, एक इंपॉर्टेंट स्किल आती है कोलैबोरेटिव टीम लीडरशिप। दीज आर द 4 इंपॉर्टेंट लर्निंग स्किल्स: communication skill, collaborative skill, critical thinking and creativity. These are the 4 important components. हर टीचर को यह पता ही होना चाहिए कि 40 मिनट या 4 घंटे या 4 वर्ष की क्लासरूम में उसने जो टीच किया है उन सब्जेक्ट्स के बहाने, हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, फिजिक्स के बहाने बच्चों में क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग डेवलप हुई कि नहीं, कम्युनिकेटिव स्किल डेवलप हुई कि नहीं, कोलैबोरेटिव स्किल डेवलप हुई कि नहीं, क्रिएटिविटी डेवलप हुई कि नहीं। अगर नहीं हुई तो आप अपनी पेडागोजी चेंज करिए, इमीडिएटली पढ़ाने का तरीका चेंज करिए, क्योंकि यही स्किल्स हैं जो आपके बच्चों को जीवन में आगे लेकर के जाएंगी। 100 में 100 लेने वाले बच्चे, ऐसा हो सकता है कि कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, कोलैबोरेटिव नेचर एंड कम्युनिकेटिव नेचर 0 हो, इट मे बी। और अगर ये स्किल्स नहीं है तो 100 में 100 लाने के बाद भी उस सोसाइटी के किसी काम का नहीं होगा, उस सोसाइटी में फेल होगा बच्चा, वो क्रम्बल करेगा। दैट्स वाई ये डॉक्यूमेंट और एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आप टीचर से एक्सपेक्ट करती है कि अपने क्लासरूम में कॉम्पिटेंसी बेस्ड लर्निंग देंगे, स्किल का विकास करेंगे। और कैसे होगा? उन्हीं 5 सब्जेक्ट्स के थ्रू होगा। जब आप एक्सपीरियंशियल कराएंगे, जब आप इनोवेटिव कराएंगे, जब आप क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप करेंगे, जब क्वेश्चन आयर बच्चों से पूछेंगे, जब बच्चों को एटमॉस्फियर देंगे, जब बच्चों की क्यूरियोसिटी को इनकलकेट करेंगे, इग्नाइट करेंगे, ये चारों स्किल्स ऑटोमेटिकली डेवलप हो जाएंगे। लेकिन एज ए टीचर अगर आप सिर्फ पढ़ाते हैं और आंसर देते हैं तो सबसे खराब डेवलपमेंट होगा, ये भी ध्यान रखना। प्लीज आंसर देने के पहले इग्नाइट करिए बच्चों को क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए। कुछ भी पढ़ाने के पहले पहले क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप करिए। चैप्टर स्टार्ट करने के पहले लास्ट में दिए गए क्वेश्चंस थ्रो करिए। ये पेडागोजी एक अच्छे टीचर की, कि कोई भी चैप्टर शुरू करने के पहले चैप्टर के लास्ट में दिए गए जो क्वेश्चंस हैं आप थ्रो करिए। आप बच्चों को हिंट करिए, आप बच्चों को मोटिवेट करिए आंसर देने के लिए। आफ्टर 5, 10, 15 मिनट्स आप देखेंगे कि चैप्टर को बिना पढ़ाए हुए मैक्सिमम आंसर्स बच्चे रिलेट करके दे रहे हैं। बच्चे ज्ञान को रिलेट करते हैं, पुरानी नॉलेज से रिलेट करते हैं। तो प्लीज आप ये चेक करें कि आपके क्लासरूम्स में ये स्किल्स डेवलप हो रहे हैं कि नहीं। सिमिलरली लाइफ स्किल्स आती हैं एंड OECD ने दुनिया में 21वीं शताब्दी में सस्टेन करने के लिए, 21वीं शताब्दी में सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए, 21st सेंचुरी में फुल डेवलपमेंट के लिए 5 इंपॉर्टेंट लाइफ स्किल्स बताई, जिसमें फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है, जिसमें लीडरशिप है, जिसमें इनिशिएटिव है, जिसमें सोशल स्किल्स हैं। दीज आर द 4-5 इंपॉर्टेंट लाइफ स्किल्स कि आपका बच्चा फ्लेक्सिबल है कि नहीं, दूसरों के थॉट्स को अडॉप्ट करता है कि नहीं, दूसरों के विचारों के प्रति विनयवत है कि नहीं, आपके बच्चे में लीडरशिप है कि नहीं, वो टीम को लीड कर सकता है कि नहीं, अपने थॉट को लीड कर सकता है कि नहीं, अपनी सोसाइटी को लीड कर सकता है कि नहीं, इनिशिएटिव लेता है कि नहीं आपका बच्चा, शांत रहता है, चुप बैठा है क्लास में, या अपनी तरफ से बढ़ करके इनिशिएटिव ले रहा है। आपके बच्चे में जो है प्रोडक्टिविटी है कि नहीं, वो नई चीज प्रोड्यूस कर पा रहा है कि नहीं, नया क्रिएट कर पा रहा है कि नहीं, सोशल स्किल्स, सेंसिटिविटी है कि नहीं। दीज आर द 5 इंपॉर्टेंट लाइफ स्किल्स। डियर टीचर्स, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, एक अच्छा टीचर वो होता है, एक सक्सेसफुल टीचर वो होता है, एक अच्छा प्रिंसिपल वो होता है, एक अच्छा पेडागोजिकल लीडर वो होता है जो सेटिस्फाई होता है कि उसके क्लास में, उसके सब्जेक्ट में, उसके स्कूल में, उसके कैंपस में बच्चों में लाइफ स्किल्स और लर्निंग स्किल्स डेवलप हो रही। आप एक बार रिव्यू करिए अपने बच्चों को, असेस करिए अपने बच्चों को और देखिए कि कितने बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो बिना हिचक के बात कर सकते हैं, इनिशिएट कर सकते हैं, और तरीका सबके पास है। नॉर्मली हम क्या करते हैं, कुछ बच्चों को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, हमारे एनुअल फंक्शन होते हैं, हमारी स्पोर्ट्स मीट होती है, हमारी बुक फेयर होता है, हमारे कैरियर फेयर होता है, हमारी डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज होती हैं, उसमें 2 या 4 बच्चों को हम आगे बढ़ाते हैं, कैप्टन, वाइस कैप्टन, स्पोर्ट कैप्टन, बोलने, समझने, लीड करने, अरेंज करने, कोऑर्डिनेट करने की कला हम कुछ बच्चों को सिखाते हैं। 5000 के स्कूल में इट में भी 10, 15, 20 तक ये हमारी सीमा है, लेकिन ये उचित नहीं है। हमें हर बच्चे को एटमॉस्फेयर देना है जो अपनी लाइफ स्किल और लर्निंग स्किल को फुल कैपेसिटी के साथ ग्रो कर सके। आपको एटमॉस्फेयर देना है, आपको मोटिवेट करना है और आपको हिंट करना है। डियर टीचर्स, मैं लास्ट में आपसे कहना चाहूंगा, आपको अपना अवलोकन करना भी आना चाहिए। हर टीचर को यह पता होना चाहिए कि उसकी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है और उसकी वीकनेस क्या है। कभी आपने सोचा है कि आपकी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है और आपकी वीकनेस क्या है? आप अपने कलीग से तो चाहते हैं कि आपसे प्यार करे, आपको स्नेह दे, आपको सपोर्ट करे। आप अपनी प्रिंसिपल से तो चाहते हैं कि प्रिंसिपल आपको डिसीजन मेकिंग में पार्टिसिपेट कराए। आप अपनी प्रिंसिपल से तो चाहते हैं कि कभी आप गलतियां करें तो माफ करें। क्या आप चाहेंगे कि आपकी प्रिंसिपल डिक्टेटर हो? क्या आप चाहेंगे कि आपकी प्रिंसिपल ऐसी हो जो आपको पनिश करती हो? क्या आप चाहेंगे कि एक दिन 1 मिनट लेट आने पर आपकी प्रिंसिपल आपकी सैलरी कट कर ले? क्या आप चाहेंगे कि आपकी प्रिंसिपल आपसे मिसबिहेव करे? नहीं, आप यही चाहेंगे उस प्रिंसिपल को आप सबसे ज्यादा लाइक करते होंगे जो आपसे अफेक्शनेट होगी, आपको प्यार करती होगी, आपको अपने टीम में बैठा करके डिसीजन लेती होगी, आपको मोटिवेट करती होगी, आपको ट्रेंड करती होगी, गलतियां करती होंगी तो माफ करती होगी। एक अच्छे प्रिंसिपल से जब आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं ऐसे अपनी माँ से एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, ऐसे हम अपने फादर से एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, ऐसे हम अपने बॉस से एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं। टीचर्स, जो एक्सपेक्टेशन हम दूसरों से करते हैं, क्या हम अपने बच्चों के साथ कर रहे हैं? तो प्लीज अपनी वीकनेस और अपनी स्ट्रेंथ को एक बार रिव्यू करिए। इट मे बी कि आपकी स्ट्रेंथ लव एंड अफेक्शन हो, बट इट मे बी आपकी वीकनेस कम्युनिकेशन हो। इट मे बी कि आपकी स्ट्रेंथ सोशल रिलेशंस हो, बट इट मे बी कि आपकी वीकनेस डिक्टेटरशिप हो। इट मे बी कि आपकी स्ट्रेंथ कोलैबोरेटिव नेचर की हो, लेकिन इट मे बी कि आपकी वीकनेस आइसोलेशन की हो। तो प्लीज आप अपनी स्ट्रेंथ और अपनी वीकनेस को रिव्यू करें और ये देखें ये 21st सेंचुरी स्किल्स आपके भीतर किस स्तर पे हैं। आपके अंदर कम्युनिकेशन स्किल है, आपके अंदर क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग है, आपके अंदर क्रिएटिविटी है, आप कोलैबोरेटिव हैं, आप फ्लेक्सिबल हैं, आप लीडरशिप रखती हैं, आप इनिशिएट करती हैं चीजों को, आप प्रोडक्टिव हैं, नई नई चीजें बना देती हैं, आप में सोशल स्किल्स है, सेंसिटिविटी है इन्वायरमेंट को लेकर, सोसाइटी को लेकर, गरीबों को लेकर, एनर्जी को लेकर, नेचुरल रिसोर्स को लेकर, एनिमल्स को लेकर, बर्ड्स को लेकर, नेचर को लेकर आप में है सेंसिटिविटी। डियर टीचर्स, ये रिव्यू करें कि 21st सेंचुरी स्किल्स आप में किस स्तर की हैं। सबसे पहले शुरुआत खुद से करें, और ये बहुत आसान है, ये टफ नहीं है, ये बहुत आसान है। आपको सिर्फ जिद करनी है, आपको सिर्फ सुबह उठ करके प्रतिज्ञा करनी है, हैबिट डालनी है, जिद करनी है कि आज मुझे गुस्सा नहीं करना है, आज मुझे किसी बच्चे को डिस्करेज नहीं करना है, आज मुझे आंसर नहीं देना, बच्चों को क्यूरियस बनाना है, आज मुझे टीम वर्क कराना है, आज मुझे कोलैबोरेटिव वर्किंग करनी है। आपको मॉर्निंग में उठ करके सिर्फ प्लान करना है कि आज धीरे धीरे आपकी आदतों में पड़ जाएगा। डियर टीचर्स, इस देश में, हमारे कंट्री में मोर देन करोड़ टीचर्स हैं, मोर देन 30 करोड़ स्टूडेंट्स हैं। अगर आप अपने को नहीं बदलेंगे, आप स्किल्ड नहीं होंगे, तो बच्चों तक इनकलकेशन नहीं होगा, ट्रांसमिट नहीं होगा, फिर आप ट्रांसफॉर्मर नहीं हो सकते। तो मैं एक शब्द आपको देता हूं, टीचर्स ट्रांसफॉर्मर होते हैं, और उसके लिए आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, अपनी हैबिट्स को बदलना पड़ेगा, आपको हार्ड वर्क करना पड़ेगा, ट्रेंड करना पड़ेगा, उसके लिए आपको पैशनेट होना पड़ेगा। तो डियर टीचर्स, नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का जो प्रियम्बल है, जो आमुख है, जो फर्स्ट पेज है, जिस पर ऑनरेबल कस्तूरी रंगन साहब के हस्ताक्षर हैं, उस फर्स्ट पेज को एक बार पलट करके देखिए। उसमें कहा गया है कि हमें ऐसे टीचर चाहिए जो मेहनती हों, जो पैशनेट हों, जो अपने प्रोफेशन से प्यार करते हों। ये 3 शब्द हैं, आप ध्यान से सुनिएगा। जो हार्ड वर्कर हों, मेहनती हों, जो पैशनेट हों, मतलब जुनूनी हों। जो जुनूनी व्यक्ति होता है ना, वो आसमान में भी विजय प्राप्त कर लेता है। जब तक किसी में जुनून नहीं होगा, तब तक दुनिया में आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता। सचिन तेंदुलकर में जुनून था तो क्रिकेट के भगवान कहे जाते हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी जी में जुनून था तो आज देश के प्रधानमंत्री बन सके। धीरू भाई अंबानी में एक जुनून था, एक हार्ड वर्किंग थे, तो यहां से यहां तक पहुंच सके। जैक मा में एक जुनून था कि अली बाबा कंपनी खड़ी कर सके। बिना मेहनत के, बिना जुनून के, बिना हार्ड वर्क के इस दुनिया में एक भी रुपया प्राप्त करना असंभव है। डियर टीचर्स, हमारी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का फर्स्ट पेज ये कहता है हमें ऐसे टीचर बनाने हैं, हमें सिस्टम में ऐसे टीचर कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट करना है, डेवलप करना है, एजुकेशन से जोड़ना है, जो हार्ड वर्कर हो, जो पैशनेट हो, जुनूनी हो, और जो अपने प्रोफेशन से प्यार करते, अपने प्रोफेशन से प्यार करते हो। प्लीज आप अपने को डिमोरलाइज मत करें। अगर आप टीचिंग लाइन में आ गए हैं तो बहुत कुछ छोड़ना पड़ेगा, बहुत कुछ छोड़ना पड़ेगा। महात्मा बुद्ध को जब ज्ञान हुआ था तो उन्होंने सारा राजपाट छोड़ दिया। दुनिया में कुछ प्राप्त करने के लिए बहुत कुछ छोड़ना पड़ता है। महात्मा गांधी लंदन में बैरिस्टर थे, ट्रेन की जर्नी कर रहे थे दक्षिण अफ्रीका की यात्रा में, और जब उनको उस ट्रेन की बोगी से निकाल दिया जाता है, क्योंकि वो एशियन थे, क्योंकि वो ब्राउन स्किन वाले थे, क्योंकि ये लगता था कि ये फर्स्ट क्लास की बोगी उनके लिए नहीं है। जब उनको धक्का देके निकाल दिया गया था तो एक इग्निशन स्टार्ट हुआ था और उसके बाद उन्होंने सब कुछ छोड़ दिया। और हम आपको मालूम है कि एक ऐसा समय आया जब एक वस्त्र में रहना शुरू कर दिया था गांधी जी ने। देश का फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल चल रहा था, किसी स्टेशन पर गांधी जी उतरते हैं और उन्होंने आह्वान किया था कि हमें अपने देश की बनी हुई चीजें अपनानी है, देश का खादी पहनना है, देश की चीजों को अडॉप्ट करना है, क्योंकि लाखों करोड़ों किसान हमारे मजदूर हो रहे थे, हमारे क्राफ्टमैन, हमारे बुनकर बेरोजगार हो रहे थे, भुखमरी बढ़ रही थी। उन्होंने एक अपील की थी, देश की बनी हुई चीजों को नहीं लोगे तो देश के लोग गरीब हो जाएंगे, भूखों मरने लगेंगे। तो उन्होंने अपील की थी। जब स्टेशन पर गांधी जी उतरते हैं, वहां विदेशी वस्त्रों की होली जलाई जा रही थी। तो एक किसी ने उनसे पूछा कि गांधी जी, खादी बहुत महंगा है, खादी बहुत महंगा है, हम इसको कैसे पहनेंगे? गांधी जी के शरीर का जो ऊपरी वस्त्र था उन्होंने आग के हवाले कर दिया और उस दिन से गांधी जी धोती में रहने लगे। बोले महंगा है लेकिन फिर भी अपने देश का पहनना है, भले हमें एक कपड़े में रहना पड़े, बहुत सारी चीजें छोड़नी पड़ती हैं। यहां तक पहुंचने के लिए बहुत सारी चीजें छोड़नी पड़ती हैं। अगर आप टीचर्स हैं और टीचिंग प्रोफेशन को चुना है आपने, तो सबसे पहले तो मान के चलिए कि एक नोबल प्रोफेशन है ये आपका। आप बच्चों के बीच हैं, आप आनंद के बीच हैं, आप नेचर के बीच हैं। कितने लोगों को बच्चे मिलते हैं? आपको तो 3 नहीं 300-3000 बच्चे मिलते हैं। उनके बीच रहना, खेलना, खाना, जीना और आनंद लेना। हो सकता है आपकी सैलरी 10,000 रुपए कम हो सकता है आपकी पावर थोड़ी कम हो सकता है कोई फाइल डिसीजन आप नहीं करते हो, लेकिन प्लीज एक बार अगर आपने प्रोफेशन चुन लिया, उससे प्यार करिए, उसके प्रति पैशनेट होइए, उसको सीखिए और अपने को अपग्रेड करिए। और अगर आप अपने को डिमोरलाइज फील कर रहे हैं तो प्लीज टीचर बनने का सपना छोड़ दीजिए, टीचर की जॉब छोड़ दीजिए, क्रम्बल मत करिए, क्रिप मत करिए। टीचिंग लाइन में रह करके अगर आप रोज सवेरे उठ करके यही सुनेंगे और सोचेंगे कि पैसे कम हैं, इज्जत कम है, तो प्लीज मैं यही कहूंगा कोई दूसरे प्रोफेशन में जाइए। लेकिन एक बार आपने ज्वाइन कर लिया तो पैशनेट रहिए, अपने प्रोफेशन से प्यार करिए। जब तक आप अपने प्रोफेशन से प्यार नहीं करेंगे तब तक आप अपना बेस्ट आउटपुट नहीं दे पाएंगे। डियर टीचर्स, एक बार फिर इस फोरम पर, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस पर मैं अपनी बेस्ट विशेष देता हूं, क्योंकि आपको भी किसी ने बनाया है। आपके जीवन की पहली टीचर आपकी माँ थी, आपके पिता थे, आपके फादर थे, उसके बाद स्कूल टीचर का नंबर आता है। जीवन में आपको यहां तक पहुंचाने में कुछ लोगों का योगदान रहा है, माँ बाप का और टीचर्स का। अब वो जिम्मेदारी आपकी है। जो बुरी चीजें आपके साथ हुई उसको छोड़ना है, और जो अच्छी चीजें आपके माँ बाप ने, आपके टीचर ने की हैं, वो दुनिया को देना है। यही सीखने की अंतिम सीढ़ी है। मैं आप सबसे निवेदन करता हूं कि आप उस प्रोफेशन में हैं जो देश और दुनिया का निर्माण करते हैं। हर कोई टीचर नहीं होता, हर कोई प्रधानमंत्री नहीं होता, हर कोई डॉक्टर नहीं होता, हर कोई सफाई वाला नहीं होता। हर किसी का रोल है, हर किसी का रोल है। पूरा शरीर मस्तिष्क नहीं बन सकता। आपने कभी कल्पना की है? मस्तिष्क बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है, हार्ट बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है, किडनी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होती है। आपने कभी कल्पना की है पूरा शरीर मस्तिष्क हो जाए? एक एक उंगलियों का योगदान होता है, तब जाकर के शरीर बनता है। इस समाज में टीचर भी चाहिए, डॉक्टर भी चाहिए, इंजीनियर भी चाहिए, प्रधानमंत्री भी चाहिए। डियर टीचर्स, इस जिम्मेदारी को समझें कि आप जिस प्रोफेशन में हैं, आपको उसके साथ गले लगाते हुए आगे बढ़ना है, और आप बहुत जरूरी भूमिका में हैं। आप ट्रांसफॉर्मर हैं। आप पेरेंट्स को बदलेंगे, बच्चों को बदलेंगे, समाज को बदलेंगे। आप इग्निशन वाले व्यक्ति हैं, आप चार्ज करते हैं। आप ये मान लें कि हमारी और आपकी जिम्मेदारी एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर देने की है, एक गुड एटमॉस्फेयर देने की है, तब जाकर के चीजें आगे बढ़ेंगी। इन्हीं बातों के साथ एक बार फिर गांधी जी को, जगदीश गांधी जी को, सुनीता गांधी जी को, उनके पूरे परिवार को, जो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बहुत जबरदस्त कार्य कर रहे हैं, लखनऊ ही नहीं पूरे देश और दुनिया में जिनका अपना नाम है, मैं आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आप लोग आगे बढ़ते रहें, देश को बढ़ाते रहें, शिक्षा को बढ़ाते रहें, और शिक्षकों को मोटिवेट करते रहें, चार्ज करते रहें, इग्नाइट करते रहें। इन्हीं बातों के साथ आज जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, मेरी शुभकामना आप सबको, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट।
For being with us on this morning, a very, very busy morning for you. I want to let our foreign participants and those from South India know that Sir is, the Indians would know, of course, that Sir is running as secretary of India's biggest board, examination board. And that is millions of teachers and many, many thousands of schools that he's looking after. I would like to summarize very, very quickly what he has said. Firstly, that he's talking about education in 360-degree sense, how education needs to be vastly different from what it is today. And for that, what are the steps necessary to make that happen? India has a brand new education policy, and he has made a lot of useful connections to that. He says that India needs, and education all over the world needs sweeping changes, and that education should be connected to life. I think we cannot disagree with that. We need to make at the core of it, we need to make a good human being. And he has been a strong advocate of experiential learning, of holistic development of the children. And he has made many, many pertinent points. I'll summarize just a handful of them, that we need to really work on the overall development of the child, and that it is not possible to do so without focusing on pre-primary education, because once puberty is passed, it is hard to change a child. He says the emotional and values development must be part of a child's full development of capacity. Just like a seed needs the right environment to become the best tree of its kind, similarly, children need a fantastic environment in which they can grow and develop. They all have the potential, the capacity, but because of our old and archaic systems of education, we're not able to deliver that quality. And he talked about how teacher training and teacher motivation is critical to this agenda, and that child's development is impossible without that. Either by choice or by circumstance, whether you become a teacher for any reason at all, now it is time to give full devotion to this particular profession. And he says towards the end, he was talking about, I'll bring it here, he says there's no room for mediocrity in education and in teaching, that it must be out of passion that teachers should work. And if not, they cannot give their best output. Then he talked about how the theme of the conference is the power of change and inspiring the teacher within. So he linked it very beautifully to how we as teachers can set new example before the children. So we have to shed all our worries outside of the school door, and as we walk into the portal of the school, that we should be an exemplary human being. In the morning, when we look ourselves in the mirror, prepare ourselves to go to the school, we should tell ourselves, today I'm going to be kinder to every one of my children. Today I'm going to do a far better job than I've done in the past. So here is somebody who is giving us the most amazing and most important guidance we need for today. He also highlighted the need for the 4 C's, which are embedded in the new education policy. And he talked about these as communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. So, and to that, we can add citizenship and character, and problem solving, which is part of your critical thinking skill development. So he says that, you walk into a class and, you ask questions which are at the end of a chapter, and many children can answer them. without difficulty. We need to get them to think. We need to get them to come up with their own solutions. And we need to prepare them for the 21st century with a complete development, with flexibility, initiative, literacy and social skills, emotional skills, so that they are not just becoming followers, but they can lead society and take initiative. Every child must succeed, and this can only be possible through great amount of motivation and creating the right atmosphere within the schools. So I want to thank Sir from the bottom of my heart for this fantastic start to this conference, the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable. And we promise that this will be an engaging, an amazing conference, with Sir being at the very beginning, showing us the way, guiding us to what could be a vision for such a conference and for education. I think he is a person of great capacity. Very, very quickly in his term as Secretary of the Central Board of Secondary Education, he has created sweeping changes, deep and profound changes, not just to the system and the infrastructure in which we operate in terms of the admin structure, the way the procedures are followed within the CBSE board, but also within the pedagogy. So he has led from the front, and we are most grateful that he could be our chief guest for this session and to start off and flag off this conference so very beautifully and to declare this conference open. So I really want to thank him and appreciate his every single word. Herewith, I, Sunita Gandhi, convener of this conference, would like to also welcome all of you who are present here today in this morning session, and those who will join through the 4 days of the deliberations. We have 4 2-hour sessions every single day. That's not a small agenda. And I hope many of you will have the stamina to stick through it. We will be here throughout the time, and we hope you will also. There's lots to learn, and I really honestly do a lot of these connections with people, because sitting in India, in Lucknow, I would love to learn what's going on the world over. So here's an opportunity where the world has come to Ed Leadership. We have presenters from 40 different countries. Totally, there are participants from 50 plus countries, and there are 80 plus speakers from India and overseas. I welcome them all, and I really want you also to thank you who are the participants of this conference to warmly welcome you to this conference and to be a part of it. I'm really grateful for the time you're giving. I think education needs these deliberations. Education needs these discussions. Education needs those challenging thoughts and ideas. We talk about critical thinking for our children. We need to be critically engaged as educators. So I really warmly welcome all of you, and I want to thank every single one of you who are here today. With this, I'd like to say that I've requested on the Zoom chat that people may ask their questions of Sir, and I can take probably 2 questions. So if you'd like to ask a question, please post it on the Zoom chat. Those are who are inside the Zoom. May I also point out that because we were oversubscribed on Zoom, we have made this possible for teachers and anyone who's interested in education to join us from anywhere on our Facebook account, which is facebook.com/gettylearn/live. And we hope that many of your teachers, the leaders who are in this Zoom room, will be inviting their teachers to join from that platform and watch live from that session in the comfort of their homes or wherever they are. Okay, so here is a question from Neha Mathur. Will pre-primary schools be allowed to operate class 1 and 2 as per the NEP? That's one of the questions to you, sir. Anurag Tripathi ji.
Yes, न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी सबसे ज्यादा एम्फेसिस प्री प्राइमरी पर देती है, फाउंडेशनल लर्निंग पर देती है. तो अल्टीमेटली एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का जो बेसिक थ्रस्ट ऑफ फाउंडेशनल लर्निंग पर है, अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर पर है, तो सबसे ज्यादा इंप्लीमेंट करने की जरूरत प्री प्राइमरी में और प्राइमरी क्लासेस में थी. यस, आई एग्री, एंड यू हैव टू इंप्लीमेंट न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी इन प्राइमरी एंड प्री प्राइमरी क्लासेस.
Thank you so much, sir, for throwing the light. What I wanted to ask precisely was that as pre-primary schools, will they be allowed to add class 1 and 2 pre-primary schools? Like earlier, they were counted for schools where we start from grade 1, right? But those schools who have affiliation only for pre-primary, will they be allowed to operate class 1 and 2?
Yeah. देखिए फर्स्ट सीबीएसई जो एफिलिएशन प्रोवाइड करता है दैट इज फ्रॉम 1 to 8th, 1 to 10, 1 to 12, जिसमें प्राइमरी एंड प्री प्राइमरी इंक्लूडेड होते हैं. ऑलमोस्ट 99% सीबीएसई स्कूल्स में नर्सरी क्लासेज होती हैं, अपर नर्सरी क्लासेज होती हैं एंड क्लास 1 to 12 होता है. तो आई एम सेइंग कि जो भी सीबीएसई का स्ट्रक्चर है ऑलरेडी अलाउड है, और सीबीएसई में प्री प्राइमरी, प्राइमरी, फाउंडेशनल कोर्स ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं. बेसिकली पॉलिसी थ्रस्ट देती है उन स्कूल्स पे, स्पेशली गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स पे, जहां बच्चे क्लास 1 में एडमिशन लेते हैं आफ्टर द एज ऑफ 6 ईयर. न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ये मान करके चलती है कि अगर बच्चा क्लास 1 में 6 ईयर के एज में आएगा तो बहुत सारी चीजें मिसिंग हो जाएंगी. क्यों ना हम बच्चे को 3 ईयर में कनेक्ट करें, इसलिए फाउंडेशनल लर्निंग में लेकर के आती. मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी सिर्फ सीबीएसई के लिए नहीं है, पूरे कंट्री के लिए. तो सीबीएसई में ऑलरेडी ये प्रोसेस इंप्लीमेंटेड है. अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर या ईसीई या प्री प्राइमरी ऑलरेडी सीबीएसई में है. जो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल है जहां क्लास 1 से स्टार्ट होता है फाउंडेशन, वहां भी ये ट्रांसफॉर्म होगा और वहां भी प्राइमरी और प्राइमरी के क्लासेज स्टार्ट.
Yes, sir, you are right. But the question is, like if I'm running a preschool,
right?
Classes for play school, nursery, K1, K2. But can I add even grade 1 and 2 to my preschool, sir?
Basically, you can add any class in your school with the permission of appropriate authority. Basically, you are running a pre-primary school for KG, nursery and upper KG. You can start class 1, 2, 3, but you should inform to appropriate authority, appropriate government.
Yes, sir, that we will do, sir. But my question still.
Okay. Maybe other questions, please, because I think sir has answered that twice, and he's saying yes, you can add other classes, 1 and 2 rather, to pre-primary. Now we have other questions as well, but we are running short on time, so I'll take one more question. That's all. Right? We have a person here from Afghanistan. And he's Abdul Azim. His question is, how sustainable is the new education policy of India? Sir, can you please answer that question? And then we will move on with the next part of the conference.
Yeah, new education policy is very much sustainable for India and for Indian education system. It is very much sustainable because the major component of new education policy is related to students, parents, teachers, and teaching learning process. In every education system, in every education setup, these important things vary. But in India, new education policy is very much sustainable. I am again clearing it कि for sustainable development, there are two things: sustainable development for whole country and sustainability for education setup. Both things are connected. If your question relate to sustainable development, then this is a very vast area, and education will be a very small thing in that sustainable development, because in sustainable development there will be education, there will be poverty eradication, there will be employment schemes, there will be development of natural resources, there will be many things, medical, health, everything. So for any country can sustain in a holistic way. But if you are asking this question for educational angle, then I am giving a simple answer that this education policy is very much sustainable, and this will change the education setup of India. The only question, the only challenge regarding to this policy is for their implementation. If teachers, parents, policy makers, government will come with a collaborative nature, then this policy will be implemented in true spirit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. absolutely phenomenal and so glad you're here. Please do not go away yet. If you possibly can, spare a few minutes. We have a couple of very beautiful presenters coming up. And I'd like to pass on the baton to our MC for the day, Sarita Bhaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very motivating speech. Words fail to express how humble we feel. And of course, now the time has come to officially begin the first roundtable, which will be approximately for 2 hours. The theme of this roundtable is charting the course. The chairpersons for this session would be Mary and James Pierce. I welcome you both. James and Mary Pierce have been contributing as master trainers at Getty and support material developers at Global Education since 2013. They have presented workshops for teachers, principals, and school owners and have traveled to more than 300 big and small cities of India. They have prepared curricula, instructed children in phonics, reading programs, maths, social studies, and vocational training. So just before I hand over to our esteemed speakers, the chairpersons here, a gentle reminder for the protocol of Zoom sessions. Kindly keep your videos on and of course, microphones on mute. We request you to stay throughout the session of roundtable, where you can unmute and participate when asked. Kindly make full use of the chat box while on mute to raise any question or share your thoughts. At the end of this roundtable, very important thing, there will be a feedback link which will be shared to you in the chat box itself, and by filling the feedback form, your participation to this conference is confirmed. Thank you so much, and now to Mary and James Pierce.
We're proud to be chairing this first session of the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable. So we're beginning now the first roundtable session, Charting the Course. Charting the Course is the title. Like the great explorers of the seas in olden times, we want to know what lies in uncharted territory. Our picture is not yet complete. The future of education is changing, and our mind's maps mostly show how the world has operated in the past. We don't know exactly what the future looks like, We know the ships must be soundly built and staffed with great captains. The educators of the world are the captains, and the ships are the schools of the 21st century education. Our students are the crew members, and we're sailing for new lands, new adventures. And we're getting a glimmer of what lies ahead.
We are here to explore how to make the ships as seaworthy as possible, the captains as brave, and the crew as able-bodied and excited about the risk-taking adventure ahead. May God give us insight and wisdom as we start out on this daring quest by charting our course across the seas of the future with this panel of illustrious educators. Where better can we start than with Ms. Silvani? One second. My new version of her. Thank you. I'm so glad to have you, Ms. Silvani. Mani is from the USA. She is the founding director of the Center for Peace and Global Governance, USA. Her topic today is Principled Solutions to Global Challenges in Life Mastery Coaching. Sovada Imani is an author, speaker, transformational thinker, international lawyer, and life mastery coach. Her Center for Peace and Global Governance is a virtual think tank and an online forum that pools and proposes principled solutions to pressing global challenges. Her latest book is The Alchemy of Peace: 6 Essential Shifts in Mindsets and Habits to Achieve World Peace. We welcome you all here to listen to her, and we want to remind you that you should put your comments in the chat box, and at the end of all the speakers, we shall take them up with them. So thank you. Over to Ms. Silvani.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Absolutely delighted to be here. My name is Soveda Ma'ani. I know it's not your garden variety name. I am here. The topic of my presentation tonight is actually the critical role of educators as catalysts for shifting mindsets and habits in order to achieve world peace. I'm going to start sharing my screen with you. I have a short PowerPoint presentation, and I hope you can all stay awake for this. I say that because it's after midnight here, our time in the United States. So, but I'm feeling very jazzed by everything I've heard so far. Okay, folks, humanity stands at a critical crossroads. We are facing two major threats. The first threat that we can all see is that our systems, our social systems, are unraveling with bewildering rapidity. Our economic systems, our social systems, our educational, environmental, political, all of them are unraveling. The reason for this unraveling is because we have insisted on stubbornly clinging to outworn mindsets and the behaviors that they have spawned. It is time for a major course correction. Otherwise, we can be assured of ever-increasing suffering and inching ever closer to the brink of self-destruction. As though these global crises and challenges like the pandemic and climate change and the global economic recession and institutional racism were not dire enough, we're faced with another, what I think is even a greater danger, and that is paralysis of will. This paralysis of will causes us to be indecisive when faced with crises. We dither, we procrastinate, and when we do act, it's too little, too late. We've seen examples of this again with COVID-19. I'm not going to bore you with it. You're all aware of how leaders all around the world have struggled to respond to this challenge effectively and quickly enough by providing all the equipment that's necessary, getting the vaccines distributed properly, closing borders, and so on. The same is true with climate change. Consequently, just as we need to be motivated in order to act, we are feeling lethargic and we are unable to see the options in front of us and to take vital, sustained, and effective action. When we dig deeper, we find that the root cause of this malaise and the root cause of our problems and our paralysis is this clinging to outworn mindsets. What is mindset? Mindset is, when I talk about mindset, I mean it's the lens through which we view, understand, and interpret our conditions, our circumstances, and the events around us. It is essentially made up of our thoughts. Unfortunately, our lens of mindset is distorted. It's distorted by limiting beliefs we have about who we are and what we can do. It's distorted by false assumptions about what we have done in the past and feeling as though we're enslaved to our history. And it is distorted by disempowering interpretations. We do this distortion, both as individuals, we see this happen in our individual lives, and we see this in societies as a whole, where we look at our past history, whether as individuals or societies, and we tell ourselves stories about what this means about who we are and what we can do and what our limitations are and what we can't do. These beliefs and interpretations essentially end up functioning like the operating system of a computer. You know, we use a computer and we don't think about the operating system that's working there. It runs in the background. And this is true for these mindsets and interpretations. Now, one of the consequences of these interpretations is that they trigger certain responses, in particular, 2 emotional reactions. The 2 top emotional reactions are, first of all, a feeling of helplessness. We're victims. We're victims to our circumstances. We couldn't control the pandemic. It just happened to us. It came out of left field. So we tell ourselves, we're out of control and there's nothing we can do about it. This causes us to be fearful. It causes us to feel anxious and helpless and depressed. And as a result, we avoid making decisions. We go into denial and we do too little too late. The second response we have, which is typical, is one of anger and frustration. How could this be happening to us? This is so unfair. And it leads us to be suspicious of others. Who caused the problem? We're quick to blame. We get angry and we become prone to conflict. It is the fault of the Blacks or the whites, or it's women's fault, or it's the fault of middle-aged men, or it's the fault of the Muslims or the Hindus, or some religious denomination or other. And so we just point fingers. Both of these reactions are destructive, and they lead to a paralysis of will and a propensity to conflict. Now, if we're to change this course that humanity is set on right now, this trajectory, and if we're to create in its stead a peaceful future, we have to be willing to let go of old mindsets and habits and replace them with new ones. Enter the role of all of you, educators. Educators have a crucial role as leaders. One of the famous authors and motivational speakers in the US, Jim Rohn, said this in defining what leaders do. He says, to lead others is to help them change their thoughts, beliefs, and actions for the better. Those are key words. To do this effectively, educators who are leaders, who help students change their thoughts, beliefs, and actions for the better, have to do several things. Their first job is to help their students, train them to see reality as it is and not as they would wish it to be. And having seen it as it is, to totally accept and embrace it. This means bringing to the surface and to the light of awareness old habits of thought, because these are traps that we fall into as societies when faced with crises. The second thing that educators help students do is to identify outworn habits that have been the result of these old mindsets. The third is to help them identify new and more empowering mindsets and habits to replace the old ones. The next thing that leaders and educators need to do is to help students recognize that when we identify outworn mindsets and habits, we have to take responsibility for the choices we have made in this regard in the past. No point pointing a finger of blame. Let's take responsibility. So if we find in a country that we have a leader who is unfit, instead of pointing a finger of blame at the leader, we have to look at ourselves and say, we're the ones who elected this person. We will take responsibility and we will do better the next time. Or with climate change, we take responsibility for having brought our world to the brink of disaster. And we recognize this and say, okay, we will do better now. But first we have to take responsibility rather than saying it's this country's fault or that people's fault or this corporation's fault. It is a collective responsibility. Having done that, the next thing that educators can do with children is to help them envision new possibilities. So the first step is accepting where we are and seeing with clear eyes where we are, taking responsibility. Then we have to be able to envision the future we want. If we don't like our current reality, what is the reality that we want? We need to encourage our young ones to envision, to be innovative and creative in thinking about the kind of world they want and what kind of people they want to be as global citizens. Having done that, the next thing we need to help them do is to help them recognize the power of free will choice. Where we are today is merely a snapshot of where we are in time. It is not a predictor of our future. Our past does not predict our future. We are empowered at any moment as individuals and as groups and societies to make choices that will change the trajectory of our future, our world, and tackle crises, global crises like climate change, the pandemic, the educational problems, healthcare systems effectively. You know, the 20th century famous psychiatrist Viktor Frankl spoke of the power of free will choice. He called it a spiritual freedom. And he said that it's the sign that human beings have an independence of mind. He says we may not be able to control circumstances, but we can always control our reactions to those circumstances, no matter how dire they may be. And finally, the last thing that educators as leaders do is to provide their charges with the tools that enable them to craft innovative, creative, and principled, this is a key word, principled solutions to global challenges. In doing so, we can teach them, for example, the tool of distinguishing between facts and opinions. We have seen what destruction has been wrought in our world, where people take their opinions and tout them as though they were hard established facts. And what happens when you have the clash of these various opinions, the violence and the damage that it causes to society. Another tool we can give our young ones is to teach them that before they attempt to solve any problems, small or large, in their individual or collective lives, they would do well to first identify the principles involved, achieve consensus around them with the group of people that they're seeking to find solutions with. In other words, consult, and on the basis of consultation, find consensus, and then apply those principles systematically to solving the problems. Now, I'd like to give you a brief example of how this methodology that I've laid out can be applied in action. So let's take a collective mindset that the world suffers from. Here it goes. We say globalization is to blame for all our problems. The destinies of all our nations have become too enmeshed with each other. And we've lost our independence as a country, and we need to take back control. This was what the British told themselves as they voted for Brexit. This is what people in many countries are telling themselves as we say, my country first over and above other countries. The habit that ensues from this mindset is the habit of nationalism, of isolationism, of xenophobia, and of polarization. All these very deleterious habits that are tearing our world apart. The result of this habit is that our world has become increasingly fragmented and is prone, stands at the threshold of conflict at any given moment. There are so many hotspots in the world that could easily burst into flame and lead us even into a third world war. And this is putting aside our global challenges of climate change and the pandemic and the global recession, which in and of themselves could take us out. The second big result of this old mindset and the habits that it has spawned is that we find ourselves unable to solve the greatest global challenges of our time. We're unwilling to give up our reliance on carbon dioxide, on fuel that produces CO2. We've been unable to solve the global pandemic. We're unable to solve the problem of genocide and nuclear proliferation and so on. Now, what if we were to take these old mindsets and habits and throw them out and replace them with a new mindset that I want to propose, something that we could share with the next generation? Say, yes, we acknowledge and accept that our world is interconnected in an unprecedented manner. As a result, the reality is that the world has become like a single organism. It has become one. And yes, being a single organism exposes us to systemic risks, just like the human body. Various members of the body are individual and each has a role to play, and yet we're all interconnected. What happens when you get cancer in the body, which is a systemic illness, is that it spreads throughout the body. It makes no sense for the heart to say to the lungs, I don't care if you're diseased. I'm out for heart first. I'm number one. It doesn't make sense for the liver to say to the kidneys, I don't care if you have kidney disease. I'm only interested in my health, because all of the parts of the body are intricately interconnected, and there is no escaping that fact. I want to share an analogy. This has been mentioned a couple of times tonight, and I thought it was interesting. We're clearly all on the same wavelength. An analogy given by a Singaporean diplomat called Kishore Mahbubani. He has likened our world to a ship. This is the ship analogy, but slightly different. He says, the 193 nations of the world used to be individual boats bobbing on the sea of international life. And our only objective was to make sure they didn't collide with each other. He says that is no longer the case. We have become so interconnected that we're now a single ship with 193 cabins. He says, unfortunately, while each cabin is run beautifully, think of each cabin as a nation, all the internal affairs are run beautifully. Unfortunately, the ship as a whole lacks both captain and crew. And so in times of turbulent storms, the ship is in danger of sinking. And this is exactly what humanity is experiencing today with the coronavirus pandemic. We are in danger of sinking because we have nobody at the helm. So one recognition, new mindset is that we are one, we're a single organism. A second new mindset is to understand that just as there are physical laws that govern our physical existence, like the law of gravity, which operates on us whether we like it or not, so too there are certain social laws, some may call them spiritual laws, that govern our social reality. And one of these laws is the law of the oneness of humanity. We ignore it at our peril, just as we wouldn't dream of trying to build an airplane while denying the law of gravity. And if we did so, it would be absolutely disastrous. So too, we can simply no longer afford to ignore the law of the oneness of humanity when building all our social, economic, political, educational systems. Is it any surprise that we see our systems crumbling and unraveling so rapidly? We have abjectly failed to take this important law into account. But if we train our children to recognize that this is a social law that they must take into account as they set about crafting systems for our future, then we stand a wonderful chance. The new habit that flows from these new mindsets is that we recognize that in a world that is so interconnected, where most of our problems are global in nature, that demand global collective solutions, we have to start building institutions of global governance, collective decision-making institutions that are fit to pass legislation, to finally tackle climate change, to finally tackle global pandemics and global health crises, to finally tackle the danger of nuclear warfare, nuclear proliferation, and so on. Ultimately, if we are to avoid self-destruction, we need to empower the next generation to achieve essential shifts in our collective mindsets and habits quickly and effectively. There is no time to lose. If you are interested in the comments and ideas that I've shared, I want to let you know that a new book has just come out called The Alchemy of Peace, 6 Essential Shifts in Mindsets and Habits to Achieve World Peace, that I think would be a wonderful tool for educators to use as they start this leadership class. Cover of the book is here for you, and it is available on Amazon. Feel free to get in touch with me if you'd like more information. My email address is also on this slide. I'm very grateful to you for your attention and for your patience, and I will now pass the baton back to our wonderful chair people, the Pierces. Thank you. Stop sharing here.
Wonderful comments and ideas. We're excited about thinking about mindsets and the need for the proper leadership over education and world events, and how mindsets relate to habits and that leads to results, whether we want results that we might need and those that we don't need. So thank you very much, and we'll be taking questions later on this.
Yes.
Okay. In the meantime, okay, we're going to move on for now. And so we're excited next about introducing of all wonderful people, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi of Lucknow. And he is, of course, the founder and manager of the world's largest school, City Montessori School, and recipient of the UNESCO Prize for Peace Education. Dr. Gandhi will be speaking about the modern Gurukul. He was influenced greatly by Mahatma Gandhi and Vinoba Bhave and others. The young and idealistic Dr. Jagdish Gandhi ventured in 1959 to create a new mindset through education. With just 5 children on the rolls, the no personal wealth, and the equivalent of $10 in borrowed capital, the self-motivated Dr. Jagdish Gandhi began his own personal experiments in Lucknow with education. Now, 60 years later, the world's famous largest school, City Montessori School is popularly known as CMS.
He always saw the school as a powerful vehicle to prepare minds to prevent conflicts rather than working with negotiations and top-down policy efforts alone. To do this, he gave up his own active role and successful career in politics, serving at the time as elected and popular member of the Legislative Assembly of Uttar Pradesh, the largest state of India. Today, Dr. Gandhi has no regrets. He works with the same undiminished zeal towards multiplying his mission for peace through education. In the past 60 years, he has not taken a single day off. He has slept little and has worked through every weekend and holiday. Although the journey has by no means been easy, the citizens of Lucknow have now greatly endorsed Dr. Gandhi's mission and values. And before we begin with this illustrious educator, I want to remind you, please put your comments in the chat box, your questions, so we can ask them later. Now over to you, Dr. Jagdish.
Dear friends, I just heard the speech of the wonderful speaker from America, and she very rightly said that we have to change the mindset. Education, as Abdul Bahar says, is a continuous and a creative process. Its aim is to develop the capacities latent in human nature and to coordinate their expression for the enrichment and progress of society by equipping children with material, human, and divine knowledge. Man has three realities of life. Man is a material being, man is a human being, man is a divine being. He needs a balanced education of all the three realities of life. Whereas true education releases capacities which are hidden in the nature of a man. It's a reservoir. The man has a reservoir of capacities. So true education releases those capacities which are hidden in the nature of man. Releases his capacity. True education releases capacity, develops analytical ability, confidence in oneself, willpower, and goal-setting competencies, and instills the vision that will enable him to become a self-motivated agent of social transformation. Paulo Freire, a great educationist, said, education changes the people and people change the world. And Nelson Mandela says, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. If you really want to change the world, it is only through education. You can change the mindset of the children. It is the classroom is the most important place where the change can be effected. So let us go to the classroom. Let us go to the classroom. Let us go to the classroom to change the mindset of our children. Make them global citizens. What is important today is that children should develop an attitude of globalism. India's philosophy has been always Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is my family. So we must teach our children. We must teach our children the oneness of mankind is the need of the hour. Oneness of religion and oneness of humankind is the need of the hour. So we must mention all these things, include all these things in our system of education. Education must be concerned with the affairs of the age. As we all know, the affairs of the age are disunity, lawlessness, inhumanity, brutality, violence. This is the order of the day. This is what we are witnessing everywhere. So we need to change the system of education so that the mindset of our children can be changed. Dear friends, as I said that for that, a school must be restored to its traditional role as a lighthouse of society. And teachers must be restored to their traditional role as the transmitters of morality, builders of character, and custodians of the culture. So this is what is important, that our teachers should be transmitters of morality and builders of the character and custodians of the culture. So that is what is needed. Dear friends, in the name of religion, so much of hatred is being generated all over the world. Out of ignorance, that ignorance has to be removed. There is only one God, and He is eternal, changeless. He has never changed. He is the creator of the whole of humanity. All the divine educators have come from one source. All the divine books, holy books, have come from one source. All the revealed books of God are unerring and collected wisdom that are sent by one God as required from age to age to open the mental locks of mankind and to cure the maladies of the age. And the basic purpose of all the religion is to safeguard the interest and promote the unity of the human race and to foster the spirit of love and fellowship amongst men. Dear friends, God has revealed His words progressively and cyclically over a time through a series of divine teachers, and their teachings are tailored to suit the needs of different ages and places of their appearance. A child has 3 classrooms. The primary home is the primary source of empowerment. The early education of a child, the child learns from mother and father and from the environment of the home. So that is the first, or you can say the elementary school for a child. So that is the first source of empowerment. When the child is little grown up, he goes to the school, so school becomes the secondary source of empowerment. Child also moves in the society and he learns many things from the society. So society is the third source of empowerment. All these places the child learns with 2 eyes and 2 ears. So whatever he is witnessing with the 2 eyes, whatever he is listening with the 2 ears, that goes into his psyche, or you may say that the child imbibes those feelings in his childhood, and he becomes like that, which he has learnt from the parents, from the teachers, and from the society. Whatever has gone into the mind of the child is become a part of his whole being. Dear friends, a child has 3 characters: innate character, inherited character, and acquired character. Innate character is God-given, no change can be made. Inherited character also comes from the genes of the parents and from the family genes, so nothing can be changed. It is only the acquired character which the child acquires that is very important. So therefore, the environment in the home, the environment in the school, and the environment in society must be very congenial for the child, and it should be highly educative for the child. What is the education that is needed today? Bithalo, Gita ke kamre mein, aur chai pilao. So what is the need of the hour? The need of the hour is we give our children a balanced education of all the three realities of life. Mahatma Gandhi said that if we want to teach the real peace in this world, if we want to carry on a real war against war, we shall have to begin with the children. And Victor Hugo says, there is one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come. A balanced education that of all the three realities of life, that is material, human, and divine, is the idea whose time has come. Material education, I suppose, the teaching of mathematics, science, physics, chemistry, zoology, botany, language, literature, all these subjects. Human education is also very, very important. A child should be taught how to behave in the society, how to react in the society, how to live in society, how he can become a contributing member of this society. So we must teach and make him the member as a contributing member of the society. And the third thing is that is he should become a contributing member and a contributing member to society. And the third thing is that he should become he should obey the teachings of God. So material education is important because so that he is prepared for life, for running his own life and the life of his family. And then human education makes him a good human being, a member of the society. And divine education, that is very, very important. That is spiritual education that makes him a balanced human being. A child can become balanced human being if he has given all three kinds of education. So this is the time has come. Time has come to give our children the balanced education of all the three realities of life. Schools are giving lot of material education. And the children are becoming very efficient in all their subjects, in engineering, in medical sciences, in all the fields. That is very important also. But at the same time, what is needed is to make them a good human being, a member of the society, a contributing member of the society, so that he can contribute to the society. And third thing is, the most important is that he should become a spiritual being. He should become a divine being, believing in God. God is one. Religion is one. Man is one. All the divine educators have come from one source. All the holy books have come from one source. All the revealed books of God are unerring and collected wisdom that are sent by one God as required from age to age to open the mental locks of mankind and to cure the maladies of the age. God has revealed His words progressively and cyclically over a time through a series of divine teachers, and that their teachings are tailored to suit the needs of different ages and places of their appearance. And basic teachings of all the religion is to safeguard the interest and promote the unity of the human race and to foster the spirit of love and fellowship amongst men. We must teach our children God is one, religion is one, man is one. All the teachings that have been sent by different manifestations of God, by divine educators, they all have brought these messages from one God. Because there is only one God. God of Ram, God of Krishna, God of Muhammad, God of Jesus Christ, God of Nanak. The God of all the manifestations of God is only one God. All the teachings that these manifestations of God revealed, they are the teachings which have been sent by one God. So we must respect all the religions, all the teachings. For example, 7,500 years ago, Lord Ram came and he taught us the lesson of Maryada, that is righteousness. 5,000 years ago, Lord Krishna was sent by God and he taught us the value of justice. Nyayarth apne bandhu ko dand dena dharma. And then again, 2,500 years ago, Lord Buddha came and he gave us the value of Samyak Gyan, that is, all are equal in the sight of God. No upper caste, no lower caste. 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ came and he taught us the value of love and compassion. He said, the kingdom of earth will belong to those who are kind and compassionate. 1,400 years ago, Muhammad came and he taught us the value of brotherhood. He says, एक खुदा के बंदे हैं दुनिया के इंसान, एक अल्लाह ने दुनिया को बनाया है. We are all creations of one God. We are like brothers and sisters. We must love each other. And Nanak came. He taught us the value of sacrifice. And he taught us that all the people have come from one source. Abbar Allah, Noor upaya, Kudrat ke sab bande, aur ek noor te sab jag upja, kaun bhale kaun mande. It is only one God from which we have all been born. So therefore, we must believe that we are like a family member and we should live like family. And then Baha'u'llah came 200 years ago, nearly 200. He taught us the value of unity of hearts. He said, oh my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them the great purpose. So dear friends, this is the need of the hour. Not only the material education, but human and divine education is also very much needed. And before I finish, I have come to know that Mr. Anurag Tripathi, Secretary of the CBSE Board of India, is here. So I welcome him, and I could not hear his speech, just a little part of it. The last part of it I heard, but it was very nice. So I welcome Mr. Anurag Tripathi, the Secretary of the CBSE Board, for participating in this conference. I congratulate Sunita Gandhi for organizing this wonderful conference in which many countries are participating. And many friends from abroad and from all over the world are participating. Thank you once again, everybody.
Okay, we're on. Thank you so much for your insights and wisdom. We appreciate the universal values that your school is built upon: the knowledge, wisdom, eloquent speech, and spiritual perception that every child should have. This is a wonderful heritage. No child should be left out of these things for their life. And we also appreciate that you want things to be better in the world. And so therefore you have also said that we are with one God, one family, and one world. And this is very true. And we appreciate your insights in all of this, because we are physical and intellectual and spiritual beings. So we have some questions now. Thank you for both of you. We will have to keep on schedule. So Dr. Sunita Gandhi graciously has decided to have her talk in another time. And we know we have an audience of quite a few people around the world, so this makes timelines even more important. But we wanted to ask a few questions that we have found in our chats. So one of them is about teaching. And one person asked, I thought both of you would enjoy this question, two questions actually. The best part of teaching, what is that in your mind? And the hardest part of teaching. These would be interesting general questions for both of my speakers. Can each one of you, starting with the first speaker, would you please give us your opinion on what is the best part of teaching And what is the hardest part of teaching then?
A wonderful question. I remember seeing it in the chat. So for me, the best part of teaching is sorry. Okay, I'm unmuted now. The best part of teaching for me is the ability to walk with another soul, another human being, and assist them in the journey of actualizing their potential. Because I believe that we're all put on this earth, as Dr. Gandhi said, with a preordained capacity. And our job in this lifetime is to essentially do whatever we can to fulfill that potential by exercising our free will wisely. So helping actualize human potential is the greatest part. The hardest part of teaching for me is getting the student, the person who is trying to learn and thereby to transform themselves, to overcome their own internal mindsets, often about their own capacities, overcoming negative mindsets, especially the voice of the inner critic, which is a very, very loud voice. It is a voice we see in individual human beings. We see it in our individual lives, we see it in children, and we see it in societies, where we tell ourselves, oh, you know, I am not worthy enough, I'm incapable, or we tell ourselves stories. It's the stories we tell ourselves that become our truth with a capital T, when they're actually just stories that we've told ourselves. Just like humanity today tells itself the story that, oh, well, look at our history. We've always been violent and we've always been at war with each other, and we've always been prone to hatred, and that's never going to change because it's part of who we are. It's part of human nature. Well, that's just a story we've told ourselves that has been holding us back. So it's time to break out of these stories. And that job of assisting somebody to break out of stories that hold them back can be one of the most challenging ones, especially if they're not ready to let go. I will stop.
Could you please give us your opinion on this? That was an excellent answer. The question again is, what is the best part of teaching? Jagdish, you must have a lot of insight in that over the years. And what is the hardest part of teaching?
May I ask something? May I give the answer?
Yes.
May I say something?
Is. Please go ahead. Okay.
Thank you once again for giving me opportunity. I think the best part of a teaching of a teacher is a motivator, an inspirator. He ignites the inner strength of a child. A teacher, a best teacher, always he motivate, ignite, and inspire his children. And the worst part, when he thinks that he is the best, the ego, the dictatorship, when he thinks that he is the best, that is the worst part. Maximum teachers, I think, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में इंडियन टीचर्स पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं. मैं एक छोटा सा मिथ, एक छोटी सी स्टोरी रिकॉल करूंगा टीचर्स के लिए. भारत में, हमारे देश में रामायण हम सबको मालूम है और भगवान राम की कहानी हम सबको पता है. रामचरितमानस रामायण, लॉर्ड रामा एंड सीता. स्टोरी स्टार्ट होती है जब समुद्र पार करके हनुमान जी को लंका जाना होता है और इतना विशाल समुद्र, 7 योजन जिसकी दूरी थी. उस समय जामवंत एक भूमिका में आते हैं. जामवंत हनुमान जी को याद दिलाते हैं कि तुम्हारे अंदर इतनी स्ट्रेंथ है, तुम्हारे अंदर इतनी ताकत है, तुम्हारे अंदर इतना बल है कि तुम समुद्र को पार करके लंका पहुंच सकते हो. एट दैट टाइम जामवंत का रोल एज ए टीचर था, एज ए मोटिवेटर था, एज इंस्पिरेटर था. ही वॉज इग्नाइटिंग टू हनुमान. तो एट दैट टाइम एक टीचर का रोल था और जामवंत के मोटिवेशन से, इग्निशन से, इंकरेजमेंट से हनुमान वो करके दिखाते हैं जो इम्पॉसिबल टास्क थी वो पार करके जाते हैं. ये एक मिथ हो सकता है, एक स्टोरी हो सकती है, इट मे बी कि ये काल्पनिक हो, बट ये हमें इंडिकेट करती है एक टीचर का रोल यही होता है. जब वो अपने स्टूडेंट को इग्नाइट करता है, चार्ज करता है, मोटिवेट करता है, इंकरेज करता है, वॉट एवर स्ट्रेंथ उसके अंदर है वो बच्चा मैक्सिमम आउटपुट ले सकता. आप इमेजिन करिए किसी स्पोर्ट टीचर को, इंटरनेशनल इवेंट हो रही है, लॉन टेनिस का कोर्ट चल रहा है, फुटबॉल का मैच चल रहा है, आप उसके कोच को याद करिए. वो कोच अपनी चेयर पर नहीं बैठता, वो लगातार चारों तरफ वॉक कर रहा होता और बूस्ट कर रहा होता, बूस्टअप दे रहा होता अपने स्टूडेंट को, पक अप, वेल डन, गो अहेड. तो ये एक रोल होता है टीचर का एज ए मोटिवेटर. एंड द वर्स्ट पार्ट, जब टीचर ये समझता है कि वो सबसे ज्यादा अच्छा है, वो नॉलेजेबल है और उसे कुछ भी नहीं सीखना है, ये उसकी ईगो होती है, ये उसकी डिक्टेटरशिप होती है, ये उसका सेल्फ होता है. तो फॉर मी टीचर इज ए मोटिवेटर, अ गुड टीचर इज ए मोटिवेटर. एंड जिसमें ईगो है, जिसमें अहंकार है, जिसमें डिक्टेटरशिप है, आई थिंक वो सबसे वर्स्ट टीचर की भूमिका होता है. थैंक यू. थैंक यू.
Hello, sir. Hello.
And Mr. Jagdish, would you like to comment on that? On these questions of what is the best part of teaching and the hardest part of teaching? Okay, maybe we should move on then.
Okay.
All right, we'd like to thank everyone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tripathi, for your excellent comments. Sorry. Mani. Okay, did I get it a little closer? I'm not sure, I hope.
Yep, we're getting there.
Dr. Gandhi, for your comments, for your help, for your speech. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. Everyone here did.
Yes, and thank you for your time. We know it's quite late in America, so we will now let you go to bed, some of you. And we will now be handing this over to the masters of ceremonies we have here with us. Thank you so much, everyone.
Feedback should be spontaneous and regular. The first roundtable is over, and now I request all our participants of the feedback immediately as soon as the roundtables are over. We have requested you already that the links will be given to you and forwarded to you in the chat box. You can always have access to it, and this piece of information is very vital because we also instantly, when the feedback is given to you, we see and look that we are moving towards the right direction of the talk. So the feedback link is there at the chat box. I request all our participants to click over the link and fill up the feedback form.
Yes, sir. Your video is stopped.
Once it is done, I would request now Sarita ma'am to take over for the next roundtable and give them the information about it, which would be followed after a little break.
Thank you, Ma'am Sumita. The first roundtable is done. We came across so many key terms: joyful learning, conducive atmosphere, scientific inquiry, critical thinking, balance between spiritual and material learning, and so many. This is what we are aiming at. This is the purpose of this largest virtual 13 Ed Leadership International Roundtable. Of course, more is lined up, but we have to take a break of approximately 30 minutes. And in fact, okay, so because we are already running short, so we will cut short the break. So you will have to bear with us because we have to keep up with the timeline. And 11:30 sharp, so we take a break of approximately 3 to 5 minutes. That's it. Keep logged in, and the protocol remains the same. Your video should be on and mic on mute, and the rest of the things follow. Thank you.
We need to reinvent education in the 21st century to meet the needs of the individual child, as circumstances are impressing upon us to change in many deep and profound ways, not just in the integration of technology. Disruption in education due to pandemic and formulation of the new Education Policy Framework 2020 clearly indicates that education needs a new renaissance. It is time to reimagine, restructure, and create a new paradigm. Welcome to Ed Leadership, an international roundtable for continuous change in education, the largest education synergy organized by Global Education and Training Institute, GETI, a non-profit initiative that focuses on creating an effective engagement between education leaders, founders, directors, institution heads, policymakers, educationists, and experts from across the world on global trends and innovations in education. Transforming leadership to transform education. It is time now to construct a new framework of learning environment that fosters motivated, dedicated learners and prepares them to overcome the unforeseen challenges of tomorrow in this rapidly changing 21st century socio-economic scenario. Better education, better India, better world. Ed Leadership International serves as a catalyst for enabling a broader, bolder education through encouraging the implementation of new and innovative ideas guided by vision and backed by research and evidence. Innovation in process fellowships when business as usual is not enough, when education needs major reform, when you want to be part of the process of change. Also, you have many ideas to bring about change. Fellowships and awards are one way of saying thank you. Conversations that make a meaningful impact. Educationist Dr. Sunita Gandhi, founder, Global Education and Training Institute, lead worker, Global Dream Literacy Campaign, convener, Ed Leadership, has been hosting Ed Leadership, the International Roundtable, since 2008, is now holding the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable, a virtual conference on the power of change, inspiring the teacher within.
Dear friends, I would love to welcome you to our forthcoming Ed Leadership International Roundtable, because this year, more than any, we need to rethink about education. So we need to have those discussions that make a critical difference to education as we know it. Till every child feels better, till every child does better in academics, till every child feels confident, till every child loves coming to school, we have our work cut out. And there are a lot of thought processes going on across the globe. It'll be lovely to hear what they're thinking. It'll be lovely to hear what they're doing during this pandemic and how education is being blended and being made in a vastly different way so that children succeed not just in academics, but in life. So we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to go back and have those discussions that help us create a brand new education. I look forward to your presence, and I look forward to welcoming you at the other end, the digital platform, at the next Ed Leadership International Roundtable.
Change in education is now. Yes, teachers, let us together link education better to life's purpose. We invite you to arbitrate strategies and convert our dream into reality. Register today for free online participation so as we together make better education.
So welcome back. Now we begin with the second roundtable, and the theme is a new mindset. The theme of this 13th Ed Leadership Conference is the power of change, inspiring the teacher within us. So today, let me have the privilege to introduce the chairperson for the second roundtable, Mr. Manit Jain. Mr. Manit Jain is the co-founder, Heritage Group of Schools, Champion Experiential Learning. Mr. Manit Jain is an alumnus of Harvard University and co-chair of FICCI's School Education Committee. Manit has been actively involved with HXLS in an advisory capacity on several strategic issues, including infrastructure development, talent attraction, curriculum design, teacher capability development, parent engagement, systems, processes, and standard operational procedures. He has personally championed and led several change initiatives to transform the school into an experiential learning school. He is also the co-founder of I Am a Teacher, an initiative that is developing a model for practice-based teacher education in collaboration with Boston Teacher Residency. Over to Mr. Manit Jain.
Thank you so much for having me here and for the generous introduction. If I may add, despite my experience in education and significant research specifically into the future of the world and the future of education, I'm still clueless about what the new age has in store for all of us, as many of you may be struggling to understand what exactly is happening around the world. I'm also a father of a 17-year-old boy applying for colleges and a 14-year-old girl trying to find her own identity in this constantly, rapidly changing world that also makes me a learning parent. It would be safe to say that we've been in a new age that requires a new mindset in this millennium, and the pace and scale of change we've experienced, particularly in the last 1 year, is absolutely unprecedented. On one hand, with lockdowns, we've all hopefully had more time to value and to connect with our closest ones. And on the other, we've discovered a whole new way of working and perhaps deepened our relationship with technology. This is, at least for me, and perhaps for any of you, been a period of personal reflection where we've questioned, what is important to me? What brings me joy? What is my purpose in life? Am I taking charge of my life? About personal mindful leadership, about wondering what it is that I can or I cannot, and where does my potential lie? Am I realizing that potential in working with students, with teachers, if you're teacher leaders? Are we really being able to exercise the leadership that we need to adapt to this new world? Are we being able to reach out within ourselves and within others to find their potential? And as we continue to seek answers to these questions, our incredible line of speakers today, school leaders, three of them actually, life coaches and mentors will definitely illumine some of the answers. Allow me to welcome our first speaker, Ted Neslany. Ted, I hope I have the surname pronunciation right. Ted is from Texas, America, and is the Director of Culture and Strategic Leadership at Texas Elementary Principals and Supervisors Association, White House Champion of Change, top 10 finalist for the 2018 John C. Maxwell Transformational Leadership Award, 2015 BAMI Award recipient for Elementary Principal of the Year, in 2014 the same award for Elementary Teacher of the Year, 2014 TCEA Classroom Teacher of the Year, 2013 NSBA 20 to Watch, CDE Top 40 Innovators in Education, Classroom Champions Teacher, Scholastic Principal Advisory Board. Todd has authored several books, Stories from Web, co-authored Kids Deserve It and Flipping 2.0, as well as the author of children's book Spruce and Lucy. In addition to Todd's work as a campus principal, he also travels internationally speaking and training others. Besides all of this, Todd is a strong advocate for children and truly believes that the way to their mind is through their heart. The topic he is speaking on today is You Can Lead, focusing on how to become the leader you want to be. Thank you so much, Todd, for joining us. And I know it's a really odd hour wherever you are right now. So thank you for waking up this early and looking forward to listening to you. Over to you, Todd.
Is it my turn to jump on in here now?
Come on in, Todd.
Okay, well, thank you so much for having me here today. Like you said, I am all the way over in Texas in the United States. It is midnight here right now. So it is, but I was so excited to be with all of you in India today that I wasn't even tired. Like I wasn't even needing to go to sleep because I have been looking forward to getting to share with all of you today and talk about how you can lead and kind of become that leader that you want to be. And so I wanted to share a couple of things. First of all, tell you who I am. I have been elementary teacher. I got to move straight from teacher to elementary principal, and then I was there for 5 years, and then I'm now serving in my current role as the Director of Culture and Strategic Leadership for the Texas Elementary Principal Association. And I just kind of wanted to share, for me, personally, I'm married. I have a wife. We are expecting our first 2 children in July. So my wife is pregnant with twins. And so we have that coming in July. And just like you, I have been learning how to live through a pandemic while trying to still inspire kids, work with adults, all that kind of stuff. And I've written a couple books, but what I want to talk about today is kind of how you can grow yourself into a leader. And the first thing I want to share with you is the simple fact that, when you think about the whole school that you work with, even if you don't get to see all the teachers every day, even if you don't get to see every kid every day, all of them play a role in who you are at that school. And so really thinking about, how can we grow ourselves to be leaders? Because some of you may be listening right now and thinking, I'm not a leader on my campus. I'm just a teacher. And that always really hurts my heart when I hear somebody say, I'm just a teacher. Because if you've been in education for any amount of time, you are so much more than just a teacher. You are somebody who is a counselor, who is a friend, who is the solver of all problems, who has to learn how to grade everything and respond to all the emails and the phone calls. You've got to do it all. You're more of a superhero than just a teacher. And so when you're thinking about that, you can't look at yourself as not a leader, because every day that you walk onto that campus or that you work with your students, you're leading them. You're growing them into better people. And the first thing that I want to share with you right now is that leading looks different for each one of us. It is not the same. And so what a lot of people don't know or believe about me is that I am an extreme introvert. Like, I get terrified before every presentation. It's why I'm not even tired right now, because I've been stressing out about this all day. Like, I wanted to be really good for you all. And so I've been like sweating and like getting sick to my stomach because I'm going to be speaking to you. And so I get really nervous in front of crowds. And I never thought that I could be a leader because I wasn't the loudest person in the room. I didn't always have something to say, and I got so nervous. I wasn't nervous to talk to my students, but to talk to adults, I got terrified. And I had to learn that there is no one way to lead. The loudest person in the room is not always the best leader. The one who jumps in the conversation right away isn't always the person who should be leading. And when I worked with my students, I helped them see that as well, that you can lead from behind the scenes. Maybe you're the one running the social media. Maybe you're the one doing the paperwork. Maybe you're the one doing some of the organizing where you never actually stand in front of anybody. All of that is leading. And so understanding that our personalities are different and we can't all be expected to do the same thing and be the same person all the time. It looks different for all of us, and it's okay. I love being able to work with adults and kids and help them find the leadership qualities that they did not know that existed within them, to help them believe in who they are and see the great things they bring to the table. Because what's special about each one of us is that we all bring something fantastic to our school and to our classroom. But many times we forget how great we are. We forget all the tools that we bring to the table. And so I love being able to help remind other people how fantastic each of us are. And that leads me into my second point, and that is we are all leaders. the secretary on our campus, the nurse, the librarian, the people who work in the cafeteria, whatever your role is, you're a leader on that campus. And so you really have to start thinking about every action that you do. Does it set a good example for others? Because if you want to grow into your position and begin to move forward and start doing other things, you've got to realize that people are watching you all the time. People look at you and think, well, they never smile in the hallway. Well, they've never spoken to me at all. Well, that person just looks so angry every day. And I have to remember that even my kids, if I don't get to know my students, if I don't get to know my staff, they won't give me their best because they don't know that I really care about them. And so when you're thinking about how to grow yourself as a leader, remember that everything you do matters. Remember that, saying hello to the teacher across the hall, or I know a lot of us are virtual now, so you may be thinking, I don't have a hall. Like the person across the hall is my aunt who's living with me right now. Like there's nobody else here. And so I may be thinking about like the person in the computer screen right next to you on this Zoom, whatever it may be. Know that, writing a note to them, sending a text, doing a quick FaceTime call, leaving something on their desk. Those are ways that you start building up those little leadership qualities because people are watching you, which leads me into my third point, and that is leading through service. I believe that the best, most powerful, and most memorable leaders are those who are willing to serve others. For many people, I have a faith that is very important to me. And in my faith, throughout the scriptures that I read, I know it always talks about people leading by serving others. And even if you don't celebrate a faith, there's always people that I remember when this person helped me here, or when this person did this. And so what I've tried to do as a leader is lead through service. And there's several ways that I've made that happen. Maybe it's leading in my community. We saw that there was a need in my community that a lot of families struggled with finding food. And so what we did as a school is I helped organize, we love hot dogs here in America. Like that's a normal thing to always go. It's really easy to do and really quick. And so we would find apartment complexes before the pandemic, and we would go and bring hot dogs and grill them right there in the middle of the apartment complex and invite all the families out to come and eat food for free. We used some money from our school budget to pay for it, and all the local businesses donated supplies and money to make it happen so that there was minimal cost at all. And what we found is that the families would love to come out and spend time with us and get a meal. And what it taught them was that as educators, we were showing them that we care about you more than just a name on a page, or a button a seat at school, or a grade on a paper. We care about you. Our job as educators is to love the whole child. That means the families they come with, which may mean the neighbor or the grandparent down the street, or the priest at their church, whatever it is, we care about you. And by getting out there and serving them, it wasn't just us telling them we cared, we were showing them. And then I think about service on the campus, period. I loved being able to go and just check on other people and say, how can I help? What do you need? And when somebody's having a bad day, and to be able to go to them and say, you know what, let me take your class for a little bit. Let me go and help you out with this. Can I bring some cookies tomorrow? Is there some little treat I'd love to bring you a coffee. I loved being able to cook things at home and surprise my team members and leaving little treats at their door or on their desk, or even the simplest handwritten note makes all the difference. Sticky notes are my best friend. I always have a pad of sticky notes with me at all times, and I love leaving sticky notes on doors. I love leaving them on desks, on tables, everywhere, with just little reminders. What I also want to share with you is the importance of leading by growing yourself. And that means reading. And, I run into people all the time who tell me either A, I'm not a reader, And I tell them, that's not true. Everybody's a reader. You may just not have found the book that breaks your heart. Because when you find the book that breaks your heart, that you can't put down, that's when you become hooked as a reader. And then I run into people who tell me, I don't have time to read, Todd. I'm too busy. And I remind them that you have time for what you make time for. Don't say, I don't have time. Instead, what you need to say are things like, there are other things in my life that are more important right now. Now, that's true. You always have time, though, for what you make time for. And what we found through research is that when you read books with characters who do not look or sound like you, that is the number one way to build empathy in you. And then by sharing those books with your students and having them consume them, you are now building empathy in them. Even though your students may be surrounded by people who look like them, believe the same things, think like them, they're entering a world flooded with technology where they are going to be constantly connecting with other people who are very different than them. And the better we can make them leading into that, the better their life is going to be. So there's a couple of books I want to tell you about if you need to know kind of where to get started. Now, these are elementary books. There are several of them are picture. I'm going to share 2 picture books and 2 chapter books. But I want you to hear me when I say this. If you're sitting here thinking, oh, he's going to share a picture book, I teach older students. Picture books are too little for us. You haven't done your research, because picture books are actually more beneficial for older students than they are for younger students because of the lessons you can teach through them. So one of the books I want to share with you is Solway. And Solway is written by Lupita Nyong'o, who is an Academy Award winner actress. I just put the name of the book. Oh, I'm sorry. I sent it as a direct message. I'm going to put the name of the book as well in the chat box. And so you can have the name of that book, but it's a beautiful story about a young girl with very dark black skin. And she feels so insignificant because her skin is so much darker than everybody else that she knows. And she doesn't feel pretty in her skin. And it's a gorgeous story about learning how to be happy with who you are and where you come from. Another book that I love is called A Boy Like You. There's also a sequel to it called A Girl Like You. And it is one of my favorite picture books of all time. Features boys and girls of all skin color, hair, body type, backgrounds. I love it. And it is just a beautiful story to remind boys of everything they bring to the table and to remind girls of everything they do. Another book is The Boy, I'm trying to type as I talk, The Boy at the Back of the Class. That is a chapter book about a refugee boy who starts at a new school in London. And the kids find out that he doesn't speak their language. And so they have to get to know him through an interpreter. And so, but they get to know him and figure out that he's a refugee who has been disconnected from his family. And so they bond together to try to connect him with his family. And the final book that I want to share with you is Insignificant Events in the Life of a Cactus. Now that sounds like a really crazy title, but it is a beautiful story about a young girl born with no arms and a boy with severe Tourette's who become best friends and go on this great journey. And it's a beautiful story. As I wrap this up, I want to go and review the things I talked about today. I want to give you ways that you learn that you can lead by understanding that leading looks different for every one of us, that we are all leaders in some capacity or another, that the number one way you can lead is lead through service, and that leaders read. Leaders are consuming information constantly. As I close this out, I want to tell you, thank you so much for having me here, but I want you to leave with at least this one reminder that you bring something fantastic to your school. You bring something incredible to your classroom. There is no one like you on this planet. And there are days where we are going to forget how worthy we are. We are going to forget how brilliant we are. And we are going to feel like we are not a good educator, like we are not meant for this. But those are the days that you surround yourself with people who will remind you who you are, because you deserve to be here. Those kids need people like you who show up every day. So don't tell me you're not a leader. Don't tell me that you don't have the skill set, because you do. So if you hear nothing else today, I hope it's that simple reminder that you are worthy of the title of educator.
Thank you so much, Ted, for that inspiring talk. And I couldn't agree more. A lot of us confuse authority for leadership, and really authority has nothing to do with leadership. We're all exercising leadership at all times, whether it is leading ourselves or those around us. Particularly as teachers, we're constantly leading our classrooms, if nothing else, and our own lives, of course. This is just a beautiful reminder that everything we do matters. There are constantly people looking at us, whether we like it or not. As adults, we're role models, and we would have to live up to being those role models, particularly in the space of education, leading through service, loving the whole child, the parent, the entire community they belong to, and making that love visible. That love and care, making it visible, making it palpable for others. And we all have time for what we make time for. Thank you for reminding us of that and the brilliant books that you spoke about. I'm going to come to questions when we're all together. There are so many things that I'd like to learn from you, and I'm sure the audience have a lot of questions too. So we'll now move to the next speaker of the session, Dr. Elizabeth Lucas from UK. Elizabeth is an author, inspirational speaker, youth mentor, advisor. She's been awarded honorary doctorate of philosophy in counseling by GLIBU Nigeria. She's an award-winning author, administrator, entrepreneur, bachelor's in business and management at University of Northampton, family and relationship mentor. And she's been recognized for her contributions to peace, humanity, NGOs, charities, and community, and has been awarded International Nobel Ambassador, UNRS Nigeria, the International Peace and Humanitarian Award by Abhigyan Foundation of India. And as we explore the power within in this conference, her topic today is Yes You Can, Mindset and Change. Elizabeth, over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm calling from United Kingdom, and it's 6:30, very early in the morning, but I'm so excited to be here. And I want to say thank you very much for inviting me. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Lucas Afolalu, the award-winning author of a book called Yes You Can. Yes You Can. And this book is about building deeper relationships and more money, and also be an happier you. I'm a writer, I'm an inspirational speaker, youth mentor, global advisor, entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Yes You Can International, UK. I'm happily married with mother of 2 young adults, ages 26 and 27. Protocol observed here. Greetings from United Kingdom to all honorable, distinguished guest speakers from all over the world. I'm humbled and honored to be sharing this platform with you all. Thank you. I want to say thank you also to the president and the board members of ED Leadership International for this opportunity to participate in this biggest international conference in India with total participants from 40 up to 50 countries. Wow, this is amazing, and I'm so grateful. I'm here as an inspirational speaker. Yes, I might say I'm not a teacher in terms of traditional school, but everyone is a teacher. I'm a mother of 2 grown-up children, and we can believe with me that teaching starts from when they were very, very young. So, and then when we teach our children, then they will grow up to a certain stage when they will have to be transferred and entrusted, and transfer them to a trusted teacher to impact into their life. So I'm here to inspire us about how to adapt to change. But before then, let us talk about mindset. Mindset is in 2 ways. We have fixed mindset, and then we have growth mindset. We are not going to talk much about the fixed mindset because we all know mindset fixed. It's like you do things the way you always do it, or you do things the way other people are doing it. So, but I'm going to talk about the growth mindset, the mindset that will renew every day, the mindset that you can change for a better tomorrow. Growth mindset will lead to higher achievement. Knowledge is power, so keep learning. When we are learning, we are growing up. While we are learning new things, and we are learning new skills. So in the areas of teaching or being a leader, we need to be growing our mindset every day. So I just want us to know that mindset is everything. And without renewing our mindset, it will be difficult to change. Even if we talk from morning till evening, if we are not ready to change our mindset, we are just wasting our time. Things are changing every day. You can believe with me that the way we were being taught many years ago is far, far different from the way we're being taught now. I mean, there was nothing like technology or computer during that time. But now, everyone has computer, laptop, and even during this time of pandemic when they have to do some teaching from home, you can see that everyone is on internet. Renewed mindset will lead us to adapt to change and learn new skills. In order to be effective in our teaching, we need to be renewing our mindset, and it is very important. Change mindset is lifelong learning. You cannot know it all. Like I always say, no one is perfect. I know that you always say that practice makes you perfect. But one of my mentors says, no, we need to change it around. We are not perfect. No one is perfect. So, but we can get better every day by renewing ourselves. Just like feeding ourselves. We feed ourselves with food, all kinds of food, and we are growing every day. So the way we are growing every day is also the same way that we need to grow our mindset. How do we renew our mindset? Well, it's not new to teachers, because I know most of us here, teachers. Well, I can't say I'm traditional teacher, but I'm a mother. So that qualifies me to be a teacher. But you can agree with me that every day we are preparing to teach. We are reading, we are researching, we summarize and comprehend what we've read, and then we impart it into other people's lives. That is just simple. And that is the way to renew your mindset. So it's not new to us as a teacher or as a leader to renew our mindset. We just have to start reminding ourselves that we need to constantly renewing, constantly learning, constantly observing. Because that's the way we can bring a new thing to the table. Our wisdom is the principal thing. And in all our getting, we get understanding. So when we start renewing ourselves, when we start reading, when we start observing and researching a lot, you can agree with me that for a professor to be qualified as a professor, the main thing they normally do is to research. They research a lot beyond what they're being taught in class. I remember when I was studying my business management at the University of Northampton. After all the lectures in class, we're still being told to go and study, to go and research, with new ideas. So it's not only just depend on the teachers to impact everything into our mind, but we also need to research. And that is why I call it renewing our mindset. A changed mindset will improve our performance and having better choice to change our life and help others. What you know is what you will give. What you know is what you will give. You can't give what you don't know. So that is why we need to renew our mindset so that we can share, we can impact, we can inspire and motivate others. And consistent learning is the key to success. Yes, we keep on learning. The very person that will say to himself that he doesn't want to learn is the person that should know himself. But between
आपको फोन किया था डॉक्टर ने?
That we don't know it all. We learn every day. New things come in every day. A year ago, who would have thought that there will be COVID-19? But it comes. Yes, none of us.
हम लोग ने भी इससे 2 दिन पहले बात.
But it comes, and that makes every one of us to adapt to new things, to adapt to change. So it's very important. Now, let me draw you back to teachers. Teachers play a very important role in our education system. If you think of education, you think of teachers. Teachers and education, they go hand in hand. Without teachers, there will be no education. And without education, there is no teacher. So we need teachers. Teachers are very, very unique. Let me tell you a story. When I was very young, and I did GCSE, after secondary school, I didn't do well at all. I mean, I failed completely. Math, English, geography, everything. But there is one favorite teacher. She called me aside and said to me, Elizabeth, this is not the end of the road, and this is not the end of your life. You can still make it, and you can still fulfill. And then she also told me that some people, everything will be pam, pam, pam. That means you go to secondary school, you pass your exam, you go for A-levels, you pass your exams, you go for university, you finish up, you get a job. That's one line. Then another line, you go like a snail, crawling over. But then you will reach your destiny. And that really encourages me. That's the teacher motivating me. And guess what? Few years later, at the age of 49, I passed with the second class in University of Northampton in business and management. Who knows? Who would have thought that people like me can still go to school? But after I raised my lovely children up, I determined What they say it is not possible, I'll make it possible. And that is part of my story in this book, how I made it to where I am today and where I am still going. A mindset change will improve. So let's go on. Malcolm X said, education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepared for it today. Carl Belmont stated that they may forget what you said, but they will not forget how you made them feel. Like today, after 40 years, I can still remember my teacher that spoke and transformed me, that spoke into my life and encourages me. Bill Gates stated also, technology is just a tool. In terms of getting the kids to work together and motivating them, the teacher is the most important. That means we have all the tools, like I said before, the tools we used in 20 or 40 years ago is different from what we're using now. So this ones will wide away. But then the teachers motivating us will take us another level. Teachers are our role model. Their love of children draws them to teaching. They were also inspired that the teachers that first taught them earlier on, and the way to appreciate their teacher is to take up the career of a teaching to their children. And when they reach certain age, the parents entrusted the teachers, like I said before. Teachers are creative, dedicated, passionate, caring, careful, grateful, innovative, excited, and motivated. They are assisting others to discover themselves, just like what I told you earlier on about my teacher. They add values to people. They motivate them. They bring positive to what it looks like it is negative. They bring positive to what we think it is not possible. And that is teacher for you. Sidney Hope said, everyone who remembers his own education or the technology, the teachers is the heart of the educational system. To round up my speech, I will say proper planning prevents poor performance. And we appreciate the time, the effort, and sacrifices that teachers made to prepare themselves, sometimes deny their social life, in order for us to learn new things. We appreciate their passion and their skills using to motivate the students. I just want to encourage the teachers today to continue the good work, knowing that teachers all over the world will not be forgotten and they shall be greatly rewarded. Change is needed, especially in modern and technology world. Teachers are flexible and they can adapt to change, no matter how hard it is. Know this, that it is possible, and yes, you can put education to the next level. Without change mindset, there will be no change. And without change, there will be no progress. Change will bring efficiency, fulfillment, and satisfaction. It brings glory in the end. Above all, I would like to say it is not difficult to change. It is possible to adapt to change. Let me leave this winning attitude with you today, of these with you. Dream to change. Decide to change. Determine to change. Discipline yourself for change. Be diligent to change. And above all, develop positive habits. Yes, you can change the system. Yes, you can learn a new skill. Yes, you can. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm Elizabeth Lucas Afolari. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lucas, for talking to us about the growth mindset, particularly in these times. There is no hope for anybody who's living with a fixed mindset. The constant pace of constant and really fast pace of change ensures that we have to be ahead of the times, and we have to constantly keep thinking, adapting, learning, unlearning, relearning. And again, as educators, also thank you for reminding us that a lot of the leadership that we bring to the classroom is about how we make children feel. I think we get too caught up in the mind and often forget that children are carrying away who we are. And we often say in our schools that the teacher is the curriculum. It's who you carry to that classroom every day. And talking about school leaders, again, the manner in which we are working with our educators is extremely important, and we need to get rid of old mindsets of authority or of top-down leadership, and we really need to embrace new ideas of more collaborative structures, more democratic cultures in our organization, and creating structures for collective accountability and constant learning and mentoring and coaching rather than just having the same structures that we've worked with. On that note, I'd like to move to our next speaker, Advocate Rauman Smita from Bangladesh. And Rauman is an educationist, she's a lawyer, life coach, author, global leader, and world record holder. She achieved the Global Leadership Award 2019 from Nepal, ASEAN Youth Icon 2019, Philippines Corona Warrior Award in 2020. She's the founder and president of Global Law Thinkers Society, a global multi-professional network. She's also promoting and inspiring youth organizations and young leaders to come forward and build a compassionate world. She's a practicing lawyer in the Supreme Court of Bangladesh and CEO of the law firm Law Thinkers, and first ever private free online legal advice portal, www.lawthinkers.com, to help people around the world. Rauman will be talking to us about peace and leadership. Over to you, Rauman.
Thank you so much, forgive me because this is the time of prayer, so I need a few more minutes, so the background sound we can talk after that. Can I get 2-3 minutes and then I can talk?
So,
is it okay?
Rauman, maybe what I could do is move to our next speaker, Dr. Banerjee, and then we can come back to you in a few minutes. Is that all right?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, let's do that. So, Dr. Sangamitra Banerjee, I would invite you in. She's, again, a young, lively, talented, and versatile educationist with exemplary mentoring and leadership skills. She's the principal of the Gateway International School in Chennai. Not only a wonderful administrator, but also mentor, teacher, educator, and role model for many young aspirants. Her passion towards teaching and administration has brought her many national and international awards. Listing few of them, she was honored with Young Principal of India title by IEA. She also received Outstanding School Leader Award by International Union of Educationist Fraternity. She's been awarded with 100 Effective Principals of India Award by AKS. She also has received an Academic Excellence Award by Institute of Scholars. And today, Dr. Banerjee is going to talk to us about remote learning strategies and common educational goals. Over to you, Dr. Banerjee.
Thank you so much, Mani Jainji, for the wonderful introduction of mine, and happy morning and happy time to all the elite educators here, school leaders, principals, teachers, and all aspiring teachers here. First of all, my heartiest gratitude to Dr. Sunita Gandhi, Director of Getty, for inviting me once again for 13th ED Leadership Summit, and I am indeed privileged, ma'am. I look forward to you, and I think many of young leaders like me look forward to learn more from you and your work. It really keeps us inspired. It really keeps us going. And people like me who always try to learn something new, update, upgrow, and inspire people surrounded. We look forward for your work. Thank you once again, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, ma'am, for inviting me here. It is indeed a pleasure and privilege to be a part of the elite stars who inspire and shape up the character and future of the young generation. Moving forward, today I have chosen the topic, the remote learning strategies and common education goal, because I believe that the present pandemic that we are going through has changed us completely, and we are into an era where technology has reached in and we are really changing ourselves so much. Moving ahead, briefing little about me, that I have started my career at the age of 17 when I started teaching, and then I realized that this is what gives me immense happiness when I see a smile on the face of the children who already lost hope or maybe are underprivileged or not got enlightened. From then I started teaching, and the journey has took me here. There were so many challenges offered by life that is pretty usual for all of us, but learning should not stop, and learning should not be only for our students. It should be for us. We should grow, we should learn, we should feel inspired, we should give the positive vibe to our surroundings so that we really inspire the children who look forward for us. Remote learning is something where we remotely get connected with our children. Learning never stops, teaching never stops. We do not stop inspiring our children. We do not stop getting connected to them. It is only happening through technological help, or it is happening through internet. But then now we get to see that we are in a virtual classroom every day. What keeps us going? What makes it so vibrant? It is all about ourselves becoming vibrant, reaching to our children with different strategies adopted. First and foremost, I think all of us have already adopted it. A very good and positive ambience where we create a learning wall and we give the feeling to our children that yes, you are in the classroom. For that, the teachers need to be in a well-illuminated room with a proper learning wall where the children get the vibe that they are in the classroom. You as a teacher, as an educator and a leader have to be very, very proactive so that what you are teaching reaches to the children. In the classroom, we get a grip of the children. We can draw their attention, but remotely it is pretty difficult, but not impossible. You have to be hyperactive there. You have to bring voice modulation. You have to have all teaching aids so that children are inspired and look forward for your class. End of the day, involuntarily, we are role model for so many lives. Though we want or we don't, still we are the role model and we keep inspiring them. If in the online classes, we try to dictate our mates in the room or we try to do some other job when we give them some writing work, then remember the same reflection you're going to see in the children. So make sure that your attention and your ideas are put forth in a very proper way so that you can shape up the future generation. Secondly, you have to have a proper system where the connections are not disrupted. If it is, then children are going to lose attention. Moving forward, you have to have a very cordial relationship with your children and with your parents. Trust me, I never believed to become strict because being strict, I see the same reflection in my children. If I am passionate, I feel that yes. Am I audible? I think it is interrupted somehow.
No, absolutely fine, Dr. Banerjee. We can hear you.
Please acknowledge if I am audible.
Yes, yes, you are. We can hear you very well.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Moving forward, yes. Hello. Yes. Thank you so much. Moving forward, I think that our activities and our timetables and academics, children are not getting bored with continuous online classes, because we know that the effect of the online classes and gadgets are much more in their health. So the yoga classes, the music classes, the storytelling sessions are something really inspiring for all of them. Am I audible? I think again, somehow it got interrupted.
No, you're absolutely fine.
Jane, can you please acknowledge?
Dr. Banerjee, you're absolutely fine. I think
fine. I don't know why it is getting stuck here.
Yeah, occasionally some people unmute themselves, and I would just request all of the audience to ensure that do not unmute. But we can hear you very well. Thank you so much. Please carry on.
Thank you so much. Moving forward, I was talking about the timetable for remote learning. Now in the school, when they come, there is a bell to tell them that it is your next hour. But now there is no bell. But trust me, this is the best way how you can inculcate discipline in your children. They are getting the self-reminder.
Hello, I cannot hear.
Dr. Banerjee, I think the screen is frozen right now. Just ask Zainab from the team to please look at what's happening. She might be having a connection issue. We'll wait for exactly 20 more seconds and see if she's not coming back on, then we'll probably move to the next speaker and have her do the rest of the session later on. I think these are issues that we're all still battling with. And for those of you who have joined from other parts of the world, with the incredible progress India has made in putting fiber across the nation to villages that did not even have electricity, sometimes connectivity can still be an issue in some parts of the country. So please bear with us. Okay, so I'm now going to invite Advocate Raman Smita to come in again, and we will finish the rest of the session, Dr. Banerjee's session, where she was specifically talking about things around online learning and relevant concrete tips for all of us. This is also a huge mindset shift that we need and could not have been ignored in this session. So Raman, over to you on your work in peace and leadership, your incredible work in peace and leadership. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. First, I want to thank Global Education and Training Institute and Ms. Sunita Gandhi for organizing such a beautiful program to unite all the super cool educators under one platform. And happy day to everyone, and peace be upon you all. I am Advocate Raman Smita, as I was introduced. You can call me Raman or Smita, whichever is comfortable. So I'm moving to my theories and the practical things, the way I have worked with the young people, the youth, and I actually learned from them. And I am going to share my experience today. It is not that I'm going to tell you a lot of things, rather I will share just my experience so that you also can relate to yourself and you can have some changed mind. So the first thing, I'm just giving an overview that what I'm going to talk about. The first thing I'm going to talk about is new generation education. And then the technology, you see that now we are all adopting technology so fast because of the corona, but it was supposed to happen because we are in this fourth revolutionary time. And then I'm going to tell that how to be effective educator and the communication process. So the first thing, the new generation education. This is the time that the generation is changing so fast and everything is changing so fast. And we are the educators, same time we are the learners, because learning never ends and teaching never ends as well. So the new generation education-based education, we see that there are skilled education, there are knowledge-based education. But in this generation, what we have found is that we need thought-based education, because everything changes with the thought. The situation, the world, our environment, our people, their thinking process, everything is changing. And our children or young youth or adult, whoever they are, they need to be adopted with the new things. And we need to learn it so fast. Everything, we just need it quick, quick, quick. So how actually we can bring the new things and teach our young generation that they can have a thought-based education system. So those education system can help them to think. There are too much information out there. There are many education systems out there. So our teacher, the educators, and same time the learners, they need to connect to it. And they need to understand what to pick and what not to, what is related to them, what they do not need to. There are a lot of information. So we do not want as educator or as learner to just lost in all this information. So in that case, we brought this thought-based education system that brings some results and that helps our the educators and same time the learners to be strong. Yeah, surely I'm going to telling it elaborately, but in a short I will share it. That what is thought-based education? Thought-based education is changing the mind and tell the students or the learners that how to think, because when they can think, they will find the interest to learn. It is not like the theory based. We are learning the theory, like we go to school, college, universities, and then we learn, like we have to learn it. If I learn it, then I will get some good job. It is like that. So there are also skill-based education has come. Like we learn how to operate computer, how now we are learning coding also, so that we can connect to the technology. But the thought-based education helps an individual to think widely and think deep and can connect to that person, because every person, every individual is unique. So even we are bringing all the students under one class or one platform, but they are separately unique person. So you see, even we have the same book we are reading, but the results are different. So why is so? Because we have the different thought process. Yeah, it is, okay, I got a question that you mean exchange of ideas. It is definitely exchange of ideas, sharing the thoughts, sharing the knowledge. It is not that you just show the road. Like if you know the destination, if you know the road, what we do is that we teach our children to go through that road, like we're just telling them the maps. But what if we create some learners who can create their own map? Because the same road we can go through different ways, right? So somebody can go straight or somebody can go some other way. So it is fun, and it is those things brings curiosity. So we make our learners very curious. They try to know about it. So this is called the thought-based education system. We have the books, we have the theories, we have the skills, and everything is there. But let's learn and same time let's teach such a way that we can understand how we can be the creator in a different way, our unique way. We can adopt ourselves, and same time we can create some new things, and same time we can create some fun in studying things. So this is the thought-based education we are working on. It's a huge thing. I'm just telling in a short because of the time. So the thing is that the education, why the education has come. We need some result. We want our generation become so powerful. What we have learned, we are teaching them to bring some new things. Not that the old things are not staying, right? We are moving forward. So we have to teach them, and same time we have to learn them. I really want to tell this, that we are the learners. Educators doesn't mean that we have to teach only. It is like we are learning. This is a continuous process. This process never ends. So we are learners and we are teaching the same time. So it is like we giving all the learners some identity. They understand their identity before they go for the education. So we need to connect to the learners, and so that they can dream and same time they can create. And teaching the compassion. Nowadays, you see the students, the learners, they come to the school at very early age. They do not get the family education that we used to get from our family. Everyone is busy. So in that case, the educators have the responsibility to teach them compassion. They become resilient. They can adopt things. They become stronger. I will give one short example. When we get a baby, what we do, the parents, they sometimes they love, especially Asian countries, we try to feed our children such a way that they never learn to eat. So when they grow up, it becomes very difficult to eat for them. They do not like to eat, or they do not like to make their things. They become so lazy. So the education system should not be like this, feeding the children. It should be like they learn to walk, they learn to make their own path. So teaching is about to be strong. Okay, so the teaching would be like not to make them a perfect person, but to make them strong. It is like all the time we, the educators, try to make a student a perfect person. But if it is never possible to be perfect, they are perfectly imperfect. I mean, in perfect way, they are perfect actually. Because these are the things, they're different. We are different people, and we have our uniqueness. So this is why we have to keep focus on the thing that they understand their identity. So when they will learn, or when you teach in the class, you try to figure out that how individual can find their identity, and then they get empowered, and they get fun in learning, and they understand that this learning is for themselves. It is not for their parents. It is not for the school. It is not for anybody else. Rather, the learning is for ourselves. So then they will get the interest to learn, and the educators, they can connect to them, and they become the partners in the education systems. The learner and the educator become the partners, not like somebody is on authority and somebody is like slave teaching like that. So we become the partner, the educator and the learner. So these things we should keep in mind when we connect to the learners. And then I'm coming to the next part is technology. Nowadays you are seeing that technology is everywhere, but what if the technology fails? So that means that we have to adopt both things, the physical school and same time the technology. So we named it floating education system. So nowadays, when we are teaching our students online through Zoom or any other media, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that only this process we are going to adopt. So it is a floating system. It is like when there is not rainy season, the dry season, it is on the ground, and when it is the rainy season, we can float. So that is why we called it floating education. So when we teach online, so we make sure that when they come to the school, because there will be a huge gap, because 1 year, 2 years, it is going 2 years for the corona, and they are studying online. So it will be again very difficult for them to adopt when they come to the school. So we have to make sure the education system is floating based. They should connect that there would be physical classes very soon. So they do not feel uncomfortable, or they should not take long time to adopt again with the school system. So when we as educator, we teach, we connect to them, communicate with them, and create the education system not only over the online, but try to ensure and put the things in their mind that we are going to the school very soon. So we have to give them the hope, and so that they can balance between the online technological system and the physical school system. And then I'm going to tell that how to be effective educators. Effective, as an educator, we need to be very effective. Like, we should bring the results. If we teach something, but the student is not learning from that, then it doesn't make any sense. We go to the class and we teach them something, and they go out, there is no result. And even you will not find any interest or fun in that, because when we are teaching somebody, we also need to enjoy that. So in that case, we have to be very, we have to learn communication in different ways, because, you know, the new generation, they have different mindset. In born, they are getting different mindset. So we have to think that we are dealing more intelligent people. If I am I am teaching now, and I am teaching somebody from the new generation. So there is the huge new generation gap, and the new generation are adopting technology so fast, but the educators are not that much effective to learn things so fast. So in that case, we, the educators, also need some training on how to communicate, and how to connect to the technology, and how we can be so natural. Like, it is not that that moody thing that I am the teacher, I am the boss, not the bossy teacher. Rather, a very friendly, but same time there should be the boundaries between the respect boundaries. So we have to understand this kind of communication, that a student and a teacher, a relationship and the communication should be like respective, potential, partnership, and friendship. So this is what we the educators can work on and be a very effective educator. And the last thing I want to say, that be the learner before teaching. Be a resilient teacher. As an educator, we have to be resilient with the present situation, and the future is not easy. Future is very difficult. So let's all together teach our generation to be strong, not to be perfect, rather be strong. They can dream, they can create the dream. We help them, we support them, and at the same time we collaborate with many other institutes. So we also can increase our thoughts, increase our knowledge, and also try to adopt the new things. And thank you so much for listening me, and hope that we all can make a beautiful world together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Raman, for your wonderful insights. I really liked the idea of not trying to make our children perfect, and all too often as parents, as educators, we make that mistake. We perhaps do not do such a good job of understanding their own identity, their own swabhav, and possibly what we want to do is to help them become who they are and not who we want them to become. I totally agree. All too often, again, as parents and educators, particularly in the privileged environment in the country, in many other countries right now, we overprotect, we actually can sometimes disempower them, make them too dependent, because we're not working on actually empowering them. Also your ideas on looking at learning and education as an end in itself, so that children find intrinsic value in it, not simply a means to an end, not simply to get somewhere, but to actually build a positive and authentic relationship with learning, where they engage with learning for their own sake. And also about relationships between students and teachers and how that mindset needs to evolve. Thank you so much for your thoughts. I'll now move to Dr. Banerjee again to finish what she was talking about. Over to you, Dr. Banerjee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. And thank you to you for bringing me once again on the forum. I got disconnected because of the internet issue. And I was really waiting to share my thoughts and to learn more from this roundtable conference. Because we as a leader, I think Ms. Roman was very true that we as a leader have to continuously learn and be the role model for many students and our associates who exchange knowledge and enhance our knowledge tank. I truly agree that we have to come down to the level of the students to understand and not to impose on them. Let them be independent. As Mr. Jain was saying, let them be independent. And I truly agree to it. I was talking about the remote learning strategies. I think by now we all have already started teaching online, and it's been almost 11 months we are into this pandemic, and we are bridging the gap pretty good. I remember last year I was trying to conduct so many capacity building programs for my teachers so that they get aligned with technology and share the same platform. But trust me, it took almost 1.5 year time for me to actually bring them and make them understand that technology and AI is what we are looking forward for the future. But the pandemic has done a smooth job. It has made it so easy that the teachers or the educators or the parents, they automatically have started adopting technology, and it has just become a cakewalk for them now. There were so many teachers who were abruptly saying that, no, we don't need technology when children are really coming to the school and we are teaching them there in chalk and talk method. But then now they understand, and soon after the pandemic, we started the online classes. Ever since we started, I think the journey was not very smooth. We took so many trial and error methods, and finally we understood where the children finds their comfort and how we have to be approachable to them so that the classes are really interesting. One thing I understand, that if a child waits for your class, then definitely your class is something really happening. Subjects anybody can teach, but being a role model and shaping the character, making them true human being is what is the actual role of the teacher, and that is what the common education goals speak all about. I think apart from the subjects, whatever we teach in the online classes, there should be one fine day, maybe a Saturday or a Friday, where we should conduct awareness programs right from grade 3 onwards, so that children are much aware about their surroundings. And online classes have made it very, very easy because we can bring in so many resource persons across the countries, across the world, and they can come and share their insights. We can bring true leaders for our children to get inspired, where they can speak about their journey, their character, their passion, and how they have built their life and become so successful, not only in terms of the prestigious positions, but successful in life, in drawing peace and becoming so calm and polite and adapt all the abilities of becoming a true human being. Awareness programs are must for remote learning strategies. That is what I have seen in past 11 months of the journey. We have brought in so many educationists, so many players, so many people, those who have excelled in art, in painting, in music, and in so many different dimensions in photography, so that children get inspired that only engineering or medicine or research work is not the future, but they have to actually go forward so that they can cultivate the passion in themselves and follow the passion. If they truly follow the passion, they will become successful in every means one day. And who is going to show light to them? It is we, the teachers, the educators. For that, we have to remember, if we are here today in this forum, if we are here as a teacher, as a leader, trust me, it is only because we are passionate about it. Teaching forum and teaching job is something without passion we cannot be. We are actually getting connected to the raw souls. We are actually getting connected to the tender hearts, and we think about them, how we can shape them up. The curriculum definitely gives them knowledge, enhances their knowledge tank, but who will inculcate passion of education in them? It is we. For that, we have to upgrade, update, and really explore so that we can reach them. Moving forward, remote learning strategies, I have taken one more strategy and have implemented it. Do you know what? It is the iConnect session. I have named it as iConnect session, where I insist my teachers to, if they are a class teacher, they will call each and every child, maybe monthly twice, and get connected, speak to the child whether the child is comfortable with the classes, going through any health ailments, problems at home through the because of the gadgets, or are they not able to really concentrate and are struggling? I really look forward for the feedback from the children. You know, when a class teacher calls and speaks to the child feels comfortable. The child feels that I am back to school and I get my class teacher, my subject teachers. So though it is an extra effort taken by all the teachers, let it be language teacher or class teacher, but I feel if you have 20 children in your class, one day, one call you can definitely make to make your child, make your student feel comfortable. And learning happens then. They start to become passionate about everything around. They start learning to become compassionate about their friends, about their relatives. They do call and find out how are they. It is also a part of learning, where we are living in the society, we are growing the society in such a way that compassion exists. Passion for the future dreams exist, and learning happens by then. We have also started Let's Learn session. Let's Learn session is something where we talk about the current affairs. It is not related to only geography or history or mathematics or science or languages. It talks about everything. The teacher brings one topic per week and everyone have to share that. So when they start sharing, knowledge enhancement happens. They actually understand that every week I have to increase my knowledge tank. That is where learning happens. Learning is not confined inside the books. Learning is not confined inside the online classrooms or offline worksheets. It happens every time when we ignite the passion for learning in the children. I hold a book and I say that, children, this is the book I am reading this week. Will you try to join me? Trust me, by Saturday, when I have a session with a bunch of students, they try to cross question. They try to ask, ma'am, what was about that? So when I really feel good that, yes, learning is happening. So apart from only subject-wise teaching, dear leaders, let's concentrate on something extra, which will shape up their character, which will inculcate and ignite the passion for learning in them. I believe learning happens by them. When we start talking about the common education goals, I think ever since we started, the education goals remained the same. It has only got restructured because of the different challenges and demands of the era. I think all of you would agree that common education goal, what does it expect? When a child comes to school, what is the expectation of the parents and what is the expectation of the teacher and the society from the child? To become a good human being, where 7 C's again come here. 7 C's. What are those? Let me brief you about it. It starts with collaboration, coexistence. We talk about community engagement. We talk about co-creation. We talk about cooperation, confidence, and finally, we talk about consistency, which is very, very important. These are something over the years we try to inculcate in children. 7 C's. Once again, it starts with collaboration, teamwork, cooperation, consistency, confidence, communication engagement, co-creation, and coexistence. So this is very, very important. And every subject over the years, the curriculum, how it has developed, it speaks about these If I show respect to my students, trust me, the student is automatically learning to show respect to the surroundings, to nature, to people, to things, to whatever coming towards him or her. Also, when we start listening, I see most of the times, even as a parent or as a teacher, we lose temper and we start shouting, not listening or not giving to a listening ear to the child. Do you think the child is really getting a good example from us? No. Be a good listener so that the child starts listening in future as well. Moving forward, when we talk about confidence, so if at times in the family we sit together and we discuss, the child comes and says, Appa, I want to share something. No, you are a child, please not now. Why? The child should be independent to share the information in the family, and it starts right from there. Even in the school, it happens. So we should give room to the child so that the child is confident enough to share his or her opinion. The child starts thinking. Critical thinking happens then. Critical thinking cannot be done only on pen and paper. Critical thinking cannot be done only customizing the syllabus. It happens every day. And we as educators should take it up so that critical thinking happens when we offer the platter of problems to the children and expect a fair solution from them. So we are moving forward with so many common education goals. And I believe that moving forward, we have to have the passion and zeal so that children do draw the same from us and learn to live the life passionately. We are running short of time today. I think any questions from your side, I would love to share. And I would love to give a fair solution. Try to learn from all of you. So request you to put down your questions in the chat box. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you, Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am, Dr. Bharti Gandhi ma'am, for having me here. Thank you, Mr. Mani Jain sir, so that you have coordinated well in this program. I was getting disconnected so many times. Thank you, all the listeners. Do continue inspiring lives of the children and see how we reshape the future for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee. Wonderful to see your enthusiasm and passion, and some wonderful tips, some concrete ideas, the iConnect sessions, the Let's Learn sessions, the concept of the 7 C's, starting with collaboration, emphasizing the relationship that teachers have with children, again, reinforcing some of the ideas about learning. Thank you so much for your brilliant insights. And now we have somebody who does not need an introduction, the organizer, the host of the event, the person who's brought us all together, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, the Educationist of the Year 2014, a huge visionary of education in Uttar Pradesh, not just in Uttar Pradesh, the whole of the country, part of the founder of the Council for Global Education USA, Global Education and Training Institute, and Devi Sansthan, Dignity Education Vision International India. She's also the founder of Education Society of Iceland. Her efforts in education have expanded a vast range from the bottom upward grassroots level in Indian slums and villages through her NGO to top-down policy work with the World Bank in Washington, D.C., where she was selected as a young professional and completed a 10-year tenure as an economist. Sunita ji has also established her own school, starting with her first school at the age of 14. She has established Iceland's first 2 charter schools, an experimental school in Czech Republic, and 19 schools in India. She's traveled to and studied education systems in 39 countries, has spoken to at several conferences, including the popular BET. Dr. Gandhi was also invited to Finland as the keynote speaker at the largest gathering of their educators by the Finnish National Board of Education. At a personal level, through my many interactions with her, it is amazing to see her zeal to educate everybody, to give opportunities, and what she has been able to do over the years for countless children is a gift to this country, is a gift to the world. Over to you, Dr. Gandhi. You need to unmute, Dr. Gandhi, you need to unmute, please.
With you in this virtual context, and lovely to see you again. I'm obviously very, very delighted with the session you've been hosting. Ted Neslerne, which, I mean, he's so enthusiastic. He oozes love and concern and care and happiness. Then we heard from Advocate Raman Smitha just a few minutes ago, before Dr. Sanghamitra in 2 parts, and Sanghamitra is on fire, no doubt about it. We also heard from fantastic Dr. Elizabeth Lucas, who's been doing such amazing work and written so many amazing books and is an awardee. So, sharing a panel with you all is absolutely a pleasure. I want to say that I could not speak in the previous one I was supposed to speak in. So thank you for allowing me to speak in your panel. Basically, I have been given the topic of a new paradigm. What does it mean to create a new paradigm in education? Education as we know it is a very complex issue. And, there are no easy answers. So, any one of us that claims to know it, and be able to address education toto is probably living in cuckoo's land. Yeah, so I wanted to say that maybe I should go on this web rather than on the screen, please, yeah? Okay, is my Zoom camera be better, yes. Is it okay if I'm on the Zoom camera, please, guys? Yeah. The microphone. Oh, it's okay. Mic will be on. This mic will be on. And this mic will be on, it's okay. All right. Okay, so can you still hear me? There's some technical issue we're trying to face. As we've discussed, Sanghamitra is getting disconnected and, lots of technological issues that confront us. I'm able to see you much more easily because I'm not having to look up where the screen is. So that's why I requested this change. So basically, I would like to say that education obviously needs a huge reform. And we can be agreeing to this on grounds that all our children are not succeeding as they could and should. Perhaps we have not questioned the premise on which education is based and has been forever and ever. We clearly need to go back to the drawing board and create a new mold into which we can all agree are the right molds for education. So what does paradigm shift mean? I mean, it's different from incremental change. Incremental change would be about, doing things better. Each time we look at, a flower vase, we kind of fix it in a better way. When we pass from this direction, from that direction, we keep fixing it. Or it's a building which is crumbling down, and we keep putting more cement on it. We keep fixing the windows. We keep doing things TLC on it. But in essence, we're not creating a new building. I think time now is building, because old education is like an injection with an expired date. Obviously, we would not want to give this old injection to the next generation. This old injection to a person who's getting in the 21st century, getting an education, because at best this old injection has an uncertain outcome. We get lucky, not just because of school, but because the parents are doing their job sometimes better. So is it because of the parents, or is it because of the school that the children are doing better? When we say so many children in IIT, so many children doing so well abroad, so many now on the new government in the US who are playing a lead role. So yes, we are capable. We are capable as human beings to be in the highest positions. And certainly, delighted at the situations that are emerging worldwide that are showing that children, no matter where they come from, which background they come from, have all the capacity of a human being, a great human being. So why are we not able to get out the best in them through our education system? So I think it's a 19th century injection that we need to, or medicine, we need to obviously replace and change. So when we talk about innovation, we think of things like, oh, well, let's reduce the size of the school bag, the weight is too much, or replace the book here or two, or add in a dash of multiple intelligences, or inquiry-based learning, or constructivism, or whatever. And we find that these are just small changes at the margins of education, while the core of education remains untouched. And what we need to do is perhaps go to the roots of education and change fundamentally our beliefs about education. So what is education for? So if you go back to the drawing board, one thing we need to do is change our fundamental principles on which education is based. So when we say that we need to accelerate learning, we need to make as if it were younger children smarter faster. Well, now that cannot be the goal of education, that the child can look at you in the eye and tell you a whole bunch of facts. What we need is wisdom. We need people who know what's right from wrong, who have an ethical dimension. So perhaps going with the noise बहुत ही लोग कर रहे हैं, बातें कर रहे हैं, हम कर नहीं पाएंगे. Okay, so basically, we need a new vision of education, new direction for education, because as a Chinese proverb says, that if we do not change direction, we're likely to end up where we're headed. And where we're headed is not a comfortable place. Kofi Annan, at the turn of the 20th century, he said that the previous century, the 20th century, had been the most murderous and brutal in human history. And if so, just by reducing the size of the school bag, or giving a dash of this, a dash of that, is not going to cure the ills that are facing humanity. And education is centrally capable of addressing those ills, because policies come, policies go. Women have been given rights forever and ever, but do we have the rights? Unless we as people decide it's time to change things, things will not change. And this catastrophe, this pandemic that suddenly has thrust us in a much smaller world, if you like. Everybody's in the same boat. We are connected like never before. I think this is time to think harder. We've got, luckily, the time to also brood and think a lot more. So, jaldi band kariye. Thank you. So today has been a day of a bit of adventures here as well. Anyway, so having been fortunate enough to grow up to a family of educators, I obviously had the opportunity to go to Cambridge, to go to World Bank and work there, as Mandirji so kindly said, and so many other opportunities came my way. I can't say that I lived in privilege, that I cannot say, but I had a terrific background and terrific education. And, all this, all this goes to show that
education is a great differentiator. So how did I end up at the World Bank and not some child in the slum that I'm working with is simply the difference between opportunity and also mindset. Because, what you breathe into the heart and mind of a child is what really remains with a child. I think we should give up all education. We should give up all the books and all the teaching we do if we're going to compromise on the heart and soul of the child, if you're going to tell them they're not good enough because they didn't get so many marks on a sheet. I think the whole marks culture is killing education, not just in India, but all over the world. And I think we need to get away from this idea of marks define human potential. They don't, and we all know it. So what do we do differently? How do we make this happen? How do we convert masses to this idea? And I think they will convert, because when they see their children are better formed individuals, they're able to, do things so much better in life, and that they are able to, learn the core skills, the fundamental skills that are necessary to succeed in life, and not just in exams. And they will see that reflected in their children's work. And I think a lot of parents are converting to it. And parents are, of course, the guiding force, because, we sort of create the fabric around them, so the report card becomes the back end to which everybody sings the tune, so we change the equation on the back end, we change education in a way. And if the parents get a new kind of report card, they start to appreciate that new kind of report card, and they start to look for those new opportunities. So we have to broaden and widen and deepen education in vastly different ways. words of Baha'u'llah, founder of the Baha'i faith, he said, regard man, the mind, rich in gems of inestimable value. Education can alone cause it to reveal its treasures and enable mankind to benefit therefrom. So this kind of got me thinking a lot harder. If man is a mind full of rich in gems of inestimable value, why are we not able to draw out these gems? So when I was traveling in Africa and traveling in so many parts of the world, and you're juxtaposing that against my work here in India with my family running the schools, and then my mother giving me all the opportunity of the world to come and do experimental work with the children here. So, and my father, of course, as well, allowing me to do the research work that I kept doing through the years, 26 years abroad. I found that we could do things very differently and yield a better result. Now, this experimental work is not the luxury that every teacher has. While I do believe that if teachers became researchers, if teachers became observers, teachers were allowed to go and create a new paradigm in education, if they were given the time, the opportunity to think, which they don't have, that definitely there'll be a new renaissance in education. We give them an open slate. Why do we tell them this or that? We limit them as to the outcomes or as to the syllabuses. We narrow what they can do and can't do. We judge them by very small criteria. We judge children by a 3-hour examination. I think all these things deeply rooted in our education system have to give way to something new, or else we have to plant a new tree or build a new building or a new foundation. And that's the need of the hour. So my colleague, Robert Saunders, whom I was working under at the World Bank, and he was the vice president of the World Bank, and he and I worked on some policy papers on education, where we involved governments all over the world. And yet thinking of all this going on in India and other countries, I came up with him a framework, which I call the Global Education Framework, and basically founded and spread this with the Council for Global Education, Washington, D.C. And so many schools across the world have adopted this framework of the 4 building blocks, or the Global Education Framework. And it is something that is perhaps worthy of thinking about. Certainly when I called up my father, who runs this big mega school, one time from Washington, I said, Papa, you have these wonderful things going on, an inventory of great things the City Montessori School is doing. Would you consider looking at these 4 building blocks? And he said, yes, of course I will, but right now I'm busy. But then he called back again, because he's one person I know who never ever leaves an opportunity go, and he acts very, very quickly on things, no procrastination. So he called me back and he said, what are they? He made meticulous notes. And then a month later, I was due to visit India, and literally the entire school community had been transformed and was creating presentations and trying to absorb what do these 4 building blocks mean, what are they, and how do we mold our school according to the 4 building blocks. So you might consider that, like a report card of a school. So we have, like in the World Bank, we give countries the rating, AA rating or AAA rating. So you can think of 4 building blocks and see, what rating would you give existing schools that that perhaps you are working with or have worked with. What kind of rating will you give on these 4 building blocks? If you can give yourself a 4A rating, then obviously we need to come and study your school and the ones you know. But if not, and I honestly believe that none of us can claim to get a 4A rating. And in fact, majority of us will probably get a much lower rating. So these do provide a direction. So for example, at the time when I proposed this to City Montessori School, at that time, we were feeling we're not doing enough, for example, in the realm of social service. So this is something that the school started to do a lot more of. T.S. Eliot said that it is in fact part of the function of education to help us escape from the intellectual and emotional limitations of our own time. So what are those limitations of our own time? We have to really transcend ourselves from beyond the present and see ourselves into the future, look at 30 years, 50 years and hence, and look back and say, wow, could education be like this? And an education of that nature. So 4 building blocks, let's just think in that way. And I like you to think about these 4 building blocks with me. So the very first building block is universal value. And I think none of us can disagree that values are the fundamental, are fundamental skills, or if you like, values that are held dear in our society, or should be held dear, and by which the world runs. We see lacking in our school systems a sense of integrity. Values are not adhered to as much and not paid as much attention to, partly because we value so much marks. But if we started to value values, I think we would do a lot more. So mainstreaming values and asking the question, number one, do the children who go out of the portals of my school or our school, what percentage of them have values real? They can truly say that, they know right from wrong, and they act on what is right and not what's wrong. And they have a conscience that governs their life. So if you can say that, oh, you have 90% and above of your children because of you as a school, not because of parenting, are actually getting out of your school with the A grade rating, give yourself an A. If not, it's a B, C, or D. And I'd like to see your vote on the chat box as to what you think the schools are getting on universal values, making values real. That means the spirit of the child guides what's right and wrong, and they know the difference, and they act with wisdom. So the spirit be who I am. So in the chat box, please put your rating of schools you know as A, B, C, or D, depending on how much you think, what percentage of the children walking out of these schools are endowed with values that we can say are universal values that we hold dear. The second building block, so there are many ways to do that. How to make values real? Obviously, example. The example of the adult. If we act with values, the children will learn values automatically. So where it again falls upon is what, as Anuragji said in the morning, and Raj Tripathi, the teachers. If the teachers are conscious of their great role, as my father also said, as creators, creators of the future, they're within the four walls of school. There are the children and the teachers create that future. So if we think of teachers as exemplary human beings, then we can truly see that we can create a far better, more humane world. Okay. So the second building block is excellence in all things. Now, we have narrowed excellence, as we can all be perhaps feeling guilty of, and please give yourself A, B, C, or D on the second building block. Excellence in all things has been reduced to marks on a sheet and defined very, very narrowly, while human potential is huge. If Newton, one of the greatest scientists on earth, can say, I am but a child playing with the pebbles and the stones on the beach when the vast ocean of knowledge lays bare before me, he could acknowledge that what he knows about the world is so little, that he's but a child playing with the pebbles and the stones. And there's this great ocean of knowledge that's not known to him. Why are we calling our kids excellent when they accomplish so little? Why are we even grading them or rating them? Who are we to grade or rate them? Why don't we show them the universe? Why don't we show them the possibilities? Why don't we give them the exposure to what is, greatness? And certainly, I agree with Anurag Tripathi. If we expose them to people who have done great in their lives, I think this is missing in our education. We don't have role models. Children need role models very, very much. But excellence in all things is about not just academic excellence, and academic excellence also can improve. It is also about excellence in everything the children do. So we teach them, for example, are we doing so or not? Teach them the importance of perfection and beauty. We don't. How come the Germans make the buildings so much better? Because they teach perfection, because they care for detail. I wish we could be doing that all over the world. Perfection and beauty, because they create a sense of inner peace, inner joy that comes from expressing yourself with beauty and with seeing things with an eye of wonder and beauty. So perfection, beauty. So take away all the erasers. Children don't think, just write, rub constantly. Have the erasers be on the table of the teacher. They have to think first before they write. So many things we can do when we think about beauty. Why are we rushing through syllabus? The handwriting goes for a song. What's the whole rush? We've got the whole tunnel of learning. We've got 14 years, or now with the new education policy, 15 years of a child's life in this tunnel of learning. Why don't we convert it to a process of enlightenment and think of education as a 15, 14-year process rather than as exam to exam cycle, 6-month exam to exam cycle, where we narrow down things so amazingly. It's not necessary. There's age-appropriate teaching. Why are we teaching things, so early on, things that are not necessary? If they were age 8, they learn that in no time, what they're learning for all these 3 years, 4 years, 5 years before that. So I think we have to think deeper. We have to think harder. So excellence in all things is also recognizing the potential of every single child to be a great human being. And great human being means someone who can contribute to their family's welfare, to the welfare of their communities, to the welfare of the world. And I think they can. We just have to lay out a different thought process in their minds and in our hearts and visualize them as a fruitful tree and not as one that is struggling. We see the glass half full and not half empty. So this is the second building block, and I hope you can give us your rating of the schools you know for excellence in all things. So it means one more thing which I want to say, and this is really coming out of research work I have done, which is in Iceland, UK, and India. And basically, it is about the fundamental principle that we say we need mein jaake, like you have to go to the roots and the root causes of what's causing the malaise in our education, and we can truly say that the competition that we put inside education is killing human potential. Competition at every level, whether it's music, art, sports. I mean, kids are under the burden of such competition. They're not coming out completely because they fear they may not do well enough compared to another. How many kids succeed? First, second, and third position holders are just 3 out of a class of 40 or however many, right? And all the time, the ones at the top are under extreme pressure. Today and day after tomorrow, we are meeting with our children that my father calls I soar. That means they soar high. And these are the toppers of City Montessori School, the creme de la creme of City Montessori School. And what are we doing? We're telling them that you're so good, but look at them. I asked them that question the last time I met with them. I said, how many of you are stressed out? And you will not believe, practically all the hands went up. These are kids at the top. They are stressed out. Who is not stressed out in education? It's a terrible education system. Why are we paying homage to it? I don't know, right? So we need to think very fundamentally about it. So here is the principle that competition with others is killing human potential. The summative evaluation, marks out of 10, marks out of 100, is killing human potential. Children don't need to know how another person did. The moment you give marks out of 10, they're going to compare. Rather, it is to make equations in a vastly different way, make report cards in a vastly different way that do not allow the basis for competition. We can discuss that because the research work of mine is there for 15 years in Iceland, UK, and India. And it is very conclusive that when children compete with themselves, they do better, not when they compete with others. And you ask, most educators will say, oh, no competition is necessary if you want the children to do well. Some children will do well, but not all. If you want all children to do well and all children to feel well, we have to take this principle into consideration. Very, very important in making sure that all children are developing in an excellent way. So second building block. Third building block is global understanding. So what is global understanding? See, when we look at Jacques Delors' the pillars of education by UN, he talks about, and aptly so at that time, this is 20th century ethic and an important one, flags, foods, festivals, all this is great. We learn about Japanese wear the kimono. Indians wear saris like I'm wearing today. But the truth of the matter is that everyone is now wearing jeans as well. Everyone is connected through the internet. Everyone is in a smaller world. And we need to recognize coexistence in an old paradigm. We need to think in terms of love of humanity, love of the stranger who walks in the door, who happens to be of a different color, different culture. No cultural arrogance, recognition of the fact that we are part of one human landscape, one human family. And that is an ethic we need to teach our children. And this is the third building block. Please rate your schools. How are your children walking out of the portals of your school? Coming out with the idea that we are one human family that do not have prejudices of race, caste, color, religion. This is the need of the hour. And they have love for environment. They have love for every form, living and non-living, and they are preservers of the world. They care for everything. So give yourselves, the schools you know, a rating A, B, C, or D. Then finally, the fourth building block. And the fourth building block is service to humanity. So I think this is the culmination of all that we do in education, because ultimately we need to prepare our children so that when they emerge from education, they are servants of humanity, that they see not just service as an occasional act of charity. I gave 10 rupees. I'm going to tell 10 people that I gave this person or that cause so much money. Instead, that they will see that what they do with every single minute and every single day of their life is dedicated to service and to God Almighty. And so it's done in a spirit of service. Teachers come to school in a spirit of service. Children are taught that spirit of service from the earliest ages. They're engaged in a lot more of activities which basically gets them to empathize and feel that emotion, feeling the other person's shoe. And from the earliest ages that they become caregivers for others. If they have the capacity, that they should see themselves as privileged enough that God has given them the opportunity to do greater service and not bask in that glory, but bask in the glory that they are serving others. So if we have that potential coming out of our children are becoming proactive agents of social transformation, that we can truly give ourselves an A on that fourth building block. So these are the four building blocks. Please give this fourth building block also a rating. These are the four building blocks of education that I feel that could be a very good framework to consider. When we look at the 6 C's, so we have collaboration, communication, critical thinking, which also is problem-solving skills, and creativity, the 4 that are mentioned also in the new education policy, and the 2 others, character and citizenship. I think these are critically important, but when we put them in the 4 building blocks, we find still a few things that we could add to the 6 C's. So do please look into this, and I invite everyone to adopt this framework of the Council for Global Education in Washington, D.C., and we'll be happy if you promote this in your own context and at least adopt it for your schools and see where the gaps are. Like my father so humbly agreed to do. I mean, I'm just nothing in front of him. He is somebody who is, doing amazing things, has always done amazing things. He's far ahead of his time. And here, I came across these ideas in my own mind after traveling to so many places and thinking and brooding. But frankly, he adopted it at his school. And I feel that, we can keep adding to this. If you feel there are other things you can add to it, please feel free. It's just there, humbly put in front of you as well. So as we wind up my presentation, I was in the earlier roundtable where I was actually going to get a little more time. I'm sorry, Manit, I've taken up so much of your panel's time and your time. I hope that's okay. I'll just wind up on this thought process. So if you want to bring about change, we need to change assessments. I think we can all agree. Manit, I hope you agree with that as well, that assessments are leading to report cards that define the breadth, depth, and content of education. And we need to work from the back end. We need to define what we want out of human potential. That is preparation for life and not just for exams. That little children are not being prepared for grade 10 and 12, that they are being prepared for those mind connections, those human values, and those nurturing of those cognitive skills that are only possible in the early ages, as well as the human heart that can be nurtured at this time for relationships that matter. Relationships are missing. One of the presenters we are having, or 2 presenters we are having at this conference, who are going to, one from Sweden and one from the US, who are going to talk about relationships, how relationships really matter. And I really think this is now, again, one of the things that will come out of universal values, relationships. So together we can, together with you, I think we can create the circumstances for all these things to take place, but keep our vision focused on what fundamentally we can change about education, because fundamentally it is in the wrong place. And if you're doing anything else, it's just icing on, it's just little bits and pieces, changes at the margins of education that will help. They're the incremental change that will help. But what we truly need is a paradigm shift. We need a new paradigm, a new normal, if you like, that we're being forced to consider in our lives and now in education. We cannot remain, holding this one-word phone and yet living in the reality of, that we are not interconnected. We are just, thinking in the old ways about race, about community, about so many other things. And in particular, to help all children succeed, to adopt the principle of, competing with yourself rather than others. And I can go on and on and on. I think we as a family have a penchant for speaking, but, and there's a lot more that all of you have also to say, a lot more thoughts and ideas. I actually do these conferences partly for my own learning, and I sit religiously through the conference proceedings to learn what I can sitting here in Lucknow. Thank you so much indeed, Manit, and thank you, the panelists, for allowing me to speak, and everyone out there who's listening in. I really appreciate your being here, giving your time, and now it's getting to the close of the session. So I thank Manit for this time. Manitji, over to you.
Thank you so much, the esteemed speaker. Actually, Mr.
Cropped up, and so he left a message, and of course he was feeling bad about it, but we can't help it because sudden engagement came up. And on behalf of Mr. Jain, I take this opportunity to thank all the esteemed guests, all the esteemed speakers. Of course, we had Todd Neslony from Texas, then of course Advocate Roman Smitha, Dr. Elizabeth Lucas from London, UK, and Dr. Sanghamitra Banerjee. And thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, because it was really a very enriching session. When we talked about let's connect, let's not just teach, when we talked about the paradigm shift, when we talked about the 4 building blocks, of course, a very, very enriching session. We had the second roundtable. Before we break for lunch, I would just request, I have got 2 very important reminders, very gentle reminders. One is the fellowship awards, fellowship and awards, Getty Fellowships and Awards. Well, fellowships and awards are our way of saying thank you for being a part of the change process so urgently needed in education. We invite you to apply this year for the same. The recipients of the fellowships implement their ideas for change after the conference and collect evidence in an e-portfolio, that is photos, videos, slide presentations, surveys, pre and post intervention, data and its analysis, anecdotal and qualitative evidence. These lead to their automatic entry for the Innovator Awards. Those individuals or schools that have already implemented innovations of their own and who have documentary evidence may also apply for the Innovators Award. The link for the same will be shared in the chat box, and you have to access through that link and apply for the Fellowship Awards. It is going to be posted. The second reminder is regarding the feedback. We value your opinion as it helps us to improve, amend, and progress. There will be a feedback link in the chat box, as already mentioned. Please fill the form with the same ID with which you have registered. That's very important. And your filling the feedback form will confirm your participation certificate. You can also copy the link and fill it at a later time. But filling is more important. Your feedback is extremely important to us. So it is 1:35 and we come back at 2:25. As I said, we will follow all the protocols of the Zoom meeting. 5 minutes before we will log in, and that's it for this second roundtable. Looking forward to a more enriching session in the third roundtable, which will begin sharp at 2:30.
In the meantime,
yes, and we will not. You will not be sitting idle. Actually, we are having many information, many presentations for you. In the meantime, please sit and enjoy and give your feedback too. The 2 links have already been posted, so please find them there and do the needful. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm perfectly audible. So good afternoon, my dear friends from all across the globe. I'm Shilpi P. Srivastava. Glad to have this opportunity to share the insights of my action research project with all of you today here. Guys, the last year has really been hard on a lot of us, particularly on our students who face this era of doubts, demotivation, because they could see the summit, but they were totally skeptical about the journey through the mountains. Things were new for all the teachers. And as a teacher, more than anything, I realized the need for designing a new normal, designing a way out there that could be fun for my students, at the same time, be interactive, engaging, productive, and be a scientific way with measurable learning outcomes. So I started working on the cognitive side and art of questioning. We designed our lessons in a way that imbibed quizzing in the system. So we would start our lessons with the help of a quiz just to make sure it was interactive and engaging. The fun fact is that most of the times these quizzes were designed by our students and were posed as a challenge to their fellow students. What a fantastic way to give a kickstart to a lesson. We also, at every baby step in the concept, made sure that every little concept was followed by a quiz, and the lesson would again earn its impact by a quiz. The entire purpose was to make sure that assessment is not the end of learning, but is a tool towards learning. Definitely, emotional bonding between the teacher and a student plays a very, very important role in the outcome of the entire process. So one of my major interventions was also based on Alfie Kohn's Punished by Rewards. And I worked on intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation that came through language of encouragement, measuring and celebrating the progress. In the meanwhile, making sure that every student feels celebrated. A little insight on the results that show quizzes and motivation definitely work wonders with the students. And that is all from my side. Thank you. For any kind of feedback or comments, you can obviously contact me on shilpi.economiccis@gmail.com. Thank you.
Who are you going to be? And if you'll notice, I'm not asking what are you going to do, but who are you going to be? I'm asking you about how you plan to live your life every day. How are you going to respond when you don't get that job you had your heart set on? For all of you who are going to be teachers, what are you going to do if the students in your class next year just don't respond to your lessons? For all of you going into business, how will you react when your boss gives you a goal that feels way too high? See, these are the moments that define us. Not the day you get the promotion, not the day you win Teacher of the Year, but the times that force you to claw and scratch and fight just to get through the day. The moments when you get knocked down and you're wondering whether it's even worth it to get back up. See, those are the times when you've got to ask yourself, who am I going to be? And I want to be clear, this isn't just some vague platitude about building character. In recent years, we've actually been seeing a growing body of research that shows that skills like resilience and conscientiousness can be just as important to your success as your test scores or even your IQ. For instance, West Point cadets who scored high on things like grit and determination were more likely to complete basic training than those who ranked high on things like class rank, SAT scores, and physical fitness. So what we're seeing is that if you're willing to dig deep, if you're willing to pick yourself up when you fall, if you're willing to work and work until your weaknesses become your strengths, then you'll develop a set of skills that you can mold and apply to any situation you encounter, any job you might have, any crisis you might confront. But you got to make that choice. And let me just share just a little secret before I end. As someone who has hired and managed hundreds of young people over the course of my career, whether it was during my time as a lawyer, as an administrator, as a university, a nonprofit manager, even now as First Lady, I have never once asked someone I was interviewing to explain a test score or a grade in a class. Never. I have never once made a hire just because someone went to an Ivy League school instead of a state school. Never. What I have looked for is what kind of person you are. Are you a hard worker? Are you reliable? Are you open to other viewpoints? Have you stepped outside of your own self-interest to serve others? Have you found a way to serve our country, whether in uniform or in your community? Again and again, I have seen that those are the qualities that I want on my team, because those are the qualities that move our businesses and schools and our entire country forward. And just understand this. Those are the qualities that you all already embody. They're the values you learned from your parents, from the communities you grew up in. And today, more than ever before, that's what the world needs.
It is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken the joy of creative expression and knowledge. A very good afternoon to one and all present in this 13th Leadership International Roundtable. I, Astha Mishra, postgraduate teacher serving at City International Manas Vihar, Lucknow, consider myself fortunate enough to present my intervention before you all, titled as Hybrid Learning. As we all know, that the year 2020-21 witnessed the terrific and horrendous phase. The online teaching wasn't an easy task. To build the classroom feelings among the students was really cumbersome. This is only the basis of my hypothesis for intervention. Proper blend. The proper blend of online teaching and the classroom feel is the only key to give there's some technical glitch, sorry for that. Okay. The hypothesis of my intervention is the proper blend of classroom and online teaching method is the only key to make online more easy, effective, and reader-friendly. The question to be answered, what is hybrid learning? It is a mixture of online education methods with classroom practices. It combines a teacher's presence with the students and pushes them to their own responsibilities. And these are some expected outcomes which I aim to achieve. Syllabus completion on or before time, increased attendance, upgradation in performance, increased happiness quotient, and interactive learning. These are the few many steps involved, like accelerated learning through flip teaching, creative assignment done by worksheets, MCQs by children, quizzes, self-evaluation, and last but not the least, celebration of progress. Here are a few pics. We all can see children involved in flip teaching, giving the pre and post test and appearing in different quizzes given to them. Yes, this is the picture which is showing a child explaining a paragraph and using the whiteboard in his explanation. Few answer scripts, worksheets made by children, and evaluation. The tabulation, the data is the best way to present the data, and we can see a complete growth in the marks of the children, including the percentile. The pie chart, here we can clearly see that the pre-test only 12% were above 90%, where in the post-test, 73% of our students performed above 90%. And this is the final conclusion benefits which we achieved successfully: interesting and interactive classroom, inculcation of moral values, enhancement of life skill, learning of examination technique, and upgradation of result. So finally, this is somewhat we gave the celebration of progress by giving the virtual comment and then compliment like work hard, dream big. Thank you so much. Would love to see any queries and questions. Please drop at the given ID. Thank you so much.
विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीर्थ धाम।
क्लासरूम शिक्षा का मंदिर, बच्चे देव समान।
क्लासरूम शिक्षा का मंदिर, बच्चे देव समान। शिक्षक यहाँ पुजारी है, देते विद्या का दान। विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीर्थ धाम। विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीर्थ धाम।
बच्चों में अनुशासन लाना, मानव जाति का गर्व बनाना।
विषयों की शिक्षा के संग संग आध्यात्मिक चेतना जगाना।
बच्चों में अनुशासन लाना, मानव जाति का गर्व बनाना। विषयों की शिक्षा के संग संग आध्यात्मिक चेतना जगाना। शिक्षा हो उद्देश्यपूर्ण जो आए सबके काम।
शिक्षा हो उद्देश्यपूर्ण जो आए सबके काम।
विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीर्थ धाम। विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीर्थ धाम।
afternoon. My name is Ankur. I work as a postgraduate teacher in CIS. My intervention is about impact of regular quizzes on performance of students. It has been suggested in various studies that the regular class tests and the quizzes improve the performance of the students. The objective of the intervention is to see this impact on the performance of the students in their marks and other spheres. In this intervention, some quizzes were organized in a planned manner. After every topic, a set of 10 questions, MCQ-based questions, were given to the students. For quizzes, the platform used was Slido, which provides time-based MCQ questions. After completing the chapters in the similar manner, an exam was conducted and then results were evaluated to see the change in the performance of the students. This is one example in which one chapter, semiconductor, was taken up in the class. 4 quizzes were conducted in a given duration, and the results were that with every passing quiz, the performance of the students improved. As you can see, in the last quiz, the average marks of the students in the quiz went up to 93%. Similarly, the second chapter, atoms, were taken and 3 quizzes were conducted, and the similar results obtained that the average marks increased. After completing the course, with the same manner, an exam was conducted. These are some of the screenshots of the quizzes that were taken up. And as you can see, the time taken by the student to complete the question, that is also being shown, and they are appreciated once they do well in the quiz. After that exam, there was the data that I'm sharing with you. Before these quizzes that were conducted after every topic, there was an exam which I took. And after that exam that I took, the difference was very appreciable, which I can see here. The class average rose from 42% to 76% in terms of the marks, if I talk about, after this intervention. Now, there are certain more factors that were helping the students. Some of the observation that I have, marks improved that we have seen in the previous slide. There was improvement in the attendance. The students started taking interest in the class and the attendance rose. One of the very start feature that I can see that the quizzes helped the students to break the syllabus into small parts, and they had smaller goals to achieve. Now, when they achieved those smaller goals, they were motivated and their performance improved in the exam. At the end, I would like to say that this process, when I was taking this research work, was very satisfying because I have seen a lot of improvement in my students when I did this research. Thank you so much, and you can contact me on this email ID if you have any queries. Thank you so much.
मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा। सुर की नदियाँ हर दिशा से बह के सागर में मिले, बादलों का रूप लेकर बरसे हल्के हल्के। मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा। मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा। थई म्योन तरज इकवट बनिए सान तरज
तेरा सुर मिले मेरे सुर दे नाल मिलके बने एक नवा सुर ताल मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा
मुंहिंजो सुर तुंहिंजे सां प्यारा मिले जॾहिं गीत असां जो मधुर तरानो बणे तॾहिं
सुर का दरिया बह के सागर में मिले
बदलांदा रूप लखे
बरसन होले होले
இசைந்தா நம் இருவரின் சுரமும் நமதாகும் திசை வேறானாலும் ஆழிசேர் ஆறுகள் முகிலாய் மழையாய் பொழிவது போல் இசை நம் இசை నన్నదనిగే నిన్నదనియా
తీరిదంతే నమ్మదనియా
నా స్వరము నీ స్వరము സംഗമമൈ മനസ്വരംഗ അവതരിഞ്ചി എന്റെ സ്വരവും നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്വരവും ഒത്തുചേർന്നു നമ്മുടെ സ്വരമായി
जोश न ठंडा होने पाए न होने पाए, जोश न ठंडा होने पाए, कदम मिलाकर चल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल। जोश न ठंडा होने पाए ना होने पाए, बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल वो साथी, बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल वो साथी, बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल वो साथी, बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल। लक्ष्य हमारा प्रेम शांति से दुनिया नई बनानी, मानवता के हित में लिखे आओ नई कहानी। शूल बिछे अगणित राहों में, अगणित राहों में, शूल बिछे अगणित राहों में राह बनाता चल। मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल। जोश न ठंडा होने पाए कदम मिलाकर चल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल। जोश न ठंडा होने पाए ना होने पाए, ना होने पाए, ना होने पाए।
बात बचपन की हो और कृष्णा की ना हो, कृष्णा की हो और उनकी शैतानियों की ना हो, उनकी शैतानियों की हो और मैया यशोदा की ना हो, तो कैसे कंप्लीट होगा हमारा चिल्ड्रंस डे? Bringing to you next the incredible relationship between modern Yashoda, who are the teachers, and the little Krishnas in the class.
खट है रे कृष्ण कन्हैया, का करे यशोदा मैया। बड़ा नट
विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीर्थ धाम।
क्लासरूम शिक्षा का मंदिर, बच्चे देव समान।
क्लासरूम शिक्षा का मंदिर, बच्चे देव समान। शिक्षक यहाँ पुजारी है, देते विद्या का दान। विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीर्थ धाम। विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीर्थ धाम।
बच्चों में अनुशासन लाना, मानव जाति का गर्व बनाना।
विषयों की शिक्षा के संग संग आध्यात्मिक चेतना जगाना।
बच्चों में अनुशासन लाना, मानव जाति का गर्व बनाना। विषयों की शिक्षा के संग संग आध्यात्मिक चेतना जगाना।
शिक्षा हो उद्देश्य पूर्ण, जो आए सबके
देश पूर्ण जो आए सबके काम।
विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीरथ धाम। विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीरथ धाम। विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीरथ धाम। विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीरथ धाम। एक ही तीरथ धाम। एक ही तीरथ धाम।
बात बचपन की हो और कृष्णा की ना हो, कृष्णा की हो और उनकी शैतानियों की ना हो, उनकी शैतानियों की हो और मैया यशोदा की ना हो, तो कैसे कंप्लीट होगा हमारा चिल्ड्रंस डे? Bringing to you next the incredible relationship between modern Yashodas, who are the teachers, and the little Krishnas in the class.
बड़ा नटखट है रे कृष्ण कन्हैया, का करे यशोदा मैया। बड़ा नटखट है रे कृष्ण कन्हैया, का करे यशोदा मैया। बड़ा नटखट है रे।
And nowadays in online classes, when all our little Krishnas go and hide themselves, switch off their videos, the teacher can only say,
Children, switch on your videos. Children, switch on your videos.
ढूंढे रे अखियाँ उसे चाहूँ, जाने कहाँ छुप गया नंद किशोर। उड़ गया ऐसे जैसे पुरवैया, का करे यशोदा मैया। बड़ा नटखट है रे कृष्ण कन्हैया, का करे यशोदा मैया।
Hello.
Ma'am, tomorrow is my exam and I'm very nervous. पर मैं पास तो हो जाऊंगा ना? Please help me.
आता है मैं गले से लगा लूं, लागे ना किसी की नजर मन में छुपा लूं। धूप जगत है रे
Ma'am, I'm selected and I'm going abroad. I will never forget you, ma'am, for your support. Thank you so much.
And thus, this great bond continues forever and ever and ever. On this Children's Day, we wish may all the little Krishnas find their Yashodas, and may all Yashodas love and nurture their Krishnas.
We need to reinvent education in the 21st century to meet the needs of the individual child.
तीरथ धाम।
विद्यालय है सब धर्मों का एक ही तीरथ धाम।
Who are you going to be? And if you'll notice, I'm not asking what are you going to do, but who are you going to be? I'm asking you about how you plan to live your life every day. How are you going to respond when you don't get that job you had your heart set on? For all of you who are going to be teachers, what are you going to do if the students in your class next year just don't respond to your lessons? For all of you going into business, how will you react when your boss gives you a goal that feels way too high? See, these are the moments that define us. Not the day you get the promotion, not the day you win Teacher of the Year, but the times that force you to claw and scratch and fight.
Dear hard work, I used to hate you. When you called my name, I heard it, but ran away from you. And afraid to fail, so I didn't even try. Now look at me. You've made me who I am today. Because of you, I have this never losing, never giving up attitude. You see, I'm a dream chaser. That means I chase my dreams, no one else's. Only I can beat me. And it's me against this work that you put on me. There's no losing. I will not lose.
I learned every youth wants to be unique. Every youth wants to be unique. That is you. Every youth wants to be unique. That is you. But the world around you is doing its best day and night to make you just everybody else. Question is whether you want to be you or everybody else. Being like everybody else is convenient at the first glance, but not satisfying in the long vision. The challenge, therefore, my young friends, is that you have to fight the hardest battle. You have to fight the hardest battle, which any human being can ever imagine to fight, and never stop fighting until you arrive at your destined place. That is the unique you. To get the unique you, it's a big battle. The battle means you don't need to take a gun. The battle means you have to have 4 unique things. 4 unique tools you must have in that battle. One is you have to set the goal. The second one is acquire the knowledge continuously. And third one is the hard work with the devotion. And fourth is perseverance. Question is whether you want to be you or everybody else.
Thy name is my healing, oh my God, and remembrance of thee is my remedy. Nearness to thee is my hope, and love for thee is my companion. Thy mercy to me is my healing, and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thy mercy to me is my healing, and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thou verily art thee, O bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Thou verily art thee, O bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Thy name is my healing, oh my God, and remembrance of thee is my remedy. Nearness to thee is my hope, and love for thee is my companion. Thy mercy to me is my healing, and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thy mercy to me is my healing, and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thou verily art thee, O bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Thou verily art thee, O bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise.
Welcome back, all our dear viewers, after a sumptuous lunch break. And just to remind and recall the first two roundtables that we had this morning session. The first roundtable that was focused on charting the course, and it focused on the secret of getting ahead is getting started. And the second roundtable, the theme was a new mindset. Likewise, we'll be having the third and the fourth roundtable today, and I guess many of you must have joined us back. And before we move on and proceed further with the third roundtable, I would like to show you a short video which gives you the glimpse of harmony and solidarity. It exhibits a beautiful concept of unity without uniformity and diversity without fragmentation. A nation's culture resides in the heart and the soul of its people. Before we proceed ahead, please watch this video, the glimpse of varied cultural forms to which we all belong. As you all know that these roundtables are conducted under the aegis of Global Education and Training Institute. It is indeed our pleasure to walk you once again through the conference, introduce you to the esteemed speakers and delegates who have joined us across the globe to share their knowledge and enhance our mental horizon. This conference has seen participation of around 80 speakers from 50 countries who have graciously consented to participate, making this conference a truly international conference in its spirit. And now I request you all to please have a watch over this video.
भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है। सदियों से भारत भूमि दुनिया की शान है, भारत माँ की रक्षा में जीवन कुर्बान है। हिंदुस्तानी नाम हमारा है, सबसे प्यारा देश हमारा है।
पैरों से बीड़ी जरा खोल नगाड़े संग ढोल बाजे धाय धाय धम धम धाय नगाड़े संग ढोल बाजे धाय धाय
अरे या कोई मारे ना यहाँ अपनी भी थोड़ी अदा थोड़ा अंदाज है ऐसे हैं चाहे वैसे हैं अरे जो भी हैं जैसे हैं खुद पे हमें नाज है जाने ना हमको ये जमाना चाहो तो हमको आसमाना यारबाज हम चालसाज हम इश्कबाज दिल वाले कहते हैं हमको प्यार से इंडिया वाले छूटे दिल के तार से इंडिया वाले हर जीत ले हार से इंडिया वाले दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले अपनी मर्जी के हम खुदा आती है जीत की अदा यारों से अपने वास्ता दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे कम है तो कोई रोक ले सूरज से ऊंचे हौसले साथ मिलकर जो हम चले किस्मत से किस्मत चुरा ले
Well, ladies and gentlemen, someone has very rightly said, when God created teachers, he gave us special friends to help us understand his world and truly comprehend the beauty and the wonder of everything we see and become a better person with each discovery. When God created teachers, he gave us special guides to show us ways in which to grow, so we all can decide how to live and how to do what's right instead of wrong, to lead us so that we can lead and learn how to be strong. Why God created teachers in his wisdom and his grace was to help us learn to make our world a better, a wiser place. On that note, please join me in welcoming the chairperson for the third roundtable, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, who is the founder of Global Education and Training Institute and Devi Sansthan, who is decorated with the award for Educationist of the Year 2014, Visionary of Uttar Pradesh 2017 by DainikBhaskar.com. Her research work in Iceland, UK, and India mainstreams the principles of compete with yourself. Over to Dr. Sunita Gandhi to preside over the third roundtable conference, Prism of Possibilities.
Welcome, everyone. A very good afternoon. And I'm delighted that I can be with you this afternoon as well. An opportunity created because Major Muhammad Ali Shah, who was going to chair, has had to go into something in an emergency. So I'm having to take over. So you have to bear with me once more, but I'm delighted to be here. And I'd like to welcome the panelists who are incredible people from Afghanistan, Australia, Greece, India, Finland, and Indonesia. So that's a huge number of very valuable presenters in this Roundtable 3 called the Prism of Possibilities. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And here I'd like to begin by welcoming our first keynote presenter, that is Fatima Vania Haidari. She's from Herat, Afghanistan. Can you believe that? The situation of education of Afghan women. This is what she's going to talk about. We'd love to learn about what's going on there. She is a young social reformer and from Afghanistan, of course, and she's secretary of Ahl Bayt organization for 2 years, English teacher, Khayan organization, and JRSDLT, which is Training Leaders for Tomorrow. She has served as English teacher in Araiva Village Peace Organization for 8 months, and she's presently pursuing a degree in journalism faculty from the Herat University. She speaks and writes in 3 languages very fluently. That is English, Pashto, and Hart. She's having a degree, a diploma in social work from Regis University, American University, that is. Okay, great. So we'd love to hear from Fatima Vania Haidari, and over to you, ma'am. We're delighted to have you from Afghanistan. Okay, maybe some technical issue. So we'll then go over to Dr. Hazel Tan, who is also joining us from Melbourne, Australia. And I'd like to introduce her as well. Dr. Hazel Tan is talking about transforming thinking, empowering teaching and learning across the curriculum in the 21st century. She's an academic at the Monash University and a part of the mathematics, science, and technology academic community. Her areas of research and teaching interest are in secondary mathematics education, education technology, and international comparative studies. Her research methodological expertise is in quantitative and mixed methods, and her work on Facebook as a recruitment tool for research has gained academic interest. Before moving into academia, Hazel worked as a senior secondary mathematics teacher and head of mathematics department, and as an educational technology officer for the Singaporean Ministry of Education. This prior experience provided her a solid foundation for her current academic and research work. We warmly welcome you, Dr. Hazel Tan, and please do address this wonderful gathering of principals, teachers, policymakers, NGO heads, and people from all walks of life interested in education. We're delighted to have you on this panel number 3. The floor is over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, as you said, I'm very delighted to be, talking and sharing some ideas with so many of you, wonderful people. I actually have some PowerPoint slides, so I'm wondering whether is it possible to, because the host has disabled the sharing of the slides, so I'm wondering if I can share slides. Maybe you can make me the co-host. One of the things with technology is, if you could make me a I think you have made me a co-host now. So, okay, cool. So, are you able to see the shared screen? Thumbs up if you can. So this is part of the online learning. Cool. You should be able to see, yep, I can see the chat and I can see the that you have thumbs up too. So that's cool. So my background is in mathematics and STEM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics Education. So, yep. So let's see. All right. So, I'm very happy to be talking to you. I think there's a 5-hour time difference. So it's actually 8 p.m. at my time. So after this, I'll, go back and sleep. So I just had a quick look at comparing. So you can see the screen. So this is Australia. And Melbourne is in the Victoria state, which is at the sort of like the bottom part. So where the arrow is pointing, and that's where I am located currently. And of course, India, as you are familiar with, and if you look at just some quick numbers, you can actually look at and compare the ratio of the population and the area is quite different. I mean, as a maths teacher, so this is what I'm interested to look at and maybe talk about with students. But well, so next thing is, when my colleagues heard that I've been sharing, having this session, they all tell me, oh, you must talk about cricket. because that's the latest thing that happened, that India pulled off an unthinkable miracle win over Australia at the Gabba, which is in Brisbane, somewhere around this side over here where the line intercept the coast. So yeah, so I'm not quite into cricket, but you can tell me about it. You can put it into the chat as well. Well, anyway, that's fantastic. So everybody's rooting for India. Actually, my colleagues, even though they're Australians, they're also very, happy, and it was very interesting and rooting for India and lots of cheers. So as was mentioned, a lot of you actually log in from different places all over the world. So I thought I'll just take this opportunity to have a quick poll. So it's like, where are you logging in from? So, I'm going to put it into the chat. So you can click on the link and, oops, let me see. Oh, that's very strange. Doesn't seem to be entering. Oops. Maybe somebody can put the link into the chat. I find it very strange. And then you can, yeah, okay. Oh, no sound. Can you hear me? No? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. Thanks, sorry. So I put the link into the chat, so you can click on the link that I've just sent, and then they will take you to a browser, and then you can click where you are logging when on the world map that you are now. And I have a, oops, I can see some people logging in from this part of the world, I'm not sure. So you can see a live, okay, a lot of people logging in from India. Yeah, I should have one that is here. Oh, somebody in Africa, okay, cool. Yeah, and I thought that was quite fun, and it's an interactive sort of example of things that you can do in a online learning, but you probably would know now as well. Oh, somebody from Australia too. Cool. Okay, I'll leave you to log in some more. So that's the interesting part of it. So, okay, cool. I think it's part of the fun. Okay, that we can see people logging in from all over the world. Oh, I'm not sure whether you can see my share, maybe not. Okay, let me just share again. Yep, you should see my share screen. Yep, cool. Okay, so that's just using the poll everywhere. So, okay, so back to today's sharing. So today I'm talking about transformative thinking and learning. So what is it about actually? So I'll just be quickly sharing with you a bit about what is transformative learning and thinking, and STEM as an approach for all. Yes, include humanities as well, even though STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, mathematics. I'll just share a quick example, and then I'll just conclude with some implications for teachers towards transformative thinking. So firstly, actually, this transformative learning and thinking is a process of deep, constructive, and meaningful learning that goes beyond just the simple knowledge acquisition. And it supports the critical ways in which learners consciously make meaning of their lives. I think as we come to the 21st century and sort of meet during this COVID period and so on, so all the more, it's important. I think around the world, there's this call for deep constructivist kind of learning because it's no longer just telling students the knowledge and students just learning from the textbook and just the sort of knowledge that is fixed. They have to be flexible, they have to be critical, they have to have this deep learning and be able to apply learning in different situations. I think probably I'm talking to the converted people have really talked about this. So, so we need to try to promote this. So how do we transform education, the teaching and the learning in this changing times? You know, I think firstly, we have to decide what are the things that we are interested about, or we are interested to promote in our students, in our children. So, you know, so I think there's a lot of talk about 21st century skills like creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication. You know, I think there's how many, 4 C's or something. There's a whole lot of different kind of 21st century skills that is needed. Higher order thinking skills, I think this is also quite common in some of the policy documents, you know. And of course, I've looked at the National Education Policy in India 2020 and your new National Curriculum Framework 2021. I'm not sure what's going to go in there, but I think that also represents, you know, what the country and the people think that is important in education, important that we need to teach our students in this current, you know, in this current world. Yeah. So I think some of the things that I picked up is interdisciplinary, holistic, and multilingual. I think these are the sort of key words that I saw from the NEP 2020. So this, you know, it's really quite related to what I'm talking about today. So next, so that's sort of, we have to decide what we want to transform. What is transformative thinking? What do we want in our students? The next is about STEM. So STEM, as I mentioned, is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So a lot of people think that maybe science, STEM is just the subjects on its own, you know, like I'm teaching STEM means that I can just teach maths and then I can call it STEM education. But actually that's not quite what everybody's sort of starting to agree about what is STEM. Okay, so if you talk about STEM, actually one thing that they talk about, or people talk about, is integration. How do you integrate STEM? You know, how do you integrate STEM together, all the different disciplines? So there are different ways that people talk about integration. So one way people talk about is this increasing levels of integration. So people start with talking about the disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary. So disciplinary means that, you know, the students just learn the concepts in their own individual. Yeah, people talk about STEAM now with the A. And what is A stands for also is arts. Or what is arts? You know, arts, is it performing arts? Humanities, arts and humanities. So I think that these are some of the key words, but I think the main idea is, you know, with STEM or STEAM is talking about integration. So as I mentioned, disciplinary, because in current world or in the past world, you know, students learn subjects on its own, okay? Or sometimes they have multidisciplinary where students learn the concepts and skills separately, but with one common theme. And then, but we are trying to move towards interdisciplinary. That was the keyword there, where, you know, these things that the concepts and skills that students learn in the different subjects are interlinked. Okay, and to deepen the knowledge and skills, and it's sort of like applied. And transdisciplinary, that's another word that people use also. It's about, you know, connecting to real world problems or projects. And you apply from 2 or more disciplines to shape the learning experience, but it's really connected to the real world. Okay, and yeah, so sometimes people don't even just have individual subjects. They actually have a combined sort of subject called, you know, maybe STEM or STEAM as a subject. This happens in Australia. So some schools actually have a curriculum that is a STEM curriculum. And I think we're probably moving towards that as well. So, so this is integration. So what is the characteristic of a STEM approach? You know, as I mentioned, it's inter or transdisciplinary. Yes, real world context, inquiry-based approaches, perhaps using engineering design process, which I will demonstrate with an example. One thing to think about besides the curriculum, that means what is important, you know, is the assessment. The assessment has to be linked to the curriculum and to the, you know, to STEM, no, not STEM, to the curriculum, the things that you want the students to learn. So if you value 21st century skills or collaboration or creativity or metacognition in your students, if you value the attitudes, you want students to have, you know, positive attitudes towards learning or towards the subject that you are teaching. So how do you monitor that? How do you assess this, you know? Because if you don't assess it or if you don't sort of monitor it, how do you know the students have learned? How do you know they have improved, you know, in their skills? So this is where, you know, it is not just having a summative assessment. It's not just having a test or an exam, because the test or exam can't, you know, you can't check or you can't monitor that the students have developed the skills. So you need more formative type of assessment to monitor their progress, okay? Like a portfolio, you know, of learning for them, or learning journals, or performance-based type of assessment, or authentic assessment. So these are some of the terms that you can look up or find out more about, or you can employ these sort of, you know, there is language. So, okay, I'll just talk, that leads to the next bit. So in language, you also talk about analysis, you know, evaluation, being critical, being creative. And these are the things that if you want to assess, then you have to put it into your assessment. You know, if you value, if you think it's important. So what I want to say is that STEM, here, I want to talk about STEM as an approach, like a teaching approach. It is not about, if you're teaching English or history or geography or humanities or arts, it is not about you trying to teach science, mathematics, or technology. So that's not the point here. So that's not what we are trying to say here. So what I'm trying to say here is that it's like you use the STEM kind of characteristics or STEM as an approach, okay, to teach your subject. So what are the things that we talk about, which is the integration, the inquiry, you know, the valuing of the 21st century skills and so on. It has to be, you can use this approach in your teaching. So, and it has to be situated with a scenario, like a real world scenario, or culturally relevant to your context. So, you know, later I'll give an example, but is this example relevant to you? I don't know. I'm assuming that it will be relevant. I'll give you an example later. So you use this approach to teach your subject, whatever it might be, okay? So that's what I'm trying to say about STEM as approach, okay? So now I'll give you an example. So you can, because I'm not the expert in your subject area, you know, so you will have to think of, as I share this example, you think of how can you use this example to teach your subject, you know, in a way that is like an inquiry to find out about things, in a way that satisfies that approach that I was talking about here. Okay, so as you know, the reason why we have this virtual conference is also because of the COVID situation. And actually, there are positive things that come out of it, you know, because with the virtual, people are more willing to attend or go to a virtual conference and also speak in a virtual conference. So in a way, they're actually using the technology to join everybody, you know. So this example is about COVID. You know how COVID, everybody has to wear a mask, right? You know, this is the situation. So, you know, I don't know about you, but have you ever seen like masks being thrown around on the floor, like discarded on the floor? Like it could be people who are irresponsible, or it could be accident, like, you know, you put it in your pocket, but somehow it came off, or in the rubbish bin, but the wind blew it away. So in Australia, in my current situation, sometimes we do see the mask on the floor. So, and when I searched on the internet, I also saw, people also said that. So they say, they saw it on the floor and it is a biohazard, because when you look at the mask on the floor, you don't know whether the people who wore that mask, is this person, does this person actually have COVID or not? So you can't just, it's a big problem for like the cleaners or whoever that have to clean up the road or the place, right? So you need to, and I saw this one about, there's actually a lot of masks being used and thrown away every day. So actually the disposal is also another big problem. So, so these are some of the current problems, and problems, or, context is things that you see in your everyday life and you think that, that might be a problem, let's investigate it. So here, what is so I have an activity. Maybe I can think of an activity that says, design a tool to pick up or to collect those masks that is thrown away, that you see lying on the road or roadside. You can get the students to design such a, design such a tool. So you have to think about what is the context, what is the problems, what questions can the students ask here? What kind of information do they need? Do they need to go and interview people who are the cleaners? And maybe, maybe they don't want the cleaners to bend down and pick up the mask. Maybe you need to design something that, that you can pick up the mask from the floor. Prototype, think of, communicate and explain and propose the solution. So this is where you can draw, they can test out, they can communicate, they can write a proposal. So that's where the languages might come in. And you can integrate literacy and numeracy into your activities for that design. And here is a couple of examples that me and my colleagues have designed. And we also had a PD for teachers who designed a bionic hand. This was another professional development activity. So you can see here, this can be linked to science. You can see it can be linked to, here we can have like poison spray, okay? So antiseptic liquid, you can have fingers. So you can have like science, you can have, mathematics, you can look at the angles. You can think about like geography, you can go and test out, try and find out, the place and so on. So it's up to your creativity to think how you can link this example to your subject. So yeah, so towards transformative thinking. So I just gave you an example of like a context driven by, the needs in the community, like what is important to you and your community, turn it into a problem that students can inquire, find out, solve that problem, make it, change the world one step at a time, but connect to the community. So these are some things that you can think about. So when you talk about STEM as an approach, here I gave you an example about mathematics and, not just learning from the textbook, but moving towards learning in the context. Okay, so I won't say more. And this is taken this from a reference. Okay, so the implication is the integration. Next thing is for teachers, you need to think about how to scaffold the learning, how to assess the thinking and 21st century skills along with your content and so on. Maybe what is needed is interdisciplinary teacher collaborations. Maybe, not only one teacher, like one subject. I will have to, in my team where we do research, right? I'm the maths guru, but have my science and the technology gurus who are science and technology teachers in schools, and they became academics. So we all contribute different things, to the team. So maybe teachers need to work in teams as well if you expect students to work in teams. So you have to decide what are the possibilities of a STEM approach in your subject. Yeah, storytelling can be STEM-based. Thanks. I'm sure you can come up with many different ideas, and I'll leave you with that thought. And you can share with me, your ideas and so on. And then that's it for me today. Thanks very much. I'll go back to my email. Oops. Yep. In case you want to send me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hazelton. I apologize for the sound interruption. I think it was a fantastic presentation, and we have a lot of takeaways. I think we understand STEM, but only partially. And you have given us a lot more food for thought on it. That STEM is not just mixing up the subjects or mixing up in a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary way, that it is actually an approach and how to make this effective. And I think it was a very, very powerful presentation for many, many of us. We have a lot of takeaways from you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hazelton. Please stay till the end. So if there are any questions, we can ask the participants to come up with their questions on the link, but a little later on when we'll get to the question answer part of the panel. Now I'd like to invite Alpa Shah from Mumbai. And Alpa Shah has been awarded with the title of the Distinguished Educator 2020 by Education Leaders Award. And I have a lot more to say about her, that she has worked for more than 25 years in various corporates, including Tata and SBI Group. She has worked to empower every individual and has started her own venture called Empower Education, where she is able to empower and educate all walks of people on aspects of financial literacy. Alpaji, I'd love to talk to you about this financial literacy part a little later on. Please be in touch with me as well. She heads the education initiative, which is called Financial Awareness Training, under which she has empowered more than 3 lakh, that is 300,000 corporate employees, women and youth, on personal financial literacy. Alpa has authored a book, Every Woman Should Invest. Fantastic. Published by CNBC TV 18. It's a practical guide to manage a millennial women's financial journey. I invite Alpa Shah to present her thoughts on her topic today, which is from education to financial freedom. Thank you so much.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, the entire team, Getty, for inviting me here. A very warm welcome to all the participants and my fellow speakers too. Well, let me give you some statistics before I start my presentation. And I don't have a PowerPoint slides, but the message which I'm going to give you is going to be very simple and clear. I'm sure you all will agree with me. A very new and latest survey by Standard & Poor's found that 76% of the adults in the world are not financially literate. The survey was carried out in 140 countries with over 150,000 adults tested on their knowledge for the 4 basic financial concepts like power of compounding, inflation, asset allocation, and wealth creation, whether debt, equity, etc. These are all basic things. Other key findings from the world and even in India were about 39% of the adults who have borrowed some formal loans, who have debt, are financially literate, while about 27% of the former loan borrowers are not financially literate. So they don't know what kind of loans, debt they are taking. 26% of the adults in the richest of the countries, they have no idea what they are doing with their money. They feel spending and earning is the only responsibility they have. But what they are forgetting is leading a very good life with the help of money. You have to beat inflation, you have to grow that money, and you have to definitely utilize that money for other good work too. Spreading happiness is also part of money management, if you personally ask me. Well, 38% of the adults with, overall good literacy level education, financially literacy level is hardly 0.005%, even though they are CA, MBAs, doctors, engineers, highly qualified. So I was a bit worried that what's wrong with this? And somewhere, I think as a life skill in our school, colleges, universities, we have forgotten to empower and educate our younger generation on financial literacy. And they are all going to earn lot of money. Trust me, they are too good in their own domain field. They are so talented. They are extremely good as far as their own field is concerned. But when it comes to money management, I think it's a big concern. And secondly, everyone who's listening to me finally are going to earn money. What if you don't know what to do with that money? Even the finest of the doctor, engineer, or an actor, if he or she can't manage money, I don't think anybody can save them. So my first request to all the teachers, professors, parents who are listening to me, as a life skill, money management is number one in your child's life. And you have to empower. And there are few reasons I'm going to talk to you about. Well, gender specific, I'm not even entering into. When I compare women with men, I think we all are going to be in tears looking at the state of women's state in anywhere in the country, not just in India, let me tell you. Financial literacy ratio, whether you are in India or whether you are in USA or whether you are in Saudi Arabia, hardly any difference. Women are not financially literate, and let's admit that. So it's not about empowering women, but it's all about educating the women too. And let me tell you, when we talk about girl-child education, gender equality, financial literacy also takes a very, very big role. And it is very, very important, according to me. So there are few reasons which I'm going to put forward to you all, and you all can definitely give a thought. And I respect your views too. First and foremost, respect for money. Every child whom we are nurturing, whom we are teaching as an educationist, everyone whom we meet, any youth, they should respect the money, whether they themselves are earning or they have got that money from any other source. Unless and until they will not have respect for money, they can never ever grow in true sense. They will never utilize that money for good work or for the good of the nation or for the good of his or her own life. So first and foremost, financial literacy is extremely important for anybody because they cultivate respect for that money. Hard work which is put into earn that money is very important for them to learn. So it's a life skill and we all must give. Teenage children must know about how to manage money. The second most important aspect about why we all should empower and educate our children on financial literacy is that power of compounding plays a very important role. If you start your investments 5 years late, then you are half rich when you retire. And that's what is power of compounding all about. Imagine a child who doesn't even know what is power of compounding. How will he start his first investment from the first paycheck which he is going to earn? He doesn't even know the basic functions of banking. He doesn't know what kind of loan is good or bad, what kind of assets he has to create in his life, what kind of good use of money he has to do in future. If he is a businessman or if she is a business person, how will she manage the cash flows? How will she pay salary on time to her staff if she is an entrepreneur? So please, you can hire a CFO, but certain basic concepts about money management you can never hire. Have to master yourself if you want to function your business and life absolutely coolly, properly. So power of compounding is a very big lesson for every youth to know. And they should start all these things at a very young age. Because anything which is good in habit, if you cultivate it at a younger age, you last long very well. And everyone knows about it, right? Whether it's a eating habits or whether it is a healthy habits, whatever you say. If you cultivate it at a younger age, you are supposed to be well tuned for that in future too. Well, it empowers them in true sense. So financial literacy education in true sense will empower the youth. And India, for that matter, my own country, is 50% of the population is youngsters below 35. And 55% of the population is women in my country. And my country is the most populated countries amongst the world, one of the most populated countries. Imagine. So if we empower women and youth on financial literacy, they will never ever be a burden on my economy, on my country. And it has a lot of impact if you personally ask me. Right? So this is what we all must do for the nation building. And it's completely a very fruitful exercise. If we empower them on financial literacy, we create a very great nation. Financial illiteracy breeds ill-equipped adults. If a child is not respecting money and if child doesn't know how to utilize that money, then how will be a good adult as far as money management is concerned? You tell me. He doesn't have any good habits only. So it's a very, very important aspect in children's life. They cannot lead good life and they can be a burden on our country, as I already told you. Lack of financial literacy leads to bad financial habits. And that can be bad as a family member also. The main earner or the main head of the family, if he or she is not financially literate, the entire family is dependent on him or her. Imagine what will happen to the family. So actually, we all should really gear up and charge everyone on all these basic financial literacy, which they should know. Well, it's like good healthy habits, eating habits, exercising, morning walk, which helps in your life. And if you really want to create a true wellness kind of a culture in your youth, then financial literacy is a must subject for sure. Well, in this pandemic, of course, everyone knows how suddenly the job cut, salary cut, suddenly the entire situation has been changed. Nobody expected this and nobody knows how to tackle at times such situation, right? So if you are financially healthy, if you're financially free, if you're stable, whatever happens in your life, you can overcome all those challenges for sure with a lot of confidence. And that's why respect for money, earning is one thing, spending is one thing, but growing and creating wealth for yourself and having that money at every stage of your life for giving you confidence, self-confidence, dignity, and true financial freedom you can only achieve if you are financially literate and your base is very clear at a younger age of your life. And I'm firmly believing that we must introduce such subjects in our schools, in our universities, because we have to create this solid base in our youngsters because their grasping power is so fast. They are so well online readers. They know everything. Any subject you teach them, they grasp in few minutes. Why can't this? It cannot be boring. It cannot be confusing. It is very interesting when you talk about money. I think every youth will just charged up and they will definitely listen to you, what you're talking to them, because everyone wants to become rich. Everyone is aspired to create a lot of wealth and everyone will be also doing a lot of social work, charity, everything they'll be able to do. Unless and until they are not rich, they cannot do all these things, right? So finally, let me tell you, whether you like it or you don't like it, whether you agree or you don't agree, it's better or worse. Money touches all areas of life. And I'm nowhere saying that you chase money like a mad person. No. But you have to understand what are the right kind of things you have to do in your life so that you can lead a very beautiful life for yourself and you spread happiness, you enjoy that money, and you make others also happy with the help of that knowledge and money you have in your life. So on that note, I think I have finished my 15 minutes time and more than happy if any questions later on. And please remember one thing, financial attitude of adults is emulated in youth. Please, youth has to be empowered so that the entire nation, entire world, everyone will be empowered. And financial literacy is a very, very important aspect and subject. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Alpa Shah ji. Very, very grateful for your presentation. It's an angle that we don't normally think about. So clearly an aspect we need to perhaps consider even more. I think people would like to know from the comments that were coming in, and while you're speaking, you can't read the comments, but basically they're saying how do you go about doing it? You know, if in the question answer time, you can think of 1 or 2 ways they can do this in their schooling, or where can they get the material to include financial literacy in their curriculum. That would be very nice. Yeah, so excellent. Thank you so much, Alpa Shah from Mumbai, India. All right, I believe Mikko Korhonen is here. Mikko, are you here? Mikko from Mikkeli, Finland. Yes, Mikko is there. Lovely to see you, Mikko. We want to hear you clearly, and lovely to see you after God knows how many years now. I was in Finland in 2013, and I went to visit his town of Mikkeli, which is about 2 hours from Helsinki, northeast direction, if I remember correctly, and he'll correct me. So it was a wonderful day and a half. I stayed with Mikko and his family, and it was awesome. Just the most amazing experience staying with him in the countryside of this town called Mikkeli. Just in the middle of the forest, his house, and everything was done by him and his family, how they made this oasis within the forest, all snowed in and snowed under. Anyway, I have such wonderful memories of witnessing his work firsthand. He has been an awardee in many places, including in Finland. He is a physics teacher in Mikkeli Lukio, that's a Mikkeli High School. He has been a member of a group that has written 5 different book series for elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. Now he's writing physics books at the high school level. He has had Fulbright Distinguished Fellowship Award in teaching in 2010, and he's received Distinguished Science Teacher Award in 2013. That's the year I stayed with him, and Learning Material Award in 2020. He likes to teach physics, and I've seen that happen in front of me with toys, with hands-on learning materials. And I attended his entire set of classes and interacted with his students. And he teaches the phenomena, the physics phenomena, with multiple demonstrations. And the kids love it, and they learn more. So we'd love to hear from you, Mikko, and lovely to see you again. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, Sunita, it's great to see you again. It's really, well, 7 years. Time flies, but it's great to see you, Sunita. And I would love to visit India again if it is possible one day. So, but now you're gonna see some physics, and you're gonna see some my presentation, which is a few PowerPoint slides. But I would like to start with a few demonstrations, and I have to put my mask on because I have students here in my classroom, and we want to show you some demonstrations with the students. And now I think this is a good experience for you to see the Finnish students, and you can see my classroom here too. And after the demonstrations, I give the presentation and put the headphones on so the sound is clearer. But now we're going to show some demonstrations, and let's see here. So, girls. Okay.
We are showing you a demonstration now. Here we have 2 plates and
एक
2
मिनट मुझे दीजिए।
That's
मेरा माइक ऑन रखिए प्लीज।
Pardon?
You can see the temperature of the plates on the device.
Can you please welcome these students? They are the reason why we are meeting all in the first place. So we welcome the opportunity to be with you students in Finland in a real classroom. Thank you so much for being with us. Can we all give a virtual clap for these wonderful students and the teacher?
Okay, so
Virtual clap, please, everyone.
we are showing you a demonstration. Here we have 2 plates and 2
On the screens. Thank you so much.
attached to them.
It's awesome to see you all. Wow. Please start.
You can
Nico?
see temperature of the plates on the devices. As you can see, the temperatures of the plates are pretty same. Now we put ice on them and let's see what happens. As you can hopefully see, the other one is melting and the other one isn't. If you follow the temperatures, you can notice the plate that has the melting ice on it is actually cooler. Do you have any guesses how this is possible? The explanation behind this is that the other plate is heat conductor and the other one is thermal
Insulation. Yeah.
Ice that's on the heat conductor melts and the other one doesn't react.
Yeah. So you can actually see it with temperature.
Yes. Yeah, the temperatures.
Wow.
And then we have one demonstration for you. Thank you, girls. Thank you. One demonstration outside, because I bet you want to see some snow. So there's one student standing outside with a glass of blue boiling water with her. And now she's going to throw it in the air. And let's see what happens. So you can see the blue water turned into white cloud, which is something that we wonder a lot why this happens. And if we throw some coffee on the air, the black coffee turns into white cloud. And I could start my presentation. But I need admission for the start the presentation. Then can you give me the permission?
Of course.
Start. Yes. But I'm sure that it's always great to see some snow. But you might not have it there. And I can't open the presentation. I need the permission to do that. But maybe now. Oh yeah, good. Now it's possible. Just a moment.
Nico, your work was also published for the US.
Yes,
could you mention that a little bit?
A few books in I think 2013, 14, 15.
See, that was a lucky year for you.
Yes. So now, can you see the presentation now? I think you can. Okay. My topic, teaching and learning as an art. I have a few things I want to say. Like Sunita told, I have thought maybe 20 years now. It's my passion. It's so cool to be with students and teach them all the great stuff like physics. I just love the physics and the phenomena and ideas what I have there. Like Sunit told, I have received few awards and I've written a couple of books, but it's not important. It's important is how the students will do in their lives, and I'm very proud of them, what they have achieved. I have few students joining the Physics Olympics, and many of them have done a great job in their lives. And I have few principles that I want to share with you. Maybe they are right or maybe wrong, but that's the idea of how I think about teaching. And first thing, what I want to do in my classes. Next page. It's first create the atmosphere for learning. And what is the atmosphere for learning? It has to be supporting and inspiring atmosphere. So the students, if they are in the classroom and they give the explanation about some phenomena or something, I always say that the best answer is the wrong answer. So if you are thinking and tell the wrong answer, then the students are brave enough to share their thoughts, even though they might not be right. And from the wrong answer, we learn the most, because we need to correct it and we need to build the right answer by ourselves. And then many times you will see one student again and about one video about what he has done. So if you create something new, then you are learning a lot. And I have one example about one thing that we did this week. And if I give the right orders what to do, it doesn't teach that much, that I give the students the ability to work their own ways. And the results might be better than I ever expected. And then the main goal is instill the passion to explore and search. The learning doesn't end from the school. So if you go to work, that's what you do. You study and explore and search for the new things. And if you really want to know something, then you're learning. If I'm telling that you should learn this, then the students might not be that eager to learn. But if you really want to learn by yourself, then you're learning. And if they love to learn, then you have succeeded. That's my point. So now I want to introduce one of my students, and he will tell what was the topic they wanted to, they were asked to do. So Arni.
Hello everyone. So we were given a task to build real working parachutes. So next you will see a video I made about this project. So enjoy and thank you.
Kiitos, Arni. So this is the parachutes that the students made. And I didn't keep any ideas what to do. So you can see all the different colors, shapes, and different ideas, wrong or right, doesn't matter. It's we spent it many hours to do that when they were planning and doing their building work. So, and it doesn't matter if they fail or not, because everybody's learning from these tasks. So the best parachute went into the tree, and you can see the snow. It's beautiful here now during the winter. Now I put headphones on so you can hear me clearer, and I will continue more about the idea. More about ideas that I have. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Wait. Oh, wait. I want to. Okay, we see another video now. This is about crushing the can. It's an idea about make students to think. So there's an easy video, and there's a phenomena that have to be explained. And you can see the can is crushing because of the pressure of outside air. There's hot water inside the can, and then when you pour it into the cold water, the pressure will crush the can. I have problems with the with this sharing now. I start again. So here. So about what I want to make in my classroom, and I know that Sunita was here to show some examples in the real life. The first thing I want to do is to make the student to think. From thinking, there's learning. Of course, I have the atmosphere right for the learning, but what happens then when students are thinking? They really want to know the answer, and I think the best moment in the classroom is when everybody's quiet and they are thinking. And I don't want to tell the answers right away, because I want to wait the students to get it. And there have been lessons that I have been quiet for 10 minutes and students are just thinking. And then somebody wants to explain the phenomena that I showed. And then it might be wrong or right, but we are getting there. And if it's wrong, then I want to guide the students with the right answer questions. So do you really think so that it happens because of this? And think about this explanation, and how about this? And step by step they are getting there. I show you one video about the thinking. I stopped the sharing and I started again from the webpage, and you can also see some materials. I told you about the books that I have been written, so we have the e-material also available. So this is an example for them, and I use a lot of videos if I don't. If I'm not able to show the demonstration. But here I show you one video. So it's here. I hope you can see it. So this is about simple task to put the water in the balloon and just break the balloon. It's okay, but then when you see the slow motion, you can see what happens. And it's just so cool to see the water staying still and then dropping. And then when the water is coming out from the glass, you can see how beautiful it is and what happens there. And we can watch this video many times, and then there's a lot of questions that I can ask. Why the shape is like this, and why you see the small piece of water, and why they are round, and what happens to the balloon, and why it did go that way, and there's a lot of physics, and it's fun to watch. And then one more video. I know that I'm very keen to this physics, and maybe everybody else not, but that's the way I am. So you just have to suffer now about teaching physics. So there's one toy of magnetism that I want you to see, and this is called Levitron, and many of you might seen it, but still it's so beautiful. So I want to show you. So what happens there? There's a toy on top that I can put it in the rolling and then lift it in the air, and it's floating, which is pretty awesome. And then I put the glass around the toy and got the string with the scissors, and it drops. And now my students are, what happened? And they are quiet, and they are thinking, and then it's the most beautiful moment. The next 5 minutes, they are just rounding their eyes, and they are thinking what happened and why. And then somebody, for a while, they will get the answer, and they will remember it for sure. For I want to believe that maybe for years, but let's see. Okay, this is about the videos and how to make students to think. I go back to my presentation to say more about what I think. So this is about the thinking, and maybe a few more videos, but I will save them because I want to speak about the role of the teacher. This is what I said one year. I think the teaching is like sailing. You know the target where you want to go, but when you go to the classroom, you don't know which way the wind is going to go. So it depends on the students. Somebody, they want to learn with seeing things. Somebody, they want to learn with talking, and then somebody with the calculations. And you need to see what kind of group you have. You know that you have to go someplace, and then you just have to find the tools how to do it. And the role of the teacher, about the atmosphere, about the learning, that's support to teachers, students, guide them, and trust them so that they can do their own solutions, and trust that they will learn, and trust that they want to learn. And then when you trust and they can rely on that, there's learning. And for me, it took a while for me to understand that it's important to teacher also to say that I don't know. then they will see that I'm a human. And one of the best things is when the students are telling me what to do. In some cases, they are explaining the phenomena that they think that they understand better. And I'm here to help them to learn. So if I can say that I don't know, but we can figure it out together, then we are like a team that we want to learn together. And that's important. And also what I want to, the following picture is picked to you because I went to ski last weekend. So this is what happens when it's freezing outside. The air that I breathe out has a lot of moisture in there, and I have this frost in my face. It's fun, it's fun, even though it's cold, but it's fun. And then when you come inside, you have to clean your face from the snow, and then start to do the inside stuff. But about this blue liquid that you saw earlier, I wanted to put one video here still. This about that made me feel good. One of my students came after class that I saw what you did in the classroom and I wanted to do it at home. And this is the video that I want to share with you. This was from this week. And it's not about the phenomena. It's about how eager they are trying things at home too. And it makes an effort to get the video and get this things done. And then he was proud to present it to me. So I was very happy about that. This the video, this the boiling water. And now it's really outside. It was minus 30 Celsius. So it was pretty cold. So this what happens there with the boiling water. The water turns to white smoke. A lot of tiny pieces of ice, tiny pieces of water, and it looked like a cloud. And it's pretty cool. So I think this at the short, the first time this was the ideas that I have for teaching. I hope you realize that at least that I love my work and I love the students and I love them when they are learning new stuff. Thank you. Thank you, Sunita. And it would be great to see you again soon. Thank you.
We have a saying in Hindi, we ask, Kaso lago? We say, Niko lago. So here we can say, Miko lago. Kaso lago, how did you find it? Niko lago. Very nice. So Miko lago is very, very nice. Thank you so much, Miko. Awesome. Cool, from a very, very cool place called Mikkeli. And Irmeli Heilinen, who is our advisory board member, also is going to present her thoughts, I believe, tomorrow or day after. I'll check. But Irmeli is also here in this session and has been attending sporadically throughout the day. So I'd like to acknowledge her presence here. Irmeli Heilinen has been the architect of the curriculum that Finland is using at the moment. And Finland led a very elaborate multi-year exercise in which loads of committees involving all stakeholders from the country at large got involved in designing their curriculum that they're using today, which is an integrated curriculum. And Irmeli will talk more about it later on. But Irmeli is saying that though Mikkeli is cold, the town of Mikkeli, where Miko comes from, is very cold. Helsinki, where she is in, is colder still. So I wanted to tell Miko this, that you're really definitely living in a very, very cold place, and Irmeli even more so. Anyway, I want to acknowledge the students. Can we please have them, say hello and introduce themselves, or you can tell their names, the students who are involved. We'd like to just acknowledge them personally.
The students, they went for the classes, but there was Katri and Venla from my class of Physics 2, and then Arni from the Abitur. So he's gonna go to university next year, and those were the students.
Students in the US equivalent, and they're going to university after that. There's Irmeli. How wonderful. Irmeli, you know Miko, I suppose. I'm not sure. I've met both of you, but I don't know whether you know each other. So Miko is doing tremendous work. We also had Miko in India at an earlier year. I think it was 2009 when Miko came to India at our invitation.
Or 2000, maybe.
Was it
11?
9?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe 11. Maybe 11.
Who would remember?
Yeah.
So.
But it was great.
You were your students, and I saw the comments, and people are really appreciating something on that's measurable, that that takes us into the realm of wonder, literally. So thank you, Miko. And again, if anybody has any questions, very soon we'll be opening up for questions from Miko and from others. Irmeli, would you like to say something while you're here? Would you like to make a comment? Just unmute yourself. So now we're going to move over to our next presenter of the panel, and it is no less than Fadila Mahilan Shelsa. And she's from Aceh, Indonesia. She is going to talk about importance of human rights education for young people. Importance of human rights education for young people. She's founder of the Fadilan Talks, and she's chief leader of the Global Law Thinkers Society. I also want to say that, I'm sorry, it's a he. Very, very sorry. Okay, he's from Miluba, Indonesia, and he's an NGO leader. He's, as I mentioned, founder of the talk called Fadila Talk. He is from World Voice International, a speaker there, and chief leader of Country Leader Global Law Thinkers Society in Indonesia. He's ambassador of International Youth Society, also creative team Helping Hand International, also member of the creative team Helping Hands International. For education, he's currently completing his study in computer systems, and he's also active in voicing his opinions about the justice of cultural friendship between countries and its importance for youth development and human development. In terms of leadership, he was first appointed as head of creative at Helping Hands International by taking care of various webinars between several countries. So I invite Mr. Fadila Mahalian Shelsa to be our next presenter at this panel.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you Ms. Sunita Gandhi to presenting me, and then thank you for the best opportunity to me. This is first my big conference I attend, and then okay, for the first I can speak about myself. I am Fadila Mahilan Shelsa. You can call me Fadil or Fadila. It's good to me. And then we can talking about the important human rights education to young people. Okay. For the first, the implementation of human rights to obtain education is not only a problem in poor countries, but also in Western industrialized countries. Globalization driven by financial factors bring global change. In the last report of the United Nations Agency for Trade and Development, in the future starts in sector where the state in this influential, there are more prepared or crude for the educational institution. The trend was also observed by Lutz Moller of the UN UNESCO German session of the Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. If education is primarily based in primarily with a work background, the human rights are not fully fit. Thus, education is understood as a technical means people are intended to be fit for employment. According to Claudia Lorenz from the Center for Human Rights Studies, it is education that does not care about the development of the human person. If what it learns cannot be used, for example, to gain qualification in the workforce, what is learning is quickly forgotten. A similar thing was concluded in the 1917 by Brazilian educator Paulo Freire in educational campaign to reduce literacy. Okay, if people learn to read and write, but this cannot be used to improve their living condition, the ability will soon be lost. So education is to improve the living condition. The ability will soon be lost. So education must always be aimed to, I'm audible? Okay. So education must always be aimed primarily at improving the condition of life which he determines himself. Otherwise, people will immediately abandon the demands of education for themselves. This concludes that human rights, as per Leonhard says. One said, this kind of education concept is the duty of international community is right. Improve education right for human who live in poverty, limitation, or for example, in area of war or conflict. For those whose educational opportunity are weak, the progress of cheerful life and humanity in society can be measured. Stress human rights, as Claudia Lohan said, especially in poor region of the world, access to education has failed a lot. For example, if in rural area schools are only equipped with safe toilet for girls and boys, girls often do not want to go to school because for them, from a cultural or hygienist perspective, the condition is not acceptable. Human rights as well as modern reports from UNESCO practice in the many countries in the southern region of the earth. Human rights for education that enable peaceful conscience, which is dissemination in the different world community are the duty all nations in the world. Also motivating a young human to learn for life for human rights aspect of their life is important. Okay, for the last message, to me, if education of human rights, education is young human rights is very important to speak. For example, in this December 2020, me and my organization, Workforce International, arranged one workshop with Afghanistan students. We're talking about the important education and build peace in Afghanistan. And Afghanistan student is very important to talking about important human rights. I'm so grateful about that. And for the last, my message is important. My message is human rights is very important to all young people, especially. Thank you.
So thank you, Fadila. I think we had a bit of an accent issue. So I don't know how many people fully understood what you've said, but if you have a presentation you can share, that would be very, very delightful. And I think that thank you for your presentation and your warm presence. And we could feel you are a very passionate educator. And this is what's the need of the hour, need of education today, and has, I suppose, forever been that we be passionate about what we do in education. So thank you for your warm presence and for your words. Now I'd like to ask people to post their questions to the 4 panelists. That is Dr. Hazel Tan from Australia, from Melbourne. And she talked about STEM, as you remember. Then Alpa Shah on financial literacy, and Mikko Korhonen on teaching for phenomenon, teaching with experience, and the 4 principles that he talked about that he has implemented in his work, and that have produced wonders in the teaching of one of the most difficult subjects in any country, any context. That's physics, and he's made it fun and learning for life. So one thing, yeah, and Fadila Malihan and Shalsa, he is from Indonesia. So from all these people from Finland, Indonesia, Australia, and India, please feel free to ask your questions right now. We can take about 3 or 4 questions. That it is important, we've learned that it is important to teach, in the case of Fadila, he's talking about human rights. And with the kind of education we have, we are probably not teaching human rights. To start with, we are having children compete with each other, which is against the idea of human rights, because human rights are all about collaboration, giving equal opportunity and equal status to every single person. So maybe Fadila has some view on this, and I can ask him the first question. Then there's some questions coming in. Please keep posting. I'll be taking them up in the next few minutes. So Fadila, would you like to answer this question?
I cannot hear you.
Schools competition, which is against the spirit of cooperation, which is required in human rights education. Any comments on this? Okay, Fadila, I'll write it down and send it to you on chat. So have a look in a minute. But in the meantime, we can go and talk to some of the other presenters. Is STEM the same as phenomenal teaching? So here's a question that's connecting 2 ideas, and that is, of course, to Dr. Hazel Tan. So how do you see the parallel between what Mikko talked about and what you call STEM education? Are there parallels to what you've been talking about?
Yes, so can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yep. So I put in the chat, I think the STEM approach, or STEM as an approach, and phenomenon-based learning are part of inquiry-based learning. So definitely they are quite similar, but they have slightly different, slight differences. Because I think the phenomenon-based learning is based on a phenomenon. There is something, event, like what Mikko has kindly demonstrated, some examples. And the STEM approach is a bit broader, like we are looking at if there's any problems or issues in your real world context that you want to investigate. So that's one thing. And what I can see is that actually what Mikko has shared is can be specific to physics education. But if you are teaching another subject or another science subject or other subjects, you can also, use the ideas and extend on it and incorporate some sort of inquiry into a integrated between subjects, look at like the real world 21st century skills. You can always embed this using those activities. So yeah, that's what I think. What about Mikko? Do you want to share what you think on this?
Yes, I think as you wrote the
comments.
Sorry. Yeah, as wrote that you said that it might be part of it. If STEM, I think it's a bigger problem, bigger project, but with the ideas of this phenomena-based inquiry or phenomena-based problems, you can take the small part of this bigger project and make it fun for the small part, and then with the small parts of fun, you have great fun, I think.
Yeah, it's saying like if you appreciate little things in life, you're going to be happier.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So one question I have is for from Naresh Rai for Al-Pasha,
and that is how to cultivate financial literacy among young people.
Thank you very much, Naresh, for asking this question. It's a very...
They think money grows on a tree.
It's a very relevant question, and thank you.
Alpa, we cannot hear you. Yeah, now.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so it's a very good, relevant question. And first of all, I think the government itself, from under skill development budget and the education ministry, I personally have met our education minister several times and have requested them to, if not a compulsory subject, we should definitely put this subject as a very likable subject or a optional subject and motivate children to come forward. So online courses or games or quizzes or very interesting storytelling type of classes, if we can design for our young children, which is in 8th, 9th and 10th standard, because they would love to learn the subject this way. So the full content and everything is available with me. My company designs all these things day in, day out, keeping in mind the segmentation and the target audience whom we are approaching for financial literacy. If it is a woman, then we have other set of, knowledge series or something like that. If she is a homemaker, then we design something which she can relate the subject and topic with. Also from the BFSI sector in our country, Nagesh, which is banks, insurance and stock exchanges, National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange, they all have to compulsorily spend 2 basis points of their AUM or the profits on financial literacy as their moral responsibility. Because the people who are buying their products, they should be taught on the basics of financial literacy, and students is one of the major captive audience. So in schools, in colleges, universities, there is a budget available, and I think it's just a matter of going and telling and talking to the principals or the coordinators to cultivate this habit and this subject in the curriculum itself. And lastly, the CSR budget also, Nagesh, we can use, wherein the lower strata income group people also need all this knowledge. So I have an NGO called Freedom Foundation. I'm the managing trustee for that NGO. And I do a lot of government schemes promotion, because all the government schemes which is meant for the lower strata income group people, like all our support staff, maids, security guards, or anyone for that matter, drivers, cook, they all need to be financially literate. They all should have bank account. They all should do all the investments which government has made for them, and they can make the best use of it. So children can do CSR projects for empowering financial literacy in the lower strata income group people. And the children will also learn, they will do social work also, they will do social impact projects also. Government will also, build a very strong nation by, empowering children. We can do wonderfully well. Everything can be done, provided we convince the authority and the decision-taking people in universities and schools to cultivate this habit and to put this as a mandatory subject. If not mandatory, fun-loving optional subject. I'm sure children will come forward.
has had internet problems. He has left us, but thank you, Alpa, because this is correct, that when children get involved in teaching others, they learn in the process. But where's the curriculum? And many schools are actually, from I can tell, they're looking for something that can be given to them like a kit that they can go implement in their classes. So if you can arrange that, that'd be fantastic. I'm also working on a kit for financial literacy. We're doing a literacy program, which I will share with you on
it's
day
ready. It's ready. You tell me,
know
and
about it.
Everything is ready.
So yes, I
so
look forward
National
to,
National Stock
your comments on
Exchange
that. You
and
were saying something. Please say it. Again.
Sorry, yeah. So I think the kit is ready, the curriculum is ready, content is ready, everything is ready, because the NISM, which is the government body who spreads financial literacy in our country, MFI, SEBI and Ministry of Finance have already designed so many various content, quiz, online modules, offline modules, exams. I mean, everything is ready. It's just a matter of implementing it.
I hand over now the rest of the proceedings to my colleague here. Please take over from me. Sumita Bhatt, ma'am.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Gandhi, and to all our very, very eminent speakers for gracing this roundtable with their esteemed and valuable presence, and for sharing with us some of the finest, inspiring, and highly sparkling and enriching thoughts. And now, may I request all our participants to please fill up the feedback form. And before that, I would like to give a piece of information to all of you that Getty Fellowships and Awards are our way of saying a huge thanks to all of you, all those who have been a part of the change process so urgently needed in the field of education. We invite you to write down your ideas for change and commit to carry them out of this conference into your classrooms, into your schools. And you can submit your ideas for change now or during the 3-day session ahead at the following link that is very soon going to appear on the chat box. It's already there, www.gettylearn.org. I hope you all must be able to have a view of it. Fellowships and awards, nomination forms.
You can nominate yourself.
You all can nominate yourself and come up with your research work and all those practices that you have been following in your classrooms. And here, I would like Sunita ma'am views on this fellowships and awards.
Okay, right. Miko, I'm still here, and Dr. Tan and Alpa, and also our fourth presenter of the day he's having network problems anyway. So I want to say that there are people from other parts of the world that are currently watching, as we saw in Dr. Hazel Tan's presentation. They're all across the world. I think Iceland also I saw that people are watching from Iceland. So I want to say that truly, we are emerging from our very humble sort of beginnings here as a worldwide education community of India, looking outward for your guidance and your thought processes that can help us in developing. And we also have snippets of good work going on in India we'd like to share. In particular, after every session, we are doing one presentation by a teacher who has been doing something innovative. We saw 2 presentations at lunchtime and now just before lunch, and now we are going to have one more presentation immediately following, a few tidbits from our side. In particular, what these fellowships are for. We started them in 2009 when I was trying to look for people whom we can give an award to for innovative work. It was very hard to find people. and perhaps ignorance, perhaps because I was living in the West before, I don't know. But I felt that if we were creating the possibility of teachers and principals and school communities together, or in their own individual context, or NGOs working with the smaller communities and or the government, that we would create the circumstance for a lot more innovative work in these contexts. And so I, with the help of my team here, we created this fellowships and awards idea, but especially the fellowships, I'd like to say that we are going to give 500 plus fellowships on Sunday around lunchtime. We'll be having the fellowships and awards ceremony. And basically, there's a big difference between the two. Award is saying you've already done it. Basically, you've passed your undergrad or your equivalent of a degree in your innovation. And you've written up your work, you've got evidence, you've got photos, videos, you've got data, you've got the data analyses, the reports, you've got a whole bunch of evidence in a portfolio, an e-portfolio if you like, which you can upload on our link that we have provided. And from that, an international jury, each year we appoint an international jury. Last year, Irmili was part of the international jury. So we appoint a jury, which is, not us, not the organizers, and they decide, who will get the Innovator Awards. Innovator Award is already something that you've done and for which you have some evidence. If you don't have evidence, then bring it back to the next conference. And we are going to have more than one conference henceforth, because digitally we can do a lot more. And this is what the COVID has taught us. So come back to our next conference with your evidence, and we can obviously consider that. So it'll be on a rolling basis. The fellowship is something different. You have to put on a different hat when you think of fellowship. It is like enrolling for something. It's not that you've achieved it, you're just starting it. And what you're starting is with an idea. So for example, you're hearing a lot of things today. You've had a lot of thought processes of your own in the past. And you will be having a lot more ideas in the course of next 2 or 3 days. So whatever idea you're getting, you think of what can you do in your school or your local context in which that idea can be implemented. And so you write up that idea. And so fellowship is for an idea that you'd like to go and implement. It's not for an idea you've already implemented. And it's basically the jury is looking for ideas that are well written, that are well understood, that are clear, they're articulate, they are properly laying out what the problem that's being addressed, what is the hypotheses. So it's a very simple form, nothing major. And you can easily fill it, the link that's been given to you in the chat box. And so you'll apply for the fellowship. So we're looking for 1,000 fellowship applications, and if 1,000 are well written, and it doesn't, the idea is always good. It's how you articulate the idea, and so others can understand and they can appreciate that you are serious about it. And so if 1,000 are written well, then 1,000 people will get it. There's no limit, upper limit to fellowships. We've been giving out fellowships since 2009, and so this is innovation in process fellowship. And then you collect evidence, you implement that idea when you get back to your schools and contexts, and then you come back with that evidence, and automatically you enroll for our Innovator Award. We have a link, a secretariat that manages this, so there'll be a link with your evidence, ongoing evidence. So I wanted to explain that, make it very clear as to what is this fellowship. Yeah, all right. And we hope that you'll all apply on this link that's been given. Just copy and paste it in Word or someplace where you can save it, because the link is important to you. You won't be able to fill it now. It'll take a good amount of time, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour. The more seriously you fill it, it might take a little more time, might need a consultation with your, other colleagues and partners. So looking forward to that. And that's all I wanted to say. And over back to you, Sumita Vaji.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for giving us the valuable input for fellowships and awards. And as ma'am mentioned, that the teachers have done the research work with their children in the classrooms. And this year, where the teachers were involved with the online classrooms teaching. They simultaneously conducted these research work with the children. Now we present before you one such teacher, Ms. Neha Saxena, who has done her research work with the students on the topic, not enabling but empowering a quest for perfection. Different teaching approaches have revealed that teaching is a complex process, a profession that must adapt to the specific needs of the learner, the nature of the subject taught, and the general context of the training. Ms. Neha Saxena has tried to prove that how technology not only enables but also empowers both teachers and students. Here comes her presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Neha Saxena, PGT Geography in City International School. The topic of my research is not enabling but empowering, a quest for perfection. In my research, I try to find out how technology is not only helping teachers, but also students in coming up with the COVID situation. In 2020, educators and teachers, we all had a hard time integrating technology into education. And it was really difficult, especially for a technophobe teacher like me, to use technology in my classroom. But the use of technology increases efficiency and effectiveness of both teachers and students that we cannot deny. Online resources enhances the traditional way of teaching and keeps students more engaged. Use of technology not only enables and empowers teachers by helping them in teaching, but also enables students in effective learning. With the aims like study the impact of online technology-based learning process on the abilities of teachers and students, and I try to study how the technology-based learning enhances the performances of both teachers and students. Not only that, I also try to study how technology facilitates learning process and increases students' performances also. And there were certain outcomes that were expected, like use of technology enhances not only the teaching, but also the learning process. Use of technology helps in smooth flow of knowledge, and it also helps in instant feedback and progress visualization. Use of technology is also helping in preparing effective assessments for us teachers. Before using technology, it's a kind of a pre-test for me. Before, when I was not using technology, we were only using WhatsApp group. There was no live interactions. There was delayed feedbacks. Effectiveness of the lesson was reduced. No reinforcement was there, and personalized attention was lacking. And student performance could not be assessed properly. We tried many things. Then we wanted some change. Schools were closed. We were in great hell. Analysis of the situation was made, and the teachers started researching various effective online methods for teaching with the help of school administration, like Google Classroom, Hangouts, Microsoft Teams, Zoom. Now, the situation was from traditional classroom and studies, we were moving to the online classrooms. Our classes were online. With the use of technology, different apps were researched for use in classes so that effective learning and assessments could be done. These online apps not only helped in assessing the student, but also helped in immediate feedback. We were able to mark the gray areas and the gaps were filled there only. Quizzes that were systematic way of learning helped in the reinforcement of the topic. Number of quizzes were conducted for each topic so that there is a clearance of the concept. We used number of learning apps like SurveyHard, SurveyMonkeys, Google Forms, Flipgrid, Slido. Not only this objective part of the lessons were prepared, but also the subjective topics were taken by using Padlets and rubrics. These apps gave children an insight as to what is expected from them and what should be the model answer look like. It saved a lot of time. Technology-based assessment can quickly produce data. that can help teachers identify where the students are faltering and intervene with a targeted concept clearance immediately. Before the student falls too far behind, we were able to give our personalized attention to each and every child. It can also be used by the teachers to revise our lesson plans and approaches and can plan our things according to the feedbacks we were getting. We also tried to use interactive slides like Peer Deck, Google Slides, and tried to simplify the concept in front of our students. You can right now here see these pictures where the students, they were using the Peer Deck slides, and quickly we were getting the feedback. Online quizzes, they were able to give us the instant feedback, and we were able to take up number of series of tests, and with that we were able to let our students perform better. This is a teacher data that I took up previously. Before using technology, I was lacking in interaction, feedback, assessment, engagement, and mostly attendance. But when we started using these online apps, there was an increase in interaction, feedback, assessment, engagement, and most of all, attendance. And with the students also, we saw a great difference with the attendance, participation, and the engagement, which is necessary for us. Now, the result of using technology was we were not only together learning, we were also engaged. We were not only interacting with each other, but we were also growing together, the students and the teachers. With this, we can conclude that technology not only empowers teachers to provide more focused, personalized instruction, but also gives teachers a window into what's working. Technology helps the teachers to do more with fewer resources and afford better access to resources. It encourages self-paced learning and also helps in making learning more interactive and collaborative, and can improve student engagement. And with this, I end up my presentation with a quote: technology will not replace teacher, but technology in the hands of the teacher can be transformational. Thank you. This is me, and you can contact me here.
Neha ma'am. Well, indeed, technology is just not going to replace the teachers, but is definitely going to enhance our teaching skills. With that, we come to it brings us to more close to the last session of the day. I won't say that the third roundtable has ended, but yes, it definitely has. But it brings us more close to the beginning of the next roundtable, that is the fourth roundtable and the last roundtable of the day, which will begin at 5 p.m. We have preponed that session, and the theme for the session is Pacing Forward and Innovative Education. We request you all to stay tuned with us and stay glued to your seats, have a cup of tea, have a cup of coffee, and remain connected with us. I would also like to inform you that the entire conference has been in collaboration with our sponsors, who happen to be Learning A to Z, then S-Chan, UFIS Learning, Ratna Sagar, and media partner Digital Learning. We are very grateful to all our sponsors who have sponsored and collaborated with us for this conference, four-day conference. And you can take a very short break. Stay tuned with us, because we are going to join back and hope to see you sharply at 5 p.m. with the fourth roundtable, Pacing Forward and Innovative Education. In the meantime, I would also request all our viewers and participants to fill up the feedback form, which is immediately going to appear on the chat box. You can make a good use of the break, a short break given to you.
Those who feel the feedback form, get a certificate, and please don't log out.
And this filling up of the feedback form ensures a participation certificate from us. You're requested not to log out. Stay tuned, stay linked with the Zoom link, and I would request our technical team to please come up with some video for our viewers in the meanwhile. See you all exactly at 5.
you fail. I believe in angels, something good in everything I see. I believe in angels. When I know the time is right for me, I'll cross the street. I have a dream. I have a dream. A fantasy to help me through reality. And my destination makes it worthwhile, pushing through the darkness, still another mile. I believe in angels, something good in everything I see. I believe in angels. When I know the time is right for me, I'll cross the street. I have a dream. I'll cross the street. I have a dream.
हम एक हैं सदा के लिए जगदीश्वरा सर्वदा हम एक हैं खुदा के लिए
How long before we kill our pride? How long before we say goodbye to hatred, to all the lies?
religion, humanity,
Peace, love, security.
no more human sacrifice.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pain has no passport with one language for you and me.
Love, it sets you free.
Holds me to hold my hand. Know that you understand. This is the brotherhood of man.
Brother kill brother in the world that we live.
This is the truth.
This is for real.
A shot in the dark, my world falls apart.
Where do we go from here?
Can we change our destiny?
Can't we bridge boundaries for all our sons and daughters?
Then why do we close our eyes? Why do we criticize?
Ahimsa beyond all borders. Now is the time we must unite. This is the cry of our motherland. Give all you've got. Give peace a chance.
We stand together as one.
Divided by states, divided by borders. Feeling me when me singing, can you hear me getting louder? Breaks up society, awake to reality. Gathering all together right way. With unity, a new situation, a new salvation. Part of you and I, unification. All together we can fight as one. So now we can fight
kill brother in the world that we live. This is the truth, this has to change. Give it all you got, you gotta give it all you got, you gotta give it all. You gotta make the change. Now is the time as human. This is the cry of our motherland. Give all you got. Give peace a chance. We stand together as one.
Welcome back. Hope you all must forward and innovative education. For some, it is a privilege. For others, it's a right. The difference between darkness and a failure that is bright. Some will think a burden, where others see it as a gift. The key to moving forward and to give your life a lift. If school is not your calling, look beyond its doors. The world can be a teacher. Many adventures are in store. As long as you are learning, you are educating, and you grow, that will lead to contributions as you share the things you know. Ladies and gentlemen, Global Education and Training Institute, Getty, was built on the foundation of several EdLeadership International conferences. Getty believes in transforming professional learning for teachers and education leaders. It is emerging as India's premier training institute for in-service and pre-service teachers. At Global Education and Training Institute, we very strongly believe and recommend that training sessions hold a paramount significance to have an effective classroom management skills. Here we come up with the Getty Anthem, which will give you an insight into the entire belief of Getty.
Spell Getty, and Getty for us all. You spell Getty, and Getty for us all. You define what we stand for, and yes, we do stand tall. You define what we stand for, yes, we do stand tall. You spell Getty, and Getty for us all. You spell Getty, and Getty for us all. We're teaching the world how to fly, to reach out to newer heights, bringing forth the beauty light from the cuckoo to butterfly. This is how you are, my friend, and much more than words can say. Your imagination with the zealous is a delight to behold. You spell Getty, Getty for us all. You spell Getty, Getty for us all. The world looks upon you today to get an unparalleled view. You have a competitor within yourself who strives for a better you. No matter more trust is vocation it needs to one way. Their only meaningful education goes on to prevail. You spell Getty, Getty for us all. You spell Getty, Getty for us all. You've made a difference in the world of education, to one and all people from every nation. The light of knowledge which is ever burning, giving a better information to the students of this generation. Giving a better definition to the students of this generation. You spell Getty, Getty for us all. You spell Getty, Getty for us all. You define what we stand for. Yes, we do stand tall. You define what we stand for. Yes, we do stand tall. You spell Getty, Getty for us all. You spell Getty, Getty for us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the fourth roundtable, a request to all of you to please stay on mute and get all your queries answered through the chat box. We request you to sit throughout the roundtable as it would last around 1.5 or 2 hours. All our participants are requested to switch on the videos and keep themselves on mute. We shall be needing your participation during the course of the entire roundtable and would appreciate that. With that, I would like to introduce you all to the chairperson of the fourth roundtable, Ms. Deepa Garg, who is in charge of New Era Senior Secondary School. She is the coordinator at the school and has been working there since last 20 years. She has organized numerous workshops, seminars on school leadership, classroom management, curriculum development, innovative practices in education, coding, and art development, professional development, recipient of the Global Teacher Accreditation Award from Cambridge Foundation, UK, finalist at the Education Prize 2015, Harnessing Innovation at the Global Education and the Leadership Foundation, Delhi. Over to you, Deepa ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sushmita ma'am. The fact that we are having a conference of such a magnitude online affirms my faith that we all are inspired educators here who have embraced the change wholeheartedly. Well, that's the power of change, of raring to do things differently, even in the face of adversity. Hello, everyone. Namaskar. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome on board Dr. Archana Mishra, Dr. Andy Harvey, Ms. Uma Krishna Kumar, Ms. Aarti Jadeja, Ms. Bharti Gandhi, and Sri Muhammad Ali Shah. I welcome you all to this session, apart from the team of Getty. We are the country that produced one of the greatest conceptual invention known to human, that is the zero. Singularly, it seems to have little or perhaps no value at all. But when placed behind another integer, the value and the human impact created by the invention of zero is momentous, phenomenal, isn't it? Well, that is the power of innovation. Innovation, it always doesn't require expensive, larger than life initiatives. On the contrary, the essence of innovation lies in creating maximum value from minimal investment of scarce resources. The world today is undergoing rapid changes in the knowledge landscape. Education must move towards less content and more towards learning about how to think critically and solve problems, how to be creative and multidisciplinary, how to innovate and generate out-of-box ideas, absorb new materials in novel and changing fields. Across the world, there is a growing recognition that scoring high marks in exam alone will not ensure success of young people. Only those who will be able to collaborate, use digital tools to enable knowledge discovery, think critically, work interculturally, generate new ideas to resolve issues creatively and solve problems will be the ones to take the world forward. And students, they need to develop all these skills while mastering their core subject areas, of course. Pedagogy must involve to make education which is experimental, experiential, holistic, inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, discussion-based, flexible, and above all, it should ensure the enjoyment by the children. The curriculum must include basic subjects like arts, crafts, humanities, games, sports, fitness, languages, literature, culture, values, in addition to science and mathematics, to develop all aspects and capabilities of learners, be it their social, ethical, or emotional capacities, and make education more fulfilling to the learner. Apart from this, education must also build the character of children, enable them to be ethical, rational, compassionate, caring, resilient, very important, possessing scientific temperament, while at the same time prepare them for gaining fulfilling employment. We don't want to hear those cheerless statements as educators when children say that, okay, why I'm learning, what I'm learning, and I don't remember anything what I learned in school or colleges. So we have to trigger the shift through innovative education. And how can we trigger that shift in thinking and behavior of children? We can do that by engaging the children from just saying, not saying yes, to learning to ask why. Teaching children not just to look, but to observe beyond the obvious. Shifting from passive learning to hands-on experiential learning and exploration. Shifting from textbook bound to being hands-on. Shifting from fear to instilling confidence in the children to face the world. All these things are very, very important. Today, in our journey for achieving all this and deliberate on other issues, we have a lot of galaxy of speakers with us. Let me now begin the session by introducing the speakers to you. The first speaker today is Muhammad Ali Shahaji. He is a second generation officer who volunteered and joined Indian Army in the Corps of Artillery. He was posted along the line of control, Indo-Pak border. He saw active service and operation posted in the Assam Rifles in the northeastern part of country. He was awarded a commendation card for his meritorious service to the nation. Sir has won the Best Actor Award at the prestigious Delhi International Film Festival, apart from special mention by jury and critics for outstanding performance and Best Actor at Aligarh. I welcome you, sir, and the stage is all yours now.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, Mrs. Tripathi, Mrs. Gandhi. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Let me tell you all one thing. You know, in life, one term which I had always heard repeatedly many a times was a four-letter word starting with F, fail. F-A-I-L. First attempt in learning. I think I would be one of the most successful failures perhaps in the world. But let me tell you, despite having repeated a year in school in class 9th, where I saw my juniors become my batchmates and my seniors become my super seniors and my batchmates become my seniors, having failed in the entrance test for the National Defense Academy to join the army, having failed twice at my attempts at joining the National School of Drama, having failed to get through the mass communication department at Jamia Millia Islamia. At multiple attempts, ultimately I emerged, I will not say a success or a winner as yet, but I emerged stronger from each failure that I felt. Whenever we hear no as an answer, it should be next opportunity, whenever we hear end as an answer, it should be an endeavor or an effort never dies. When we talk about innovative learning, let me tell you, I was this boy in school who was underconfident, shy, timid, introverted, never believed in himself, always lacked confidence, who was always teased and bullied, who had a problem of stammering, stuttering, getting stuck while speaking. I forgot my line on stage because when I went up on stage as a junior school boy, I ended up having a look, seeing the girl who I had a crush on in school. I was not even a teenager at that time. I was in a boarding school. And I forgot my lines. Traversing a journey to a person who has given the highest number of TEDx talks, not just in my country, but outside my country as well, in the world. Becoming an international TEDx speaker, a boy who couldn't speak. How? I didn't go to a speech therapist to rectify my stammering. I worked on my own self through innovative learning. I went back to my alma mater, to my school, where I forgot my line on stage, to direct the founders' play. And let me tell you, the first day, when we were rehearsing, and we were all giving characters that, okay, Akriti, you will play Mary, Rachana, you will play Susan, Swati, you will play so-and-so. I was giving roles to Anup, you will play Tom. No, everyone was forgetting who is playing what. So I said, forget about it. Close your scripts. Let's go to the football field. We got a football from the games department, from the sports department, and I made them play football for half an hour. Everybody was like, what is he doing? He's supposed to be rehearsing for the play with the students. He's playing football. But I said the condition would be, when you kick the ball and you pass it to Rachana, you will not say Rachana, you will say, Mary, the ball is for you. You kick the ball and pass it to Akriti, you will say, Susan, the ball is for you. When you pass it to Anu, you say, Tom, the ball is for you. You put the character's name there. And they all got the lines, the characters instantly. When I was in class 9th, I was introduced to trigonometry, heights and distances, sin theta, cos theta, tan theta, those formulas which I couldn't remember for the heck of my life. But I really wish my teacher had taken me under a bridge which was under construction and shown us the various angles over there. See this angle, and this will help you in measuring heights and distances later on in life. In class 9, we just mugged up the formulas and gave the test, vomited it out and forgot about it. When I joined the army, the Regiment of Artillery, in the Regiment of Artillery, as we all know, the big guns, the range of our guns was 17 kilometers, 800 meters, 17. So now we had to calculate the height and the distance as to where we would fire being in the army. It would come handy then, but we did not pay any emphasis on it that time. Now there are two things. One is that I speak French. I've done a course in French as well. I have a certificate as well. And the other is I have done no course, but I speak French. So if I go to Paris, I would be able to find my way about. With a certificate, what do? I don't speak French, but I have a certificate. But now I don't have any certificate, but I go there, say, bonjour, comment allez-vous, and I find my way out, which is better. Even better would be, I have the ability, I have the skill, I have the knowledge, and I also have a certificate to back me up with that. So I will not just go to Paris, I will end up finding a job over there as well. Innovative learning also reminds me of a very good letter which I read in school. This letter was written by the 16th President of the United States of America, President Abraham Lincoln. Just yesterday we had Joe Biden taking over. Now let me tell you, Abraham Lincoln wrote this letter to his son's teacher, and which would be applicable, which would be very, very good for all of us over here. Yeah. He wrote, "My son starts school today. It is all going to be strange and new to him for a while. And I wish you would treat him gently. It's an adventure that might take him across continents. All adventures that probably include wars, tragedy, and sorrow. To live this life will require faith, love, and courage. So, dear teacher, will you please take him by his hand and teach him things he will have to know? Teaching him, but gently if you can. Teach him that for every enemy, there is a friend. He will have to know that all men are not just, all men are not true. But teach him also that for every scoundrel, there is a hero. For every crooked politician, there is a dedicated leader. Teach him that 10 cents earned is of far more value than $1 found. In school, teacher, it is far more honorable to fail than to cheat. Teach him how to gracefully lose and to enjoy winning when he does win. Teach him to be gentle with people, tough with tough people. Steer him away from envy if you can, and teach him the secret of quiet laughter. Teach him how to laugh when he's sad. Teach him there's no shame in tears. Teach him there can be glory in failure and despair in success. Teach him to scoff at cynics. Teach him the wonder of books, but also give him quiet time to ponder about the extreme mysteries of birds in the sky, bees in the sun, and flowers on a green hill. Teach him to have faith in his own ideas, even if everyone tells him they're wrong. Teach him to listen to everyone, but also to filter all that he hears on a screen of truth and take only the good that comes through. Or try to give my son the strength not to follow the crowd when everyone else is doing it. Teach him to sell his talents and brains to the highest bidder, but never to put a price tag on his heart and soul. Let him have the courage to be impatient. Let him have the patience to be brave. Teach him to have sublime faith in himself, because only then he will always have sublime faith in mankind, in God. This is the order, teacher, but see what best you can do. He is such a nice little boy. And he is my son. That's what Abraham Lincoln wrote then. Imagine the vision. He wasn't talking about literacy, that educate him, give him a degree in school. No, he wanted his son to learn these things. And almost similar sentiments, I believe, are echoed in Rudyard Kipling's poem, If, a poem which I've always followed very close to my heart as my Bible. And whenever I am in doubt, I refer to this poem. I'm sure many of you would be familiar with that. Rudyard Kipling writes, if you can, I'm forgetting these lines. I learned in school long back. Anyhow, if you can keep your head when all about you losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, make allowance for the doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting or be lying about, don't deal in lies or being hated. Don't give way to hating. And yet, don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with one or twos. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose, and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and snoo to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distant run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son. So the best way to conquer the earth is not just acquiring degrees and qualifications and double PhDs. No, that is one way, yes, we can learn. But even the better way is through experiencing life. through experiencing, through meeting people. I always tell people, if you get money, instead of buying something expensive, an expensive house, a big house or a big car, go and travel the world. Because traveling is the best education. I'm sure all of you would agree with me on that. There's a YouTube channel of mine by my name, Muhammad Ali Shah. It's on YouTube. You can Google it or YouTube it, subscribe to it and share it. There are 16 TEDx talks of mine in that. And they're seen from films of this boy who couldn't speak. And today he's speaking to this August gathering. I love speaking. I'm very passionate about it. I've been giving 10 minutes and I think I must stick to the time being an army man because I know the value, the importance of time. I'll quickly end on this note. When I was in the valley in Jammu and Kashmir in 2003, and today I stand as a soldier for peace, let me tell you. A soldier is telling you who served in the army, and I love the army a lot, that, ladies and gentlemen, there's no glory in war. It all looks very good in films, all the action-packed scenes. Jingoism sounds very good, but on ground, when there's a war, it is a mother who waits for her son to come back. A father waits for his son to come back. A brother, a sister, a friend waits for their loved one to come back. But at the end of the day, it's the politicians who shake hands. So there's no glory in war again. And I'm a soldier for peace. So I will tell you one thing, the year 2003. Thank you, Arshadji. Thank you. In the year 2003, I was posted at the line of control at the Indo-Pak border. And we got information that a group of militants have entered inside, they've infiltrated into a country and they're hiding inside a hut. So we cordoned the entire village and we had gone to neutralize the enemy. And just then a senior of mine, and I was second in command of the platoon, we had gone to cordon that village, right? The senior of mine told me that, the enemy, the militants are hiding inside that hut and I will go inside there all alone. No one is going to follow me. No one is going to come behind me. I said, no, sir, I'll come with you. No. If something happens to me, you will be in charge of the troops. He goes inside the hut all alone. Within seconds, we heard fireworks inside the hut. All that we heard. And we did not know what's going to happen now. And the young captain, I was a lieutenant at that time, comes out of the hut saying, I have neutralized the target and we are safe now. We go back to the officers' mess at night and the pleasure of drinking one cold glass of water, where it was already snowing that time, was unimaginable. It was boiled water, but which had almost frozen. And then he told me the entire experience. He said, Ali, when I entered the hut, the militant had come face to face with me. There was only 1 meter difference and a 1 meter distance between him and me. And my eyes were at him, his eyes were at me. We were pointing a weapon at each other. It was that split second. Who will pull the trigger first? And whoever pulls the trigger first lives to tell the tale. My reflexes were better. I pulled the trigger first. And here I am having dinner with you and telling you the entire incident that happens. That's when I realized the value of a split second. Ladies and gentlemen, unless and until we are punctual in life, unless and until we are disciplined, unless and until we have integrity and honesty and we are true to ourselves, we cannot make anybody true to their own selves. And I commend each and every one of you. You're doing a fabulous job in making the world a better place to live in. Thank you very much. I request for your prayers upon me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A big salute to Major Muhammad Ali Shah for that fantastic speech. We can see the vision in your eyes, the indomitable enthusiasm, focused communication, and the heartfelt sincerity. And definitely a lot of takeaways from your speech, sir. Definitely in the innovative education that we have been talking about. We have to prepare our children in such a way that they are able to face any situations. So thank you so much for that wonderful speech. Now moving further, I have been given the task of introducing you all to another personality whose experience in the field of education is more than my age. So I'm feeling that I'm really not the right person, but still let me give it a try to introduce you all to none other than Srimati Bharti Gandhi. Well, Dr. Bharti Gandhi name has become synonymous with City Montessori School, world's largest school. She is the founder director of CMS. Her sincere devotion towards education of children, training of teachers, upliftment of women, eradication of social evils is recognized everywhere. And she is respected by everyone for the same. Dr. Bharti is quite an original thinker, and CMS has greatly benefited from her hard and dedicated services. Her innovative ideas and fresh thinking on education has influenced not only CMS, but many schools nationally and internationally. Dr. Bharti Gandhi's life has been one of dedication for working for the women's welfare, and she continues this task undeterred by any obstacles. She has a tremendous zeal for life. Even after 53 years of service to CMS as its founder director, she spares no efforts to make constant improvement in CMS by providing her wholesome inputs. We welcome you, ma'am. It's our privilege to have you on this show. The stage is all yours, ma'am.
Thank you. My dear chairperson
Yes,
rather, and
Yes,
all the intellectual teachers of the world, intellectuals. I am an old-fashioned person. I come when, when this Azadi was brought about, I was 13 years old. So I know I could not get that wonderful education which we have been providing to our students now. But still, I have understood one thing which you will agree with me. That is, among the greatest of all the great services which a man can possibly render to Almighty God is what? Education of children, building their character, and inculcating in their tender hearts the love of God. So, my dear friends, we ourselves come to a community where we really praise ourselves. That is what? Greatest of the greatest great services is your service. Teacher service, not DM service, not Prime Minister service, not whatever you think, judge service. You are doing the greatest of the great services. So if you realize that, you become what? What station do you have? Everybody regards you. And I tell you another thing, that is, among all the sciences, medical science is the highest science, because medical science looks after the body of man. And man is the embodiment of soul, which is the supreme power. So, even there was an essay in high school once. Whom do you think has a better job of a teacher or a doctor? So there was a competition What do you think was the answer?
Teacher.
Answer was
teacher.
The teacher, because teacher makes the
doctors.
True. Okay. So, teacher should rise to this high station.
True.
Everywhere in India, they respect teacher. We may be anything in his house, second-class citizen, nobody, but no sooner we come to school, we are Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. Even Shah Jahan, when he was in prison, he was imprisoned by his son. He took the job of what? A teacher. Then Aurangzeb, the son, said, अभी भी आपकी शासन करने की प्रवृत्ति खत्म नहीं हुई. If you have children, you are really respected. Although we are not doing shasan on our children. So my dear friends, I will not take much of your time. I just wanted to remind you of your station, that you are the greatest, you are doing the greatest of the greatest service of humanity, and you are the greatest on earth. Please realize, choose this profession, even if you don't get a penny. Thank you very much. I say Jai Jagat.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those encouraging and inspiring words. Definitely, it's an honor and our privilege to hear you speak. I remember that in the 5th round table conference, I had the privilege of meeting you and sir. So I'm really honored to hear you once again, and I'm sure the others will also echo the same my sentiments. Wonderful, very inspiring, ma'am. Thank you so much. We were wishing that the session could go on and on, but we'll have to move further, ma'am.
All the best.
Our pleasure.
Something
Thank
great
you so much,
will come out of the brains and feelings of the greatest citizens of the world, greatest servants of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Definitely, we will, like all of us would try to do half as much work as you do, for sure. Thank you so much. Let's move further now after this inspiring speech. It is very important to facilitate the learning experience of children with special needs. And we have with us Ms. Uma Krishna Kumar, who is going to talk on addressing the learning disability. Let me introduce her. Ms. Uma Krishna Kumar is a Bangalore-based consultant. She is a teacher with over 20 years of experience handling various classes of ICSE, CBSE, and state syllabus in India and abroad. She is also the RCI certified special educator. Her expertise include identifying children with special disabilities and helping them cope with the normal stream of education. She has given training in schools to help teachers identify and adopt new techniques to modify teaching styles of children with dyslexia.
To intervene, but I would like to remind you that we have a very important presentation by Mr. Andy Harvey, and he is there. Yeah, because he has some time constraint. He has to leave early, so we would like to have his presentation immediately. And he is joining us all the way from London. So can we please have him here for his presentation, and I would like you to please invite him.
Before this. Yeah, surely, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes, I would do that. All right. Research has clearly shown that children pick up languages extremely quickly between the ages of 2 and 8 years, and that multilingualism has great cognitive benefits for young children. So it is very important to teach all languages through innovative and experiential methods, including gamification and apps, by weaving in the cultural aspects of the language, such as films, theater, storytelling, poetry, music, and then linking them with real life experience. And it gives me immense pleasure to introduce you all to our panelist, Mr. Andy Harvey, who is going to speak on the topic of empowering pupils through language, making the implicit explicit. Andy has worked in the field of EAL for over 20 years, and he is the deputy head of the Hounslow EAL team. In his work for HLS Limited, Andy provides certificated EAL training, such as the LILEC courses, that is language and learning across the curriculum. And this year, he has delivered conferences, seminars, and school-based workshops across the country on a wide range of EAL issues. He was a part of Pan London EAL strategy, working with a diverse range of schools across London. We welcome you, Mr. Harvey. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Now, there's one thing. I've clicked on the share screen, but it won't come up because I need to show my presentation. Is there anyone who can sort that out? At the moment, is there anyone who can sort out the... there we go. Right. I'm going to be talking about making language explicit for learners who are not native speakers of English. So I'm going to show a short presentation for about half an hour. So there we are, empowering pupils through language by making the implicit explicit. So in other words, what we're really talking about is if you have English-speaking teachers teaching English-speaking students, the language that takes place in the classroom is sort of picked up. That is, it's implicit. When, on the other hand, you have English-speaking teachers teaching students who have other languages, so in other words, English isn't their first language, whatever level of English we're talking about, there are times when you have to demonstrate how the English works, meaning you have to be much more explicit about it than in normal circumstances. So that's really what I'm talking about. Right, so the other thing also I'm talking about is around talk. In other words, through group talk or collaboration, that is where students learn most of their language. And the language is very variable, and that they learn and exposed to language in different contexts. Right, so I'm going to show you a kind of real life example of what this kind of language in different contexts are, to provide a whole range of different kinds of language that is explicitly shown to the kids. So I'm going to show you a real life kind of example. So the students from a school have gone out on a field trip, a geography field trip, looking at geographical features. So there's a group of students and their teachers, and they are standing on this hillside. They can see the mountains, they can see the sky, the rivers, the lakes, and so on. There we are, there's a picture of the group that come on their trip. Now, during that day and the following day, those students are exposed to a range of different types of language according to the context in which they are speaking or listening. So, for example, the teachers ask them to talk to each other about what they can see. And that's an example of the sort of language that you would get. And we call that informal talk. In other words, when children are in group and they're talking to each other, they use informal language, whatever the subject matter is. So it's very important for them to do that. But that's not the only kind of language, because when the students go home, here's an example of a student who has emailed a friend who wasn't on the trip, and the student has written that on their computer. We're in the Lake District at the moment, fantastic scenery, but the weather's horrible. Yes, it's raining. Now, although that's written, that is not written language. It's actually spoken language. And many students who are not native English speakers, when they write about history and geography, that is often what they do, because that's the level of English that they're working at. And it's an important level that they express themselves in any way they can, but it is spoken language which is written down. Next is the next scenario. The teacher then calls them over. Listen, class, I want to show you something. Now, typically when teachers speak to students, they mix their language up. So one moment they're talking informally. Come on, over here, listen to me. I want to point some things out. And then the teacher starts using book language. Across the river, you'll see a typical example of the effects of erosion. So in other words, the students who are language learners, so they're not native English speakers, one moment they're listening to informal language they understand, and the teacher switches to book language, which they may or may not understand, but they need to be able to do that. The last example is when the students go to school the next day, the teachers ask them to do a piece of writing about geographical features, and they start their writing like you can see there. That is very formal academic writing, and it could have been written or it could be spoken. So the point I'm trying to make is the students need to use the right language for the right context. They need to be exposed to it, and they need to know which type to use when. So this is really what we're talking about, empowering learners through language. And here's another example I'll show you. You take the word die as a piece of vocabulary. There are other words for die as well. There. All of those mean die. And you have this sentence, my dearly beloved grandma, last night. A good English speaker will know which of those words is suitable for the right sentence. Other learners won't. There are actually 2 of the 5 are suitable, 3 are not. And of course, an English learner will have to learn that, but they do need to be exposed to all the words there and then to know which one to use in the right context. So this is what I'm really talking about. Here's another example, but this is different. So this looks like simple maths, very simple maths, but actually what it really is it's written language. Maths is a written language, and the students need to know this written language. But if you look at those 5 questions there, the same numbers and the same words, but in a different order. And you have different operations. So if you're learning a language, that written language there is very confusing, because actually it's not really maths at all, it's grammar. And if you're learning a language, you have to learn the grammar of the maths as well as the maths bit itself. So actually what you've got here is formal written maths that the students have to learn the patterns of language for. And the problem with maths is this. I've been into many maths lessons where they have English learners in them rather than English speakers in them. What happens is the teacher will teach the maths using informal language so the children understand, but then speaks to the whole class using written formal language
which the English learners don't. Here's an example of how the teacher can help the student. So the student says, I split 14 and got 7, which is informal language. And then the teacher says, oh, what you mean is 7 is half of 14, which is the written formal language. Then the student says, yes, 2 7s make 14. And the teacher then scaffolds it into the written language, which is you can divide 14 by 2 to get a quotient of 7. And the other way round, the teacher can also do this. This is an example of a lesson I was in once where the head teacher had invited students to write a letter to her about a suggestion to improve one aspect of the school. So the teacher says to the kids, the head teacher has requested that you write a response to her offer about making improvements to our school. And some of the students don't understand what she's saying. So the teacher switches the language from the formal written and makes it more comprehensible. The head teacher has asked you to write a letter answering her question. So does this make sense? That teachers can move from the informal language to the formal, which is the top one, or from the formal language, if the students don't understand it, into the informal, which is the other one. Okay. This is another example of a lesson I sat in years ago, which is about the example of making language explicit. And this is what happened. That in the previous lesson, the kids had read a story called The Town Mouse and the Country Mouse, an Aesop's fable. And this was the next week, the teacher wanted the children to do some writing. So she said, do you remember the story of the town mouse and the country mouse? They said, yes. And so she said, right, let's get some vocabulary on the board from what you remember about the story. And that's what the kids called out the words and the teacher wrote them up. The problem was nearly all the kids were English learners, not English speakers. So what then happened was the teacher said, I want you to look at a picture of the houses they lived in, and I'd like you to describe one of those houses. The pupils struggled to write anything meaningful at all. Why was that? The problem is that writing about houses is a very typical, it's a certain kind of writing. What in fact does describing a house sound like and look like? There's a particular feature to that kind of writing. You can't just do it by looking at a picture. So the teacher then read a description of a house and gave the kids the following headings: type, materials, front door, rooms, garden, and view. And then read the text. And then they put some answers underneath. So you've got bungalow, red brick, green, 2 bedrooms, kitchen, living room, large garden with apple tree, view of the river. And then the teacher modeled some sentences so the kids could actually do the formal writing. And then the kids got back together in groups and talked about it, chose one of the houses in the original story, but using the explicit language that you can see there, and redid their descriptions. And this time, their description sounded very similar to the one that was read to them. So that's really what I'm meaning by making the language explicit. I'm just going to give you 2 or 3 more examples, which I use in training, but obviously with the time, you can't do them, but I'll show you how they're done. So listening, reading, and doing, which is what happens in the classroom. So I'm going to give you 2 quick examples of listening to a text and also to do with reading. So listening. One of the things I always mention to teachers when I do training is don't just read a text and get the kids to listen. They must always listen and do something. So I'm going to show you an example. So imagine the teacher is reading sections of Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre and comes to a description of one of the characters, which you can see there. And the teacher reads out that description and then could just say to the students, right, tell me something about him. Right, that depends on the students understanding the text that's been read. So this is another way you can look at it, which is that the students do something while they hear the text being read. Now, the problem for that text is it's very dense. And so what you say to the students is, I want you to forget all the words in that text except for the nouns. And I'm going to give you this little sheet with words on. And the nouns, the things that are being described, are all on the right-hand side, but they're in the wrong order. You then read the text out and you number the words hair, nose, mouth in the order in which they heard them. So up to now, the students have only focused on the nouns, which means they now know what this text's about. It's about his physical features. You then tell the students, yeah, I'm going to read the text again. And this time, when you hear it, listen to the adjectives. And you'll notice there's an adjective that comes before a noun. And in one case, two adjectives before the noun. With your pen or pencil, draw arrows to match the adjectives to the noun. You then read it again and they do that. Then you say to the students, right, tell me how the writer describes the hair. Tell me how the writer describes the nose, and so on and so forth. That way, you have covered that whole piece of text, and all the kids, whatever level of English they are at, will know what that text's about. And an example of reading is this. Don't just get the kids to read and tell you what the text is about. Get them to find something. Finding is all about what we do. When we read a magazine or a newspaper, we look at the heading, we glance through it to see if we're interested, and then we focus on a few little bits of information to decide whether we're going to still read this text or not. Adults can do that. Good English speakers can do that. English learners find that difficult. So always give them a text and say, when you read this text, I want you to find these things, like the following. Simple text, perfect for about 7 or 8 year old, something like that. And you say to them, right, this is about an animal. What types of information do you need to know about animals? And they will tell you those things. And you say to them, any other information in this text, I am not interested in. I'm only interested in you focusing and finding the information that are in those boxes and fill it in. So there's your reading and finding. And you can do it any level, any age, any level of text, whatever. And I'm going to make 2 quick pointers before I finish. With any learner, they all working at different layers of knowledge. So whether you're a good English speaker or not, when you go home, the level of your parents' education will help the level of the kids' education. And when you go on holiday or travel or do things at the weekend, you all have different experiences. So you have different experiences, different knowledge of literacy and vocabulary and everything else. So when you're starting off something, you want to make sure all the kids know the same kinds of things so that you can build on. So in this particular case, this is what I did. I told the kids they were going to be reading a short piece of text from a novel called The Voyage of the Dawn Treader. And it's about a sailing ship that's in a big storm. But if you haven't seen a sailing ship in a big storm, we're going onto YouTube and I'm going to show you a sailing ship. And then after we've seen this, I'm going to ask you, so I want you to be thinking about it already. I want you to think of some action verbs that tell you what the ship is doing and what the waves are doing, or the water. So I want you to be thinking about that while you're doing it. So I want you to focus on action verbs, verbs of action. So what the ship is doing and what the sea is doing. So the kids are watching the YouTube and they say to the teacher, oh, it's pounding, the sea's pounding and crashing against the ship, and the ship is tossing up and down and rocking in the waves, and maybe other verbs too. You then say to them, right, now you're going to read the text. You know what the text is about, so you are familiar. And I want you to find some new verbs or new vocabulary. So in fact, they've done two things. They're not only reading the text for understanding, but they're learning new words while reading because the teacher has got them to focus on it. There is a bit of the text, and I've put the verbs in red. Well, the kids got tossed, right? They predicted that turned up. But we've got new words. We've got the water rushed. We've got the ship was listing. The ship spins. The deck of the ship sloped. So they were guessed some words right, but they've learned some new verbs. So you've been building on what they know. And if they don't know anything about sailing ships, you show them a film sequence and get them thinking. Okay. And then this is the last point I want to make of all, which is this. As you're going along in lessons, you want to build up the children's vocabulary. And typically what happens is the teacher will say, right, today we're going to do something about this. And it might be, say, and they'll bring a word up and they'll put the word up on the board. And immediately they put that word up, say in the noun form, the teacher, and I've seen this many times, the teacher then uses that word in the verb or adjectival form. Actually, the teacher can show all the examples of the word being used at the beginning, even though those words don't figure in the lesson. And here I'll show you an example. The word exhaustion rocks up in a story and the teacher says, do you know what exhaustion means? And here are other forms of the word for exhaustion as verbs and nouns and adjectives. So you have exhaust, meaning make somebody tired. Exhausted, you're tired already. Exhausting as an adjective. Exhaustive as another adjective. Exhaust as a noun when you're talking about it coming from the car, etc., etc., etc. And the research about learning English in terms of reading and writing is that if you do this, that when you put the main word up on the board and then you tell the students say the verb and the adjective and the other forms that come up, and you teach them then, although they won't necessarily need those words for the lesson, that is the quickest way of building vocabulary for reading and writing. So and you're again making the language very, very explicit for all learners. So I will stop there. There's our website, Hangzhou Language Service. There's my email at the top. in case anybody wants to know anything. So there's the end of my short presentation. So I will leave you with that. I don't know if there's anybody who's got a question. Obviously, I don't know how many audience you've got, but if there's a question I can answer, I can endeavor to do so.
Any questions, anybody?
Thank you so much, Andy. And it was really a privilege for us today to hear to Andy Harvey from London. And he represents here Hounslow Language Services. It's a very proud moment for us today to share with you people that as Global Education and Training Institute prepares training, we are all set to venture into a very special and specific empowerment programs for teachers where we project English as something to be mastered. And we have as our collaborators, Hounslow Language Services. We are looking forward to launching this training very soon, immediately after the month ends. And this is just, once again, to thank and show and express gratitude to Andy on behalf of Hounslow Language Services to have spared time and share these very valuable insights with us here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well said. If anyone has any queries, any questions for Mr. Harvey? Maybe you can write in the chat if any questions are there. Let us proceed further. As I was talking about Miss Uma Krishna Kumar, she will be talking to us on addressing learning disability. She is a consultant and teacher with over 20 years of experience from Bangalore. And her expertise lies in identifying children with learning disabilities and helps them to cope with normal stream of education. And she has given a lot of training to the teachers to identify the children with the disabilities and work out solutions for them. So we welcome you, Mrs. Uma Krishna Kumar. The stage is all yours. Mrs. Uma Krishna Kumar, somebody please unmute her.
Hello,
Yes.
or you hear me?
Continue, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Deepa. Good evening, everyone. I'm Uma Krishna Kumar, a special educator from Bangalore. I'm also a normal full-stream teacher in inclusive setups. I would like to extend my thanks for the organizers and special thanks to Dr. Sunita Gandhi for giving me an opportunity to be a part of their great vision and mission and share my thoughts. Thank you, ma'am. It is indeed a great privilege and honor. Now for my topic. My slideshow is there on my slides. Deepa? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So, learning disability. No other disabling condition affects so many people and yet has such low public profile and low level of understanding as learning disability. So that's the reason we are here talking about it. I understand how we can help children. Next slide, please. No, it's gone to the third. The slide 2 is not this. No? Yeah, definition. See, the definition of learning disability is being given worldwide. Everybody tells. The Rehabilitation Council of India says learning disability as, the DSM-4 says, learning disorders are diagnosed when the individual's achievement on individually administered standard tests in reading, mathematics, or written expression is substantially below that of the expected for age, schooling, and level of intelligence. The learning problems significantly interfere with the academic achievement or activities of daily living. Something, somewhere we feel. Are you able to hear me?
Uma ma'am, I think your screen is not shared. Could you please share your screen?
How do I do that?
I think the screen has not been shared, ma'am.
Host has disabled participant screen sharing. No,
at the bottom share screen
I have
symbol,
there. It has been disabled.
Somebody from the team can do so.
Yeah, that's what they told me. They will do the screen sharing.
Just one moment. We will just wait. Yes, ma'am. Now it is done. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
now we can see the whole screen. Yes.
Yeah,
very nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepa. So I was talking about the definition. When we feel that the child is not up to the age mark, we feel that there could be a disability. Now, the DSM-5 says learning disability as a neurological disorder that begins during school age, and sometimes it is not recognized until adulthood. We even see adults who we give them an instruction, they don't follow it. They might be looking at you, but they don't understand and comprehend the way they have to do. So learning disability refers to an ongoing problem is one of the three areas. It could be reading, writing, or math. And these three are the foundation to one's ability to learn. If there is a hampering, if there is a problem in one of the three areas, the individual will show some discrepancy in the way he acts. So now, education is a fundamental right of every child. Programs on universalization of primary education are being carried out worldwide. In India, with the initial efforts of district primary education programs followed by Sarva Shiksha Abhigyan, education has become a priority of the government. There is no doubt about it. We want every child to learn. And now, but there is something which the statistics says. Statistics says number of schools in the country has increased. No doubt about it. Enrollment in primary schools has also increased. No doubt about it. Though the scenario is encouraging, there is dropouts. Between the age groups of 6 to 14, you see the dropouts from the school are many. We don't know what is the reason. The government provides free education, food is given, book is given, and encouragement, but they cannot cope up the stress. So they become dropouts. Children with learning problems in regular schools must be provided optimal support. This will increase their learning efficiency and reduce dropout. So we have to identify why the child is not learning and give the needed help. Next slide. The previous slide. Previous slide. Need to, yeah. So, what is the need to address learning disability? Why it should be addressed? If the child has got a learning disability, they will find difficulty in understanding and producing work. They will not be able to understand what you're telling. And if they don't understand, their work they produce will definitely be not up to the mark. And then that will result to school failure. If the child fails in school, continuously self-esteem, loss of self-esteem is there. Then when there is no self-esteem, the effort will decrease. There will be discouragement at home, at school, among peers, everywhere the child faces discouragement. And further, there will be school failure. They will fail in school, exams they will not attend, and so on. And finally, they drop out of school. Enough, I'll not go to school, which will lead to unemployment, crime, waywardness. And what is happening? The biggest human resource is wasted. The human resource is not made useful. So that is why learning disability had to be addressed. A learning problem may engender feeling of anxiety, inadequacy, and shame, leading to behavioral disturbances in children of school age. When I would like to share certain, when I was a board exam teacher, you will see that there will be some children will fail. And the saddest part of anybody is if a child takes the extreme step. So if the learning disability is addressed and the child is given way to enhance the learning style, you will not have lost a human resource. So NIMHANS Bangalore gives us a statistics that more than 75% of children with learning disability has comorbid psychological disorder. More than 30% has internalizing disorders such as anxiety, depression, etc. And about 25% have externalizing disorders such as ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder. We hear this term very often among parents, teachers. The child is hyperactive. And oppositional defiant disorders, conduct disorders, and all those things. And there is a statistics which says that if you look into the people who cry juvenile crime, many of them or major percentage of them have got learning disability. That is why they go into this unwanted behavior. Early diagnosis and intervention to children with LD makes a substantial improvement in self-confidence and social competency. So we need to take up school dropouts seriously. We have to do something about them, and something measurable and productive should be done to accommodate them. A few regular schools have established resource rooms. We have heard about in countries outside India, resource rooms are there for children to cope up their study. And in India also, many schools have got it. There are a few voluntary organizations which offer training and education in this field. However, considering the magnitude of the problem, the facilities should be increased, organizing periodic in-service training for regular teachers. The teachers, the B.Ed stream should include learning disability as a chapter, and the teachers must be given training in that. On education of such children, the interface between regular education and special education should ideally lead to acquiring common basic competencies and skill to work together. What is the reason? Children should have better, enjoyable reading experience. That is what everyone wants it. Next slide. Next slide. Types of learning disability. There are 4 major types of learning disability. The first one is dysphasia, dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia. The names are name says that there is some DYS, there is some discrepancy. When I say dysphasia, speech and language disorder, where what happens is the child's articulation is not proper. There's a lot of mumbling. The child does not know how to produce certain sounds, and there could be an expressive disorder. When I mean expressive, they don't know putting the ideas into spoken. It will be there in the mind. They don't know from the array of vocabulary of words which word to choose and how to speak. Their expression is at problem. Next is receptive. When I was talking about earlier, some adults, you give them an instruction, they don't follow it. They make mistake at every step. That is because they have a receptive disorder where perceiving and understanding is a problem. So that is dysphasia. Next is dyslexia, which is a very common term we hear about from the movie Tare Zameen Par. Thank you for that. It has become very common, dyslexia, where what happens is they have a problem in art of writing words, which is called as orthographic representation, how to write the words. So that's why they say that They also see a combination of letters, but cannot perceive the correct order. When the word cat is there, they know they all C-A-T is to be written for that. They don't know what order they have to put that. And next is dysgraphia, where the children will have disability for physical writing. They are not able to hold the pencil the way it has to be held and write. And that is a fine motor problem. Or visual motor, they don't know. When you go to a higher class, they see there is a problem. They see a line, they have to look into the board, remember the word, sentence in the mind and reproduce it. So the visual motor, they have a problem. They'll see that, they'll forget, they keep seeing. So the whole class finishes writing and they might not have written. So that's dysgraphia. And dyscalculia, there is a disability in mathematics. Mathematics is always a nightmare for many of them. So that's dyscalculia. These are the 4 types of learning disability. Next slide, please. So incidence and magnitude of the problem. How much the problem is very severe. Learning disability, as all other developmental problem, it's both a health and an educational issue. There is, as the DSM-5 says, there is some neurological problem. It's a health issue and also an educational issue. But regrettably, the meeting point between the two is few and far between. We don't know how much of it is health and how much of it is educational. So it's blame each other and we are not able to solve it. So the multilingual social context in India, see each one, we all know we speak so many languages in all the 28 states. In India, where children often learn to study through a medium other than their mother tongue. So 3 languages we learn, and we learn most of the subjects in English. And mother tongue is not, they don't learn in their mother tongue. It's a complexity that makes not only diagnosis extremely difficult, but also estimation of prevalence next to impossible. We don't know whether the child is not learning because they have a problem in English or there is a learning disability, because they learn in the language other than their mother tongue. So what happens is, so this learning disability, we call it as a spectrum of difficulties. There are many, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. There are so many difficulties. The child may have visual motor, fine motor, or they have an auditory processing problem or a perception problem. It could be many difficulties. That's why they say it is a spectrum of difficulties, and their severity makes diagnosis of SLD. SLD, when I say it is specific learning disability, extremely difficult when they are co-founded by environmental, cultural, and economic disadvantages. Many a time children come, we see children who are first generation learners. So the atmosphere, what they have. So when you look into a child, in an urban atmosphere where father, mother, both are educated, and they learn, when I say the English medium of English, instruction is English, they learn English words even at home. But when a child who is coming from a first generation learner, economically background, they don't hear this word till they are 6 years or 7 years. Their first stage of schooling itself, it starts later. It is difficult to know the true prevalence of SLD. High quality classroom, instructions in a way to meet many of the educational needs of individuals with LD. So we have to have instructions which will cater to the needs of all groups of people. And sometimes what happens is, if the child is LD, certain times instructions have to be tailor-made for them. Make instructions, when you attend the class for some time, we will know that child X or child Y has got you have to tell the instruction a little more slowly, clearly, or more than once. So like that, you have to tailor-make instructions so that we don't need to wait for a full emotional problem later. So that is where is the catch. The teacher identifying a student who has a problem at the initial levels, early intervention, and make necessary connection and try to keep the child in the group with the others so that there will be no dropout. So learning problems in a child may be due to there is mild mental retardation. We, instead of labeling the child and telling the child doesn't fit in the regular stream, we will tailor make a program for a child who has a borderline intelligence, mild mental retardation, some specific learning disability. When the child is not able to write from the board, visual motor problem is there, give an audio tape to the child. Technology is improved now, so that the child will learn here, or make somebody help him dictate slowly to him and write, so that we can address the problem. Cultural and environmental deprivation. The child has not seen all this high funda things for a longer time in life. So that could be the reason, or emotional disturbances. So that could be the reason. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the biggest challenge we have now is we have to prevent it and do the proper intervention. Cause of LD or SLD is not yet known. We do not know why a child is having it. And it could be a genetic factor and brain insult in antenatal. So when the mother is pregnant itself, there could have been some emotional trauma or whatever could have happened, accidents and other things. Or during the natal, when the child is being delivered, if the oxygen supply doesn't go, the baby doesn't cry immediately, or postnatal in the initial days, that could be the reason. But it is not proved. There is no cure for LD. We all know that you can't take up a medicine and say, okay, it's gone. And either through medical or through other measures. However, the difficulties due to LD in the areas of reading, spelling, expression can be managed with timely and appropriate. When I say it cannot be cured, but you can intervene and reduce the intensity of the problem. Rather than making it more, we can make tailor-made programs for them to understand and go along the group. Processing information in the brain is a multipath. Our brain learns from all the senses. It is not that only the looking at the board, it's not that. We learn activity method. There are children who learn through other methods. So the brain also understands other methods. So like the earlier speaker was telling how to identify verb. It was it's a multipath method. Like that, some interesting methods. Alternate modes of processing, building language and cognition, or good compensatory strategies, so that the child can learn better. Multisensory teaching, hands-on activity, activity-based teaching. The child learns it as they do it. Preschool intervention like language development, fine motor activities, visual motor activities, adaptations in curriculum. So this could be done only with the help of the government board. We have to see that there are people who make the curriculum, reduce the curriculum for children so that they also win. And there are synthetic and analytic phonics where you can say some children can blend the words if you show them how the words. Certain things are the analytic phonetics. For them, sight reading, give them. Like that, tailor-make the program for the children. Children at risk for LD receiving timely help or able to cope much better as they move into the next level of schooling. If you identify them at an early age, they are tender. That's why they say when the bamboo is tender, you can do anything, wonders. So if early intervention is done to them and you give them success, they will definitely move into the next level of schooling. So prevention of the effects of LD involves early identification and intervention of language development. And one next important thing is we have to look into indigenous programs and tools which are available with us, and that will be more beneficial. And intervention should focus on preserving their self-esteem. That is very, very important, because these children become emotionally upset very soon. And as I was talking about why the need, they become a dropout. So we should always remember to keep their self-esteem. They don't lose it. Remember, many children with LD are very bright, might show brilliance in other areas. They should be encouraged, nurture the development of talent, be it in athletics. Some of them are very good athletics, musicians. There are children, like our great scientist, you must have heard about him, science, writing, anything. They could be an artist in that, become a celebrity of that. Interventions are many, but none can equal good teaching practice. So the children are with us. Good teaching practice is the first step, and it is the best step. If they go out of our hand, after that going to multi places and visiting, that doesn't. So when the children are with us in the early ages, intervention are to be done at the optimal level. Now, I was talking about a resource teacher. Every school should have a resource teacher. And when you look into the resource teacher, to assess and develop program for referred children. Those children should be referred to them. They have to develop a program like an IEP, individualized educational plan. For that particular child, a program must be referred. And the resource teacher should provide remedial education to them. And she has to coordinate with the regular class teacher regarding the education program. She has to have a constant touch with the teacher and find out how he is performing in the group with the others, to provide methods, materials which are needed for regular education. She has to, since she has done a special education course, she has to give tips for the regular teacher and to the parent how to tackle the child who is having learning problem, to guide parents on the education of their child having learning problems, to update herself on related government policies. The government is constantly improving their educational policy, and there are open universities, and there are various ways these children also could be educated. So the person should be updated on the government policies and inform school authorities and parents to conduct periodic assessment and modify program. The teacher has to periodically assess the child and see whether she has to change. If one way is not working, she has to find out another way and constantly modify and assess, to be sensitive to the feeling and self-concept of the student. That is very, very important. After all, the child is a child. It's not that when I say a resource teacher, it is not that the child misses all the fun of childhood and keep learning. It's not that. There should be a perfect balance on how the concept of childhood is not lost. Provide appropriate support, service, and guidance. So these are the work of a resource teacher along with a regular teacher and parent. So it is not one person. It's all of the must come together. I remember a proverb. It takes a village to raise a child. Everybody has to join hands. It's not one person who will say the teacher alone. It could not happen. Everybody has to join hands, find out what is the child's strength, and then find out intervention methods. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So the urgent requirements.
Can you be a little quicker, ma'am, please?
Yeah, thank you. Urgent requirements and I was given, okay.
Time management is also another important skill, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So urgent requirements in the field of LD. There should be a national policy for learning disabilities, professional and personal specifically trained in the field of LD. They have to come to the forefront and see that these children benefit, create awareness, understand that there is this group of people who are also among us, create awareness among people, introducing genuine language development and phonics as a mandatory part of pre and primary education. So this has to be done. Then non-stigmatizing process, that is the most important. If you give a name to the child as some dull head or whatever thing, that lowers their self-esteem, and they will never come up to the stage and tell something. And offering choice of subjects as well as appropriate accommodation at board level and secondary level, there are certain concessions that are given to some children. That has to be taken, and research should be focused on this. Intervention and assessment tools have to be done for this. Next slide. I'll be faster. So, the Government of India is committed to education for all. Inclusion is the key word. We cannot keep them separate in a separate place and deal. Everybody has to be together. And India's current inclusion is the key word in India's current education policy. We have excellent policies and we need to implement them. I will just tell about a small thing. So it is from the children we must learn. We should listen to them. It is they who will tell us what are their difficulties. And then only we can help them. First of all, go to the level of the child, talk to them and understand what is their difficulties. It is for us teachers, educationalists, policy makers to listen to what the child has to say. Where is the difficulty? Why is the child not understanding? And then we have to do the needful. Let me conclude my words with the words of J. Krishnamurti. The real issue in education is to see that when the child leaves the school, he is well established in goodness, both outwardly and inwardly. That's what is very important. Outwardly, many will learn to dress another thing. Goodness inwardly, that is what is the work of a teacher and school. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Krishna Kumar, for that informative talk. It is rightly said that if I don't learn the way you teach me the way I learn. Yeah. Very aptly. Yeah, right. So we as educators, we have to come down to their level. We understand that this is a challenge which we all as educators face when we have children with LD in our classes. So a lot of lessons to learn here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we move further to our next eminent speaker, who is Miss Aarti Kumari Jadeja, and she's from Bhuj, Gujarat. She is going to talk on the topic, the challenges of an innovative education. Aarti Kumari ji is founder principal of Little Steps Montessori School. She is a special educator and consultant as well. She has specialized in child-centric innovative education with an experience of more than 20 years. She has received awards in Ed Leadership for Innovation in Process since last 4 years consecutively. We welcome you, Aarti Kumari ji. Over to you. Someone please unmute Aarti ji, please. Unmute her, please. I repeat, yes, I think she's fine. Yeah. Yes, Aarti ji. We can't hear you, ma'am. We are not able to hear you. I'm not able to hear you, Aarti ji. Someone can please help her with the audio?
Aarti ji, we cannot hear you. She's been so patient. waited a very long time, and I really would love to hear her. She's totally impressive and unbelievable person.
Absolutely, I know.
She's the Rani of Bhuj. I don't think anybody.
I know she's looking like that also. Yes, yes, yes. From the dress, yeah, you can make out that
compound, which got all destroyed in the earthquake that took place in Saurashtra. And she's one passionate educator I know. Of course, I'm very impressed by Uma ma'am, by so many wonderful presenters. Really, really amazing. Just want to mention about the one coming out, Aarti, because we have a bit of time until she gets herself going. Aarti, can you say something so we know you can be heard?
I think she's facing some problems.
Okay, she's rejoining because that didn't work out.
So maybe we can proceed to the next speaker till the time she arranges herself. Aarti ji will come back to you. All right. I proceed with the next speaker. I think Aarti ji will take some more time. Let me now introduce you all to our next panelist. That is Dr. Archana Mishra from Vadodara. And she has developed some strategies to engage children meaningfully while imparting education innovatively. Dr. Archana Mishra is the principal of Navratna Vidyani Vidyalaya, a prestigious state board school of Vadodara, Gujarat. She is an educationist with 27 years of experience in school education with a doctorate and postgraduate degree in zoology. She has received accolades at various educational platforms and has been recognized for her innovative practices throughout her career. In the year 2010, she was awarded the International Leader in Education Fellowship instituted by the Department of State, USA, to recognize outstanding teachers of the world who have excelled in their fields. We welcome you, Dr. Mishra, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Deepa ma'am. A very good evening to Dr. Sunita Gandhi, the Getty team, and all the eminent educators and attendees of this session. I would like to share my screen.
Okay, now they've taken the other speaker.
Can you see my screen? Can somebody tell me if you can see the screen?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. Now? Yes?
No, not yet, ma'am. No, not yet.
Just a moment.
Don't wait.
Aarti ji, we will come back to you.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
I think, yes, now we can hear you well.
Yeah, okay, good.
So
yeah, no problem.
It happens with, it happens with technology. So
this
never mind.
This is the challenge.
Yes,
it goes very well with the presentation.
True.
So
yes, Dr. Mishra, we can see your screen.
You can see my screen now, right? So again, a very good evening. My topic is student engagement, but I have extended it to the influence of the teacher, expanding the influence of the teacher in this field. Student engagement is the product of many elements. So it is a product rather than a sum, because it will not occur if any element is missing. There are many repercussions for schools at every level if they aren't able to properly engage with their students. Especially at a younger age, students who are not engaged, disengaged, are likely to not go for higher studies, or they show behavioral issues, boredom, isolation, poor class attendance and retention are only a handful of many negative effects that lack in a student who's disengaged. And in a learning environment of this kind, the student does not grow the way we expect the student to grow. Now, this inadvertently schools are doing, and this phenomena is growing day by day. It is important that schools utilize growing technology to find new and innovative methods of engaging with students. Classroom practices should be improved, self-expression should be encouraged, classroom performance should be orchestrated, Methods should be designed to inspire, motivate, and lead students to carve their own success stories. So what do students want? What keeps them engaged? I'm trying to change my slide. Just a moment. Yeah. So students want work that stimulates their curiosity. Students are engaged by work that permits self-expression and originality. They need work that leads to success. And the most important thing which I am going to touch upon is they require satisfying relationships. Student engagement is completely not reliant on a student. It is also that other factors contribute to student engagement. Teacher relationships directly influence student learning, and it is incumbent upon teachers and school administrators to ensure that the impact of teacher collaboration is given due importance in the regular teaching learning process. Now with this topic, I wish to bring about okay, 1 minute. I'm wondering why I'm not able to change my slide. Okay. Yeah. So with this topic, I wish to bring about a different perspective to light. There is ample research based on the impact of student-teacher relationships on student engagement and learning, but there's very less emphasis on teacher-teacher relationship with respect to student learning. While we talk of student-centric education, where the student is the focal point, we seldom forget the environment, the importance of the environment that is provided to the student. The most important part of the student's life is the teacher, the classroom teacher. I am not talking of the class teacher. I'm talking of the classroom teacher. So here is the twist. It is the classroom teacher who directly impacts student learning, but the agency to affect learning outcomes actually lies outside one's classroom. Where? It lies in the relationships and the dealings of all the people in the school. The principal, the coordinators, colleagues, the co-teachers, subject teachers. Now, it is these mutual relationships that affect the classroom teacher, which in turn affects the student learning. So what are the major requirements to forge good relationship amongst members of this agency, which in spite of being outside the classroom, affects student learning to the greatest level? Okay. Firstly, there is a dire need for transformation of collaborative relationships. Meaningful collaboration of the classroom teacher with other teachers of these students play an important role. We can keep in mind one student who's inside the classroom. So the teacher in the classroom and the teachers outside the classroom who will one time be the classroom teacher of this student. For this, the first prerequisite is that we should invest more in meetings. Meetings of teachers teaching different subjects to the same student, same class. We should start with defining a clear purpose. The purpose which is based on the outcomes that we expect from our teaching. What are our expectations? Are they similar? Are they related? Emphasize on reflection during meetings. What worked? What did not? What should be changed? And how? The second thing is the need for clear expectation about roles. If roles of various entities that affect a student's learning are not clear, teams will be not working to their full potential. Imagine a scenario where a newly appointed coordinator does not know that at the end of the term, he or she will have to be asked to evaluate teachers. So when the evaluation happens, he gives an unclear picture to the principal based on his earlier association and experiences with the teacher when he was also a subject teacher. So the roles have to be clearly defined by the administration and communicated clearly to the teachers, all levels. Each group should clarify and communicate about their roles to each other. If there's a misunderstanding, relationships turn sour, defeating the common goal of effective student learning. Then trust is one of the most important prerequisites of establishing effective relationships. Building trust needs time. More meetings, more interactions, more opportunities to mingle are required. The school management and principals should invest in teachers' picnics, outbound trips, and fun activities. Positive interactions between colleagues can result in developing trust. Events should be created for this purpose, and teachers should be encouraged to interact. Engage in shared work, and only when teachers teaching the same student are made to work together can they know each other well. So this is how strengthening teacher relationships can expand their influence on student learning. Teachers, if they are clear, focused, and with a united sense of purpose, they can have a life-changing effect on a student. A teacher can help students improve their goal-making skills, self-regulation, and academic achievement. Students, if they are inspired by teachers, are self-motivated and will love to come to the school. So putting it all in a nutshell, I reiterate that for effective student engagement, there is a requirement of transformation in the way teachers deal with each other. Effective communication can strengthen the school atmosphere. Transformed relationships are self-motivating, and every classroom can and must be transformed into an ideal learning environment. The idea here is that we expand our influence on the student by having healthy and satisfying relationships. I have tried to make my presentation terse and very short so that I can cover up for the time lost. So this is all that I wanted to express. This is all that I wanted to say. I wanted to kindle a spark of thought in the teachers, in the administration, in the principals, if they are listening. I think we can go a long way if people who are dealing with students are actually concentrated upon and worked upon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra. Definitely you have kindled the spark in the audience and all of us as teachers, definitely. So thank you for that informative talk. Definitely a lot of takeaways from the crisp talk. Thanks. We move further to the last speaker of the day, Miss Aarti ji. Welcome. The stage is all yours, please.
Okay. Thank you, Deepa. I would like to thank Dr. Sunita Gandhi of course, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi and Bharti Gandhi and the Getty team for putting up this huge event. And I'm really glad to be and honored to be a part of it. So today I'm going to energize you because at the end of the day and the entire day has been an excellent day. And I have thoroughly enjoyed myself participating. So I'm just about to share my screen. Can you all see?
Yes, we can see. Yes.
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
Yeah, you can see. Just a minute. Okay, so it is the challenges of innovative education, and you just saw the challenge of the internet. So we are all challenged at different times of our life, and I'm actually sharing with you the story of my life because this goes back to the year 2000. So I'll just share the vision of our school. So the school we established in the year 2000, and the vision I would like to read to you today, and many of you could take away because this is what the National Education Policy is proposing today. Our vision is to nurture and develop each child into a good human being who is courageous and compassionate with the right values according to his age, his ability, interest, sense of inquiry in a free, comfortable, caring, fearless, friendly, and healthy environment where joy and happiness have no bounds, without restriction of movement, with a positive attitude towards building self-confidence. We believe that a little progress every day adds up to big results. So this is the year 2000, and you'll see I'm a mother of 2 children. These are my 2 kids, and this is my probably one of the first batches. We set up Little Steps Montessori School as a pre-primary school. Why? Because I am based in Bhuj, Kutch. It is called the westernmost frontier, and it's right near Pakistan. So I'm really happy to be a part of this leadership conference where we've got people. So there are no barriers. Earlier it was when in the year 2000, we were not connected like this. So you were just alone trying to put up something, you put across your ideas. And the biggest struggle was as a mother when I set up this school, because the road schools just didn't identify with my vision as a mother. And so we set up pre-primary education. And to assist a child, we must provide him with an environment with which we enable him or her to develop freely. Now, this is what I believe in. And the freedom which the child gets, that is of utmost importance to develop. And what we see here is a lot of restriction. We are in a framework where there's so many rules, regulation for the child to follow, not only at home, but in school. So everywhere, I just remember that Pavlov's dog, where the dog salivates when you ring the bell. So the child's condition is somewhere similar. So we set up a different school where we do a lot of hands-on learning. It's a Montessori-based school, so we do a lot of hands-on learning. There's a lot of energy in the environment. This self-directed activity, we do age-appropriate activity, where the child's maximum potential is brought out. We deal with the child according to his milestones. We go into a deeper understanding of every concept and don't move forward till the child does not understand the basic concept. We follow the natural interest of the child. We allow the child to work at his own pace. And there's a lot of independence in the environment. There's a lot of freedom to speak, to talk, to walk. We're just like a big family. So the child can just be himself in the environment. Here, I would like to just share that innovative education increases productivity. And this has been my experience of 20 years now, where you excite the child, you fulfill his curiosity, you allow him to explore and experiment. The child will apply it in his own environment. When he is at his comfort level, he will discover things. He is going to just reproduce what you have taught him. So there you are actually allowing the child to imagine. So this is for the teachers who are just creative and innovative. You just, you bring the world to the child. So the teacher's role, the power within, it has to be within each teacher, because that's where you're going to take the child forward. So the biggest challenge, when we set up this school was the earthquake. The earthquake struck in 2001. And today, after 20 years, I'm facing the same problem of COVID-19. 2000, we were just a pre-primary. 2020, we're a class 10 school, nursery to class 10. And we have discovered the super unique skills of the child. And we have developed a child-centric education in school where we have involved many techniques. Various techniques. So I'm still a learner. I'm learning at every leadership. There's so much to learn. So multiple intelligence theory, the creativity which we do in school, we allow the teachers to, there's total freedom in the environment. We enhance the critical thinking of the child, and it's a need-based program. So we deal with the child according to his own pace, his natural tendency, and we work one-on-one. So whether the child has a learning disorder or he has any problem or he is a higher intelligent child, we are able to tap on his inbuilt skills. And it's a flexible kind of an environment where even our assessments are flexible. The classroom environment is flexible. The timetable is flexible. So it all depends on the teacher, and there's a lot of work. So that's the biggest challenge for us, our team of passionate teachers. It's like a timetable is made every day. Okay, so we see the situation, we study the child, what the children want. They are the ones who share what they want with us, and that's how we take the day forward. And we work with a lot of hands-on, and that is where Dr. Sunita Gandhi, I'm really thankful to you for that magical experience which we had in Baroda. And that's how I met her many years back when my son was only 6 or a 7-year-old. And she guided me further. And that time our school was just coming into class 1. And that's when she introduced the Per books and the maxims to us. And ever since we have been connected, and the passion has not died out as yet. And I thoroughly believe that if a teacher in education is passionate, you're going to bring that passion into the child's life, and you're going to be able to, deal with him on a holistic manner. And that's where the individual is going to go forward in his life. We simplify tasks. We work with mixed age groups, learning styles too. Even during the COVID time, we are working with learning styles. Mixed age group was the biggest challenge when we introduced, because the parents would not understand that how could the children work with mixed age group. But we have seen that the results are amazing. It's above class level and below class level, and it's so interesting to keep on introducing something new. So we are just an innovative school. We keep facing challenges, but we still continue. Whether we are problem solving on a day-to-day basis, solving parent problem, child problem, we just keep going on. And technology, we are dealing with it today. We take the positives and leave out the negatives. So we build a lot of life skills in the child. And here you will see as to some pictures from the school, and our classrooms look quite like that on a day-to-day basis. Now, Little Steps and the conventional schools, there's a lot of difference because there's a lot of free choice, and the teacher is more like a guide. We have self-correcting materials, and students can go as far as they want. We don't put a stop to them. If they want to continue for an hour, they can. If they continue, they can just work wherever they want, any corner of they don't have to sit in class. So there's a lot of emphasis on independence, and most of you will know that how the conventional schools are. So a lot of rote learning, and responsibility is on the teacher's shoulder. Here it's a multiple kind of a situation where we assess when the child doesn't know we are assessing the child, so that there's never any stress. And today when Sunita Gandhi told me about the the 4 factors which should be there in the school, I was really happy that we're fitting into most of them. All of them actually, except for the service where we have to learn from you, Sunita ji. So we've done a little bit, but we have to learn a much more. So these are the common factors between the National Education Policy and Little Steps Montessori School. The vision, the individualized learning, the creative potential. In fact, Sri Anurag Tripathi, whatever he was speaking, I was like, I have lived it. I have lived it all with the school. And the experiential learning, which I'm coming to, the foundational capacities, we do a lot of work with foundation. So our children have a score of A throughout, if they're with us right from nursery. But that is the biggest challenge. The children don't stay with us. When we tell them whether it's a learning disorder, we tell them the fact, they just take up the child and go to the next school, and then to the next, and then to the next. And there is where work gets lost. So the ones who remain, we work in very small groups. So the finances are not very lucrative because it's just a model school, or and I'm really happy to be sharing a work of 20 years where in a small town, people don't understand. English is such a barrier, that's such a to go into the languages. So this is what the National Education Policy and we share. Inclusion, culture, life skill, out of the box. Our school is totally out of the box. We continuously review the work of the child and we have work plans for each one. There's a holistic development and there's a continuous development of parents and teachers. Now I'll just share with you, this is a graph where we, it's a, on an average, we scale to an A because we have small classrooms. We bring the child to you where here we introduce India and the world both to the child, and I'm so happy because when we we realize that children don't know beyond Bhuj. They only knew Bhuj, Kutch, maybe and Mumbai, okay, Ahmedabad, that's it. So when we introduced education at a world level, we used to play this Atlas game, and that's how they learned. They have Atlases right from class 1, and they just imbibe so beautifully. In fact, so many parents don't have so much of knowledge and the children are teachers at home. So that gives an immense satisfaction when you see that child grow. So we do a lot of cultural programs. And there's another innovation which we've done where this was a big challenge too, because children were ashamed of talking in their mother tongue because there's so much of importance of English in our, country, that you have to speak in English, and you can't say aloo, you have to say potato, and that might become potato and tomato and any diction, but that doesn't matter. So we work a lot with phonics, and we introduced different languages on different days, and children would go home and try to talk. They get a full day to talk that language, and it's an amazing journey because children in our school talk in all these 5 languages. Especially if they're from a Tamil background or a Marathi background. We have teachers from all states. So we've been very lucky. And so each one shares with the child. And we also introduced Sanskrit at the pre-primary, where we were awarded by Sanskrit Bharati and Kutch University. And you will see us on YouTube. We are there. And our children talk beautifully in Sanskrit. So language is never a barrier, and I was very happy to listen to Andy. He taught us a lot for English. So and this is our little performance, which we did one whole program on Sanskrit, because everybody has a Saraswati in school, but nobody knew the reason for a Saraswati puja. So we did this Basant thing in, Utsav. Totally the program was in Basant Panchami program in Sanskrit. Here you see some pictures. I'm just about to end. So I'll just talk about this. We have an environmental program going where we do community service, where we are creating awareness for the community because there's so much of garbage and litter. So I just had these children coming and asking me that, ma'am, these cows are all over the roads and the dogs, don't they have any shelters? And why do we see so much garbage all around? It stinks. So we have been, passionate crusaders for environment ever since we started. It's been 20 years and we keep taking on the mission. It's not only growing trees, but you'll see this, children on the roads. We were the youngest for the Nagar Palika to show them how to compost and how to segregate waste. Here I'm showing you an experiential learning we do in school. So that's another innovation where we take them to these different places. This one we did with this Ramkund in Bhuj. It's a very historic and beautiful place, Bhuj. Kutch is beautiful and it's opened out to the tourists. So we have a lot of people coming in, but there's a lot of litter too, done by everybody. So we cleaned up this kund. It was under the archaeological department, and the biggest challenge was taking permissions to get this work done. So there you'll see, and this was before the rains, we had about 3 years of drought, and then we were waiting. There was no water in the town. It was it was really sad. So we live in the extremities, and we get very few teachers who know English. So, even if they've got degrees, they don't have enough knowledge. So it's a continuous task. And that is where Getty, I'm going to look out to you for training us more. And here you'll see that we cleaned up the, I'm just about to finish. I know the time is over, but just 2 minutes more. And here the Nagar Palika took up our program, and they cleaned up this kund. We woke up the people. We interacted with the collector, and why the slide is not going forward. And yeah, slide is not moving. Slide is stuck. Okay, so we interact with the collector, and she banned plastics in the town. The Rajkot municipality contacted the Bhuj Nagar Palika. The Kutch Mitra has taken it up. The Delhi has taken it up. They keep on following our lead, and it has been a wonderful journey. We just keep getting these new ideas. I think somewhere where Jagdish Gandhi sir says there's a spiritual connect and you're there for a purpose. I think we're there for a purpose. We're like the lighthouse, and we keep lighting up. And here you will see pictures with our patrons, with the collector. Our children approached her. She was thrilled. She put up pictures in the collectorate office, and we had a lot of, and the media, of course, is very supportive. Plus, we have an excellent team of parents who did a lot of surveys, and you can see these children are tying Rakhis on Rakhi so that the adults, don't take away their gardens. They don't put paver blocks in gardens. They allow them to play on the mud and the sand and the grass, because now the paver blocks are coming in all cities, and it saddens me because children don't have open spaces to play. So these are small things which we do. And here you'll see senior citizen as much welcomed into our school. And these are our outings which we do, give them a lot of experience. And this is the tough job of COVID, but we are making laddus. And here's we've done, our Christmas celebrations. You can see our teachers with the Janmashtami drama, which is on YouTube. Here is the whole team of Little Steps Montessori School, our support staff, teachers, and me sitting here with Santa Claus. And this is our real picture. So I'm just showing you we've not lost any energy or enthusiasm in a school with no children. So that energy, may God bless us all. We have tailor-made education, and God is giving us this experience where each one of us have to shine. So we have to learn to balance life. And I hope everybody and everybody's family are happy and safe, and keep on working the way you are, educationists, because the world needs you. And thank you once again. Don't worry and be happy. This is Ganpati we've made out of paper mache. So we do a lot of recycling work too. And the challenge is always we have to look for kachra in the house. So mummies are always challenged, and teachers to look for kachra and come to school. So, but I think we are making playing a small part. So thank you everybody for hearing me. It's been a pleasure.
Could you please stop sharing your screen? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was really very innovative and interesting. And with this, we have come to the end of the session. And I'm afraid we'll have to cut short it a little bit. I'll just conclude the session by telling that, from all the deliberations, it has come out very well that education has to move towards real understanding and towards learning how to learn, and away from the culture of rote learning. And the aim of education will not only be cognitive, but building character, creating holistic and well-rounded individuals who are equipped with the key 21st century skills like critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, communication, digital literacy, creativity, imagination, and student leadership. Guided by the new NEP, clearly it is time to reimagine, restructure, and recreate a new and more meaningful, innovative education. Thank you all for joining us, the esteemed speaker, the Getty team, everyone, a big round of applause for the wonderful job. With this, I think we can conclude. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Maybe the team, if they wish to conclude.
Thank you very much, and all our most respected speakers for sharing your thoughts with us on innovative education. And how does innovation encourage teachers and students to explore, research, and use all the tools to uncover something new? With that, we conclude our fourth roundtable and request everyone to please fill up the feedback forms, as we have been informing you that the link has already appeared in the chat box, and you can even copy the link and fill the form later. But a humble request to please fill it up, as your valuable comments would be eagerly awaited by us. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reminded of a very meaningful thought, which goes like this. We must not be scared of pitfalls. Instead, we should believe in taking risks and not doing the same thing twice. On that note, on behalf of the entire team of Global Education and Training Institute, I would like to thank and express our deep sense of appreciation to all our esteemed speakers for the day, for their highly inspiring sessions during the roundtable. I cannot find enough words to thank you all who accepted our invitation to participate in this so very impactful, thought-provoking virtual conference. And now, before we wind up for the day, I would like to give you all a soft reminder regarding tomorrow's roundtables, which is the first roundtable for day 2 would begin at 8:45. So we would request all of you to please join us on the same link at 8:45 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Leading the way, this is the theme of the first roundtable, which will be chaired by Mohammad Latif Khan and his wife, Ms. Nuzhat Khan. The most valuable resource that all of us have, ladies and gentlemen, is each other. I repeat, the most valuable resource that all of us have is each other. Without collaboration, our growth is limited to ourselves. On that note, let's say good night to each other. I see the moon and the moon sees me. I would appreciate your attention here. I see the moon and the moon sees me, and the moon sees my friends, wherever they may be. So good night, sun, and good night, moon. Good night, my dear friends. See you tomorrow soon.
Good day. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. 4 दिन की साधना, that's all. 4 दिन hard work. Thank you, Deepa ji. You were phenomenal as a chairperson, and the speakers were outstanding. Uma ji, thank you. Major Muhammad ji, thank you. Then there was, of course, Aarti Jadeja, who I've known for many years. Thank you very much. Dr. Archana, ma'am. Just phenomenal. I learned a lot from every one of you. Am I missing anybody? Let me see who would I miss. Archana ji ka to mujhe yaad hai, Dr. Archana from Vadodara. And yes, that is the last session. So we had, of course, Andy Harvey. How could I forget Andy? I've known Andy also for many, many years. His wife, Darren Harvey, was in the innovations unit of the DFES, Department for Education and Skills, which is Department for Education, MHRD equivalent in UK. And she was leading innovation in UK. And I happened to run into her, and through her met Andy many, many years ago. So it's all very, very beautiful. Thank you, everyone. And really appreciate, Deepa, you adjusting to all the changes, last minute changes, including my mother. I felt we didn't acknowledge her earlier, so it was very beautiful how you did it. So beautiful. Thank you. धन्यवाद सबको. 4 दिन की साधना, उसके बाद innovative everything. हर तरह से नए जोश से वापस जाएंगे स्कूलों में, क्योंकि उमा जी ने हमें इतनी अच्छी बातें सिखाई, मेजर मोहम्मद साहब ने इतनी अच्छी बातें सिखाई हमें, और आरती जी ने, एंटी ने, सब लोग एंटी के बारे में भी कह रहे हैं बहुत अच्छा था. हर स्पीकर एक नहले पे दहला था. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Deepa ji ko अच्छी. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye bye. Good night.
Thank you all.
Don't feel like leaving the session. It's been so wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. We can stay on for some more time. One more part.
That's very
I'm game.
From Major Shah, yes.
Over here, I'm game totally.
You are the one, like, you still have me reeling under that impact, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm so motivated.
Yeah, thank you, Major.
It's so motivating. I'll recite a poem for you, especially for these pandemic times.